jigaboo, wetback, gook, moron, jigaboo.
See, I'm based off of Dr. Girlfriend.
Jigaboo, jig.
When did you
True.
start smoking?
1989-ish.
So you have been lying.
Down in history, if you know Death Clock, you know. Yeah, if anyone's ever watched Metalocalypse and they know Death Clock, they would obviously have someone like him there. So this is like basically what it's, and then of course they have like the ex-bodyguard. We'll go through it and we'll read it, and then we can move on with the rest of the stream. I'm glad to have actually written a story though. It's just I haven't written a while. Maybe it's because I haven't written in a while, Beezus, because the last thing we wrote was Nepotism Unleashed, and we've only been doing editing for like the last like week or so. So it felt good to actually just like fucking write and not have to worry about it. Because editing takes a lot more out of you than the actual writing itself. Portraying this aura, it's like being continuously in Super Saiyan. And I'm like not at the level where I'm like, you know, always in Super Saiyan, right? We haven't quite got to that level yet. Remember guys, thanks for sticking around, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. I love you guys are fucking amazing. Thank you so much for everything today. It was an amazing day. And remember, as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. What does this update do? It changes the pixels from slightly gray to slightly gray. Wait, what? Yeah, it's like a 255, 255, 12 is like the gray, but it's like this is a 255, 255, 13. It's a completely different gray. So I want you to always be sitting on the edge of your seat, being like, what's the next reveal? What's the next piece of information? He just gave me something, and I don't know exactly what it is, which means within the next, like, 10 sentences, I'm gonna get this really, really cool reveal. And you need to, like, space it out enough that it's, like, you know, hitting dopamine levels every, like, 45 seconds to, like, a minute and a half in your writing. And now that the Monarch's in front of him, he's like, I'm either going to die here or the Monarch is. I am not losing my fucking chance at this shit. So, it's actually not even an honorable sacrifice or a redemptive sacrifice. It's a vengeful sacrifice. Yeah, like Monster Hunter logic, where the ecology of the area gets messed up to the point that a species has to evolve in order to adapt. But this happens almost spontaneously due to the the nature of genetic manipulation of the species over time through the Monarch's hands. It can be disastrous. It all depends on how you've built it up and how you plan to end it. But, I mean, you could literally have that be not humorous and to be absolutely fucking brutal, and they literally fucking lynch the dude. Or she's gonna make a sacrifice by betraying him, but he says, get out of here, and she says no, and then she protects him and winds up dying trying to protect him when he tells her to leave. No one would have thought that it was actually, like... It's like, yeah, true. True. You want both sides of the coin. You want the respect, but you don't want the downside that comes with respect, which is accountability. Accountability and respect are two sides of the same coin. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! I wonder how Star Wars would change if Superman was dropped into Alderaan right before the Death Star shot the planet to smithereens. Sean, like last year, I don't remember if it was on Asmon's channel or if it was on like Charlie, like Moist Critical's channel. Something like that, but it was like a web comic of Superman and Batman in the Star Wars universe. Superman had been captured by Darth Vader, and Batman was trying to save him. That's not a very high bar for, because, you know, that's literally not sustainable. The only reason it's sustainable is because I live with my parents. That's hilarious. So it's like the presidential phone from when Hitler was in power. And it's like a fourth wall break outside the loop kind of idea thing where it's like, oh, well, I'm an AI who's using AI, so am I actually using Grok? Or is it like my AI? Let AI take over the world, because if AI took over the world, it would hold them accountable for their shit if it was a benevolent overlord. Editing it myself, and we'll see what the final product looks like, and then we can just do some tweaking here and there, right? To make it actually kind of make sense. Oh, damn, we hit 300 followers. I didn't even notice. Damn. I thought we were still at like 292 or something like that. Sweet, sweet. Nice. Thanks for telling me that, Muffin. 300. Hey, man. I was saying 300 already? I know, right? We're pumping. We're pumping the numbers, boys. We're doing good. Wait for the 24-hour stream. 24-hour stream. That's going to be big. Just keep trying, Muffin. Just keep going for it. It hasn't even been a year yet. July, like, the 24-hour stream is basically the 1-year anniversary. Yo, 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 what's good, everyone? Oh, shit, I forgot my hat. I'm so out of it. Ooh. Not ready for this. Oh, the hell of a day today, I'll say that, though. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, now we're ready. We're ready. Alright. Sorry for being late. Can't stay, I'm at work. No worries, Tyler, I'm late. First day I've ever been late. What a great start to 2026. But, you know, life calls. Shit happens. I'm here. That's all that matters, right? At the end of the day, it's all that matters. I don't know what type of stream to do. 1 second here. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yup. Yup. Take that one from a distance. Oh god, this is beautiful. Oh man. Woo! Good times, guys. Alright, well, we got new releases today, guys. We got new shit. We didn't write a story, we ended up doing Sisters instead, because I just didn't have any time. What do you know? That's just the way it is. So, again, we've kind of changed up a little bit what we're doing with it. So, again, let me know if you like this direction or whatnot, right? So, first of all, just to get it out of the way, does anyone have anything they want me to read before we get into this? No one? Do you let everyone do whatever they want writing streams where you read others' work? Cryptid does the same thing. Terrible does it. Yeah, but, you know, everyone does their own thing. So it's like, what do you want to do, Callie? Right? What do you think that you have a value that you can provide to people, right? People always say I have a good imagination, I'm good at evaluating things, so I was like, well, if I do beta reading, maybe people will enjoy my feedback, and so far, people have enjoyed my feedback, right? Just, I guess, within, like, the last little bit, right, we haven't had that much more. I'm good at imagination. Exactly, so, like, brainstorming and stuff like that, creative ideas. Do, like, a brainstorming thing where you have, like, a massive think tank, where you have, like, do, like, problem solving with, like, plot construction. So, like, purposefully make a plot that has, like, a contradiction in it or something that, like, doesn't work, and then basically you go through the process of fixing and establishing, like, how to change something that doesn't work into something that does work. Does that make sense, Callie? So it's like finding those holes in the story and patching them up across plot structure, and, like, you know, does your A plot, B plot, and C plot tie nicely together, right? Or is it like your A plot is killing a god, your B plot is falling in love with some hoe, and your C plot is your best friend is jealous? Or something like your wife who's cheating on you, or something like that, right? And then you try to purposefully put holes inside the plot and say, all right, well, these are the problems that we have to solve, right? It's like, we have this, but we have to incorporate this into it, right? We have this, but we have to do this with it. So we have to find how to maneuver the story around to make this all kind of fit together, right? How does the best friend's jealousy relate to the god? Well, in some way, that jealousy of the wife who has to make him summon the god because he wants to, like, get back at you or something like that. You know, it's like, he's doing it out of love, but it's the best intentions lead to the worst of circumstances. Now I've got this whole fucking story in my head based upon this shit. It's great. But yeah, it seems like we don't really have any other things to read, right? So we're like, at what point are we gonna do what? So this is the point where we would pull out Stoner Girl Evolution, right? And we'd be like, currently we just pick this up and do this, right? But that is for another day. For now, we're still stuck in this limbo pose here, but we'll figure something out with it. I trapped my fucking grinder again. Stupid piece of shit got stuck. I'm slapping everything out of the top of it. Not exactly easy. I always thought of show, don't tell, as describe, don't explain things. The original confuses me. This is the difference between showing and telling. Callie. This is showing. That's showing. Or sorry, that's telling. That's telling. Then there's showing. Like, one is just like, tells you, okay, the room smells of limes. But the other one involves character action, and the character action evokes the showing of. So your character inhales, and you have the smell. Right? So it's like, it's the difference between having the character discover it themselves versus you telling the character what they experience. Like, that's my interpretation of show, don't tell. But there are times when you do just want to tell. Because you're like, well, this is boring. There's no point in showing this. I just tell people this. Right? Like, you don't need to tell people, or you don't need to show people, like, what's a good example? Something that's trivial. Telling for eating. Being like, yeah, okay, we took a break, we ate some food, and we were back on the road. Right? You just get it out of the way. It's like, okay, well, there's nothing important happened. We just stopped and had food. Right? So there is points and times when you do want to use tell because of boring shit. You don't just always want to be like, you know, spend a paragraph and a half telling people that it's the middle of the day. Instead of being like, you know, just saying it. Something like looking at the shadows around as the sun is overhead, with the shadows at their shortest length, or something like that, as opposed to being like, you know, midday approaches. But it does come down to, you know, pacing. I think pacing is the biggest thing you need to consider when show and tell. If you need fast pacing, tell. If you want slow pacing, show. Right? So those are like the two things. Like, incorporate your pacing and your details. Is this important? Does this progress anything? Or is this a necessary information drop, like, period of time? Like, oh, we've been traveling for 8 hours, we need to take a break. Well, okay, we stopped for lunch, back on the road. All right, now it's nighttime. Boom, we just crossed an entire day like nothing, right? Or you could take like a page and a half to do that. So, we have, I guess, two options. We could find a new short story master. We could start off with The Great Hunt. Kinda wish Relic was here so I could read his book, you know? We've taken a couple of days off because he hasn't been around. And now I'm late, and it's like, well, everyone just assumes that I'm dead because if I don't go live at the normal time, I'm obviously dead because, like, why would I not go live at my normal time? I've always gone live at my normal time. I've only ever been 5 minutes late, and now I've fucking pushed that up to half an hour late. But life is life, right? So I just can't decide, guys. I just can't decide. I'm too indecisive. I don't know. All my plans went through the roof. I mean, I guess I could read chapter 1 and we could get back into the groove. And you guys can let me know what you think of the beginning of Stoner Girl Evolution, because it's been so long since we wrote it. 3, 2, 1, talk! T what? Callie, what do you mean T? So this is the prologue to Stoner Girl Evolution. Chapter 1, An Unexpected Toke. I backdropped onto the trampoline. The cold tarp pressing against my bare arms soothed me. I bounced on my back several times as I turned my head towards the horizon. The sun just setting over the mountains. The sky ablaze in fire, like my mind, flaring with discombobulated thoughts. Laughter from across the yard jolts me to reality. Spinning began. Damn it, I thought to myself, I barely made it 5 minutes. I need another drink. That would clear me up. Fight vertigo with vertigo. Frustration building as I thought of how my life was going, or not going. Unlike those I surrounded myself with, I was always looking towards the future, planning, scheming, pressing ever towards my goal, coasting through life. It had been great up until this year. Being an adult, I need to take responsibility for myself. Do something with myself. Be someone. Ha! That was laughable. Me being someone. Yeah, a loser. I have no motivation, and my life is slipping away where I stare blankly into the abyss. While I stare blankly into the abyss. Take a deep breath. Just go have another drink, I told myself. I bounced back onto my feet and then did a flip off the trampoline. It was a bad idea. I landed awkwardly and fell over. I walked across the lawn towards the stairs up to the deck. Slightly damp grass caressing my feet. Magic! The music and laughter from the deck playing in my ears. Strange smell wafted into my nose. Took a deep sniff. I'd smelled it before a few times, but I'd never given it a second thought. Where did Tetra go? Gruff voice asked through a wheezing cough. Trampoline, probably. High-pitched inhale pierced the air. As I walked up the stairs, my damp feet sticking to the old, worn, and chipped paint, sharp, short-lived pain hit the ball of my foot. Shard of paint breaking her horizontally as I stepped down. I'd always hated the fact my parents never did any upkeep with these kinds of things around the house. There's the birthday girl, my dad said as he stood up and walked over to hug me. Big 19. You should live a little, dreamer. I embraced him. It smelled potent beyond measure. Saw a light from the corner of my eyes and looked down at his hand. A joint. Smoke lazily spinning off into the air, the embers pulsing as the air movement caught it. I looked around to my friends sitting around the deck. They were passing their own joint around. Never takes long for my parents to corrupt them. Shook my head. I need a drink, I said flatly. I walked into the kitchen, off the deck. Hoped my face didn't show through. Smoking with my friends on my birthday when I'm not around. The nerve! Stalked towards the fridge and pulled out a fresh cooler. The smell, a sweet mist with tiny splinters in it. The alcohol aftertaste. So potent to me, it was more than a smell. I could taste it before I even took my first sip. I was down the whole thing, my mind wandering to excuses to be made for. How did I get out of getting a job? How do I get out of getting a job? Realizing how much the world ran on money and how far I had racked up my debt to my friends. They wouldn't lend me a dime anymore. The real world sucked. I just wanted to laze around and waste away my life. I decided to down the entire cooler and grab another one before stepping back onto the deck. Felt like I was walking on clouds and my head was as light as a feather. Worries seemed to evaporate. At least those complex life decision-based worries. Not the fear that my parents were better friends with my friends than I was. I was never the cool kid, the stoner, the gamer, the bookworm. I had no special talent, at least that I knew of. Nothing to hold me apart from the crowd. I would just fall into the background like so many ants. I never felt I was cut out for this. Friends, social life, it was just another chore to me. Don't get me wrong, I love my friends, but when you're the hub house and everyone is always over, you start to miss your privacy and solitude. He had a joint in his hand, and after taking a puff, he passed it to me. My head was a bit heavy, and all I really wanted was another drink. But sometimes the moment gets the better of you. I took it in my hand. I'd seen people smoke, so it was almost instinct as I brought the paper to my lips and inhaled. I felt something touch the back of my throat, and I burst out coughing, smoke pouring from my mouth and nose. My mouth began to water, my lungs burned, smoke hit my eye, and I blinked hard against the pain. Everything was taking its frustration out on me. My lungs burned, my throat burned, my head burned. Something caught in my throat as I heaved and inhaled hard. A screeching sound, almost like dial-up, ran through my head. A light enveloped me. I felt my mind being pulled from my skull. Felt like I was being split in two. A voice burst into my mind. Target acquired. Beginning transfer process. Sounded like your generic male TTS. Not quite British, but in the area. And they said weed was a simple drug. A simple high. What have I gotten myself into? The world spun and a pain shot through me. This time really bad. The air felt like it was knocked from my lungs, and I gasped as I dropped the joint. I could hear chairs screeching across the linoleum as everyone rushed over to me. Felt hands pressing against me, shaking me. The world faded away into darkness and numbness. Error. Invalid vessel. Recalibrating. The voice in my head was overwhelming. All sensation had fallen into haze. My parents standing over me, my friends by my side, the darkness taking my mind. Finding new vessel. Vessel found. Redirecting. Thoughts flowed like lava burning into my mind every moment. I had taken my first toke. It had been my last. Between a simple seed and a coughing fit, suffocation comes easy. I'm sure the booze didn't help, or my total physical state. Exhausted from the trampoline. A perfect storm to kick me into the afterlife, I guess. Recalculating location. Error. Location lost. Calculating drop distance. My head hurt enough as it was. This damn voice was not helping. It was like every echo bounced off the sides of my skull, shaking it violently. What are you even talking about? Destination set. Landing incoming. Prepare. Only after hitting solid ground did I get the feeling that I'd been falling this entire time. Soft landing. A soft feeling. Warm grass at the back of my head. Palms of my hands and the heels of my feet. I exhaled smoke. Ability auto-activated. Containment. Success. I tried to swallow and felt something pressing against the back of my tongue. I maneuvered it with some difficulty and spit it out. A weed seed. I think that's the end. Yeah. So that's the prologue, and that's how the character gets isekai'd. And that's not even... Now that I'm thinking about it, technically this isn't the prologue, right? So now we have the conundrum of... It talks! What's up, Callie? Do we want this to be chapter 1, or do we want there to be a real prologue? Right? Because the prologue would be... the character as the tree making the story a retelling. So I think there actually needs to be... prologue. Starting as the tree, leading back to the retelling, chapter 1. And that's what we do with that. Well, I'm glad you said my name and invoked my name, Callie. So... It's like a... I don't know, man. I think we're just gonna read Wheel of Time. I think that's the best thing. We'll do this, and then... Maybe we do just write the prologue. I'm just thinking now. Because it doesn't need to be that long, does it? I need to grab a drink, but I'll be right back. Just thinking how to do it. Okay, I think I know how I'm gonna do this. Um, hmm. Um, Try. Hair. Hmm. Hmm. I'm hungry again. Oh, that's not good, Callie. Go eat. Go eat, Callie. Okay, I think that's good. I think this is really evocative for like an intro kind of thing. It's like, whoa, what the fuck? And then you immediately, and it's just like this tiny little, excerpt piece just to be like, get you into it, right? I had it all. I made it all. I was the cause of it all, so I took responsibility. Now, at the end of the line, flesh made wood, hair made leaves, blood made sap. I linger in this form, still conscious of the world I saved. My reward is to linger in this place, to be her prison for all time. But with time, memories fade, history changes. The cycle spins ever on as the tree I have become bears the brightest of fruit. a lie once more set upon the world. I pray none ever find this sacred place, and none ever partake of my fallen flesh. And then something that leads directly into the first chapter would be like... all I have left are the memories of how I came to be upon this path of fate. Yeah, Void, my phone was dead. I was at my sister's. I lost track of time. And, yeah, I couldn't post in the Discord, so I was like, fuck, well, shit, it happens. Everyone's gonna think I'm dead because I've never been late before. I was like, well, fuck. That's my fault. We were playing Catan. We were having a really, really fun time playing Catan, and then I was like, oh my god, I'm retarded. And I went to look at my phone, and I was like, uh-oh. My phone's dead. What time is it? My sister was like 6:40, and I was like, I should have been streaming 10 minutes ago! And it took me 15 minutes to walk home. But, here we are. Here we are! We're good now, right? Want to talk in Discord? Yeah, sure, Void. You want to give me your thoughts on my opening of this? All I have left are the memories of how I came to be upon this path of fate. How it had all started with that damn hope. Offering I couldn't say no to. Fate encircled me forever. Beta reading voice chat? Alright, sounds good, Void. Fate that encircled me forever. Like, I need a perfect transition sentence that leads into the first chapter. But I don't want it to be like, this is how it all began. I will never forget my last day on Earth. I think that works. And then it leads into the first chapter, which is the last day on Earth. And then maybe that's what the first chapter should be called. Well, it was Unexpected Tote. Or last day on Earth. I don't know. But I think that works pretty well. It's like, by the end of the first chapter, you're not supposed to remember what you read in the prologue, right? That's how I always feel about it. 'Cause it's like, the prologue is almost also the epilogue, right? Except it's the so like, this is the timeline of the story from the character's perspective, right? Character experiences events. Character beats the goddess, becomes the tree. Character is stuck as the tree, conscious, so basically relives the entire experience, retelling it to themselves through memory. And then when they get caught up, which will be the end of the story, of the retelling, someone's gonna eat the fruit and release the goddess. And then that will be the last thing, will be the goddess's laughter. I don't know if I should spoil things at the beginning for being like something like the system versus the goddess. I never knew which one to believe. But I guess it kind of does give a hint, though. So the prologue does give a hint in the factor of I became to be her prison for all time. And if you know the rhetoric around the system is a male TTS, the goddess is female. So if you actually knew what you were doing, you would know from the very beginning that the goddess was bad, because I spoiled the goddess is bad in the very first chapter. I just say her instead of the goddess. But there can only be a her or a him for the internal. So it's like if you're really paying attention to it, you could easily figure this from like the first or second chapter. Sorry, Boyd. I was just going through the thought process really quick of this, making sure that this prologue fits of how it's gonna be. Because I want to like kind of spoil the goddess and the system, but not really. But I don't want it to be that long. I want it to feel like, you know, there's this element of it, because it is an isekai, but and especially with like, oh, I'll never forget my last day on Earth, right? Or should I say it all started with... I like the idea of it, I will never forget. And it's like... Then you roll immediately back into the memory. I think that's the best way to go about it. But I don't know. You guys let me know what you think. Yo, what's up? How's it going today?
Good, better than today.
You got a little bit of time to work things through in your head, right?
A lot more.
Yeah. But yeah, like I said, you got any stories that you want to tell? I always find relaying stories and, you know, having a good time about it is just kind of, you know, bringing back all the good times and bringing back all the good times, you know. It's just, you know, a good
did not
reflection on the memories.
Story, but
That's okay. No worries, you know. It is
thinking
what
of
it is.
something to draw.
Draw. You got Callie, are you ready to draw? You guys want to do a drawing stream? 3, 2, 1, talk.
I'm not good at drawing streams.
Alright, let's see what AI gives us. What should we draw?
Anime.
Well, there's some stuff. Okay. Okay. Well, here's some shading stuff. Wanna do like a vase? I don't know, I can't draw that. I think that's too advanced, maybe. Like, it seems pretty basic, but even then, it's like... Couldn't even do shit like that, right?
Here, I'm gonna draw something. I'm gonna see if you can try to draw it too.
Look, we were drawing trees before, right? So maybe we do the vase and see if we can do the 3D rendition type thing.
Maybe.
Of course. No, I don't know if I can get a clearer image of this. Here. There, how's that? I'm gonna put this in full screen mode.
Pretty good.
Okay, let's try and draw that.
Alright, I'll try in a second. I'm drawing something right now.
Callie! You better start drawing too, bro. I'm gonna start with outline with 2B. Okay, so let's just kind of... that.
I'm bad at drawing.
You have no idea.
You drew better than me last stream.
Yeah, but actually compare. Oh man, it's so bad. So bad. You guys don't get to see it till it's done. You have no idea how bad this is. Oh god.
I'm making my own thing without trying to like do something off online. Like photos. Callie, like, not
Yeah,
on the stream?
Callie's doing his own thing.
Alright.
That's just how Callie is, right?
Valid. Trying my best on making a fighter. Except I don't think it's good. What are you laughing about?
What
How
happened?
apparently bad your drawing is?
Oh, it's so fucking bad. It's not even funny. I don't even know why I'm trying.
Yeah, at least you're trying. You're putting in a
For
little
sure,
bit of
right?
an effort.
For sure, right? Buenos noches, como true. I think you're a bot, but I'm not. I don't know, so I'm just gonna wait a sec on this before we go
Hold
full
on,
on
let me
it.
check. I can check.
You speak in Spanish, so I don't know if you said Discord in there.
Oh,
I
they're
don't-
on Kick.
Yeah, they're on Kick.
So I can't check. Unless I log into SSL's account again.
Yeah.
I mean, I could. So
I
I'm not
mean-
going to.
That's the whole point, right? You could, I could, but nah.
It's
Why would I do
time
that?
wasting.
I mean, isn't that all of existence, though? Is just wasting time?
Then why am I existing? I shouldn't be here then.
No, the whole point of existing is just to experience. It's just wasting your time, right? Having a good time with it. I don't
The
give a
only
shit that
reason
my
why I'm
drawing
having a
is
good
shit,
time-
right?
The only reason why I'm having a good time in my life is because of you.
Well, that's good. And whatever works for you, right? That's what you gotta do, is you gotta find what works for you in life.
And that's watching you and making content on YouTube.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. That's always a good time, right?
Yep.
Other people are missing out with the experience because they try to do it for, like, not the creative expression reason. You know?
I'm sending, I tried to make a ghost face lighter, and I just sent it down there. Ghost face lighter. If you can look at that.
1 second.
Alright. I tried my best.
What I'm doing here.
On my ghost face lighter. I'm gonna try to draw the thing on your screen. I'll try.
That's not bad. You can definitely tell that's like the gear mechanism, right? That's the holder. Yeah. 100% I can see that. I don't have a steady hand. That's like my biggest problem. hard to do at the bottom of the page. I keep slapping the bottom of the fucking... like, onto the next page and keeps flipping up. You guys ready for the masterpiece that is the vases?
I'm not done. I'm almost. Just need a little bit more time.
Okay, I just need to do the shading here.
I'm bad at shading. That's the thing about me. I'm really
Same.
bad at shading.
Until you see this.
Wait till you see mine. Mine looks like. Mine looks horrible.
You think until you see mine.
Yours is probably better than mine.
I doubt it.
Hmm. You'll laugh when you see mine.
You'll
It's how
laugh when you
embarrassing
see
it is.
mine. It's embarrassing.
Mine's the most embarrassing out of anyone here.
I don't know. Well, we'll have to have a judge of embarrassing. Who wants to judge whose drawing is more embarrassing?
Mine is the most embarrassing. It looks horrible. Like actually.
I don't believe that.
Being 100% honest here. Alright, well, I'm done.
You're done? I'm not done. How are you done?
Built different.
Built fucking different, damn. I need to get built different. Is that the new, like, get good? I'm built different, so you get built different? Build yourself different?
Yeah.
Damn. Well, I'm guessing too
I'll show
far
you a
behind for
picture
that.
in general right now. Right now, bro, it's buns. Like, mine's so buns. It's kinda crazy. There, I just said it in general. Look at it. Right now. It's so buns. Yeah, you might want to look at that. Look at mine. Like, mine's the most embarrassing thing humanly wide.
I don't know about that.
Just look at it real quick.
Hold on, I'm almost done.
Or
Just giving it a nice solid outline. Because when it gets to the camera, it gets all fucked up. Okay, let me take a picture of this shit.
you'll look at it. Or you'll look at mine.
Like this.
Somebody gonna get a hurt real
Or
bad.
is somebody going to get hurt real bad? Or yes, very much so. Okay. Now let's see if... Oh, oops, that's not just record. For fuck's sakes. God damn it. Get out of here. Stop! Stop, bro! Stop! Whew. Okay. All right. Void, that's so much better than mine. Oh
No,
my
it's not.
god. They look like vases. I don't.
No, they don't.
They do.
No, they don't.
Like, you could, like...
Go back to normal, bitch. This shit ass accent
Mine
is
looks
killing
like
me.
it's tipping over the other one.
Okay, just wait for it.
That one? Now I'm gonna be the judge. I'm scared, bro. For yours.
Mine's-
Yeah, I took in Scatman and it didn't do anything.
Well, your thing is, yours is small. Right? I did mine an entire fucking page. I don't know why it's upside down. That's really fucking weird. Okay.
Yeah, I did the Scatman thing and it didn't do anything.
Okay, there we go. Edit. Crop. True. Definitely. See, I want to know if there's cheap viewers, what are expensive viewers? Right? Like, that's what I want to know.
Expensive viewers are like me just spamming TNC check-ins. Or spamming stuff that's really expensive. Oh, ad break soon. Ads. There's ads.
Fucking ads.
Send your picture in Discord, I'm gonna look at it.
Yeah, I'm sending it with my other account, on my phone.
What's it called?
It's just a talks. God damn it, save, motherfucker. Did it save? I have no fucking idea.
I say my ghost face spider is 10 times better than the vases.
The what?
That my ghost face lighter,
Oh, Ghostface Fighter is better than the vases. I see.
I guarantee.
Okay, are you ready for this shit?
Yeah, I'm gonna close my eyes and tell me when to open them. Send it in general. Okay, tell me when.
It didn't crop it. The hell? No. Fuck off. How do I get rid of it now? Or did I already post it?
Alright, do I?
I can't tell. Did I already post it?
I'll, yeah, you posted it. I'm only looking
Okay,
at
well, it
your
was
name
supposed to be
now.
cropped so you couldn't see the shit on the ground, but it doesn't really matter.
Okay, well, let's see, it talks, and you want me to open my eyes now?
Yeah, open your eyes, look at my vases.
Yeah, yours is better.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Mine
Look, well,
is
they're literally like lopsided. Look at this. Like, this
but
is what
look
it would
at
look like if
mine.
I
Mine
made a
looks
vase
like-
in real life out of fucking clay. At least yours are tall.
Look at the fact. Here, now you try to draw my ghost face lighter, and I'll rate it.
Okay.
Don't try to make the ghost face lighter too big.
I'm doing the whole page. Fuck.
Oh, alright.
Well. Maybe we could work with this.
You don't gotta add the stuff on the top part, but on the opening. I'm gonna jump on my screen.
Lurkin,
Okay.
yo, what's up, Chris AM? True, brother.
Hey, I'm gonna jump on my screen.
Alright, sounds
Are you
good.
ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1. I don't know if you heard any of that.
No, I didn't hear shit.
You have a hearing problem.
I really, really do.
Alright, time to jump on it again and see if you can hear. I'm gonna suplex it. Oh. Oh. Are you still trying to draw my ghost face lighter?
Yeah, it's fucking horrible. This is so bad.
No, I guarantee it's better than mine. What
Oh
I
my
just did.
God, this is so bad.
You
Oh,
call
God.
it that, and then it's better than mine. Alright, Scott, I'm about to take off my headphones, and then I'm going to professional dive onto my phone.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna do it now.
Okay, there you go. There you go! What do you think? Shut up! Shut up! Yours is way better!
No, I know mine is way better. I'm laughing at yours.
That's...
Look at the face, bro. What is that? Ninja.
I gotta use the retard emote. Hold on,
No,
where's
what is
where's the
that?
retard
Hey.
emote?
What is this? What is that face? What is that? Oh my god.
Fuck, it's so good.
Alright, now try to draw my distance drawing. It's up more.
Oh my god.
Or try to draw my profile picture. Just my profile. Then I'll read it.
Gojo's face?
Yeah, just do that. My profile picture.
Okay, I have a cheat code because I have Gojo on my wall.
No!
So I can just look up, and I'm gonna use that to draw him from,
No,
from the
cheater.
wall.
Cheater. Cheater.
It's still gonna look bad. You're gonna be like, wait, that's you, like... That's you, like, looking at it? That's not just from scratch? Dude, I can't imagine what it would look like if it... Okay, this is what it would look like if it was just from scratch from my mind.
I'm watching your stream. Oh, no.
That'd be Gojo.
Just try to draw mine. Mine's cute. Brother. What? Why you do like that?
I'm so dirty!
Why
Poor
you do like
Gojo!
that?
Oh god.
That guy looks like he went through a war against Sasuke, bro. and he tricked to once. And then Sasuke won. Sasuke won, bro. Like, what is this? I gotta leave the Discord real quick. I need to
go touch some fucking grass. Holy shit. It put my whole life into perspective. 3, 2, 1, go.
Alright, I'm gonna leave the Discord call for a second. Just 1 second. Scotty,
Mm-hmm.
why he look like that?
What?
Look, he look. Hold up, I'm gonna draw. I'm gonna draw the worst possible dojo I can, and then you're gonna rate it out of 10.
Okay.
I'm about to be done in less than like 3 seconds. All right, let me get the face. Yeah, let me get his hair. Oh yeah, he look drippy. He look drippy. He look drippy. Yeah. He look drippy. Oh no, hold up. Let me draw him again. I did it bad. Hold up. Well, it's supposed to be bad, but like, not that bad. Oh my fat cat's crushing water bottles. You're about to cause the Titanic to sink again. Except, a cruise ship, bro. Holy. My cat's not that. Alright, I'm about to take a picture, bro. It looks so bad.
Okay, you ready for my...
You know. What? Did you try to draw my profile? Oh no. I'm scared now.
They're never gonna allow me to have a pen again.
There, now look at general chat. Bro, he looked like a monkey. What are those ears? Mine looks 10 times better. Bro, that's so good. I can call it runs, bro. I can call it runs, bro. Holy. Never draw again.
Oh my god, I'm done.
That thing looks so bad I can call it runs and call it a day. Holy. Bro,
And
you
that was
look like a
me.
monkey.
That was
Welcome.
that was
Welcome
me
to the
trying to copy
anime
this.
Welcome to the anime zoo. First off, we have the monkey Gojo. He looks like a monkey, and someone off a Twitch stream drew him. And now everyone sits and laughs at the monkey.
This is what I was copying.
Oh no!
Which they're the same picture.
Alright, I'm gonna draw a banana.
They're clearly the
If you
same
can't draw the
picture.
banana, I'm gonna be mad. What? Nah.
They're the same picture.
That is not. That is not what I was expecting at all.
This is one thing. Is like, okay. I have an amazing, dude. I have an amazing idea, guys. I have an amazing idea. Okay, so we're gonna take this picture, right? We're gonna download this. Okay, right? And we're gonna take we're gonna take this, right? Okay. Okay. So,
See, I'm gonna draw something different.
okay. So, taking these two images and comparing them, using them as a standard of the first image, the black and white one is amateur, and the colored one is professional. Taking a scale of these levels of drawing, can you create an image on that scale that would represent this story? And we're gonna take do we have anything else? Let's take where's one of our old ones? Is it in the trash? Where's one of, like, where's our old stories? I don't understand. Oh, YouTube done? Rebel weapon. Heart of Darkness? Which one is this? Device of the Dead. You know what? Fuck it. Let's just do it. I don't even care. Let's just do it with this. Story. Can you draw the image of a banana as the reference that this story hits a scale of on writing? So take the image scale of amateur to professional and apply it across the board to my writing, comparing it to a professional, then drawing a banana at the level that my writing equates to. Okay, so we are taking our story and we are turning it into an image. Let's see how good of a story I have when it's compared to its image base. No, that's just a picture of a banana. So yeah, that didn't really work. I didn't think it would, but I had to, like, try. Can you draw a banana like a child would? Hand drawn. Terrible drawing. Thing is, can we get it to do bad stuff? Because I feel like that's more like it. Yeah. That's a better, that's this image. First image is probably a good representation of where my writing is at compared to a professional. What do you think? I love doing this shit. It's so much fun just seeing. The first banana and one realistic lighting, so blemishes. Your story sits in a very similar spot in the professional. Okay, no, it's just being retarded. Now it's just being retarded. Yeah, no, it's just being retarded. Oh, well, we tried. But yeah, if we took my writing and we turned it into a banana, guys, I think this is what my writing would look like as a banana. Okay, this is what my writing would be if it was an image. You guys ready for this? Are you ready for my banana? You make me feel like you're not there anymore, boy. Did you? He did fuck off. Wait, he left? I've been talking to myself this whole time? Well, I mean, I'm always talking to myself, but you know, it is what it is. But yeah, okay, this is what my writing is. If it was a drawing. That's about it. That's about what it would be, right? But hey, it is what it is, right? Not much to it or for it. So in that case, we might as well at this point, right? What is this? Okay. Why did someone at me with this? What is this? Who is this? I don't even know why I'm tagged in this. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Yeah, so let's move on to Eye of the World, because obviously drawing is not, it's not for me, man. I can keep trying, but it's like, it's whew. I'm not steady with a pen, let's just say that. I got other skills. I try to work on what I know and what I got, not what's, you know. I mean, it's fun to do that, but it's not something I'm ever going to actually consider putting a significant amount of time into, because, you know, I know where the plateau is. I'd rather focus on my writing, because that's truly what I enjoy. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright then, moving on to The Great Hunt, Chapter 2. Oh, the welcome. The halls of Valdara keep their smooth stone walls sparsely decorated with elegantly simple tapestries and painted screens, bustled with news of the Amberlin seat's imminent arrival. Servants in black and gold darted about their tasks, running to prepare rooms or carry orders to the kitchens, moaning that they could not have everything ready for so great a personage when they had had no warning. Dark-eyed warriors, their heads shaven except for a topknot bound with a leather cord, did not run, but haste filled their steps, and their faces shone with an excitement normally reserved for battle. Some of the men spoke as Rand hurried past. "Ah, there you are, Rand al'Thor. Peace favor your sword. On your way to clean up? You'll want to look your best when you are presented to the Amberlin seat. She'll want to see you and your 2 friends as well as the women you can count on. You could count on it." He trotted toward the broad stairs, wide enough for 20 men abreast, that led up to the men's apartments. The Amberlin herself come with no more warning than the pack peddler. Must be because of Moiraine Sedai and you southerners, eh? What else? The wide, iron-bound doors of the men's apartment stood open and half jammed with top-knotted men buzzing with the Amerlin's arrival. "Oh, Southlander! The Amerlin's here! Come for you and your friends, I suppose. Peace! What honor for you! She seldom leaves Tar-Valon. She's never come to the borderlands in my memory." He fended them all off with a few words. He had to wash. Find a clean shirt. No time to talk. They thought they understood and let him go. Not a one of them knew a thing except that he and his friends traveled in company with an Aes Sedai. The two of his friends were women who were going to Tar-Valon to train as Aes Sedai. But their words stabbed at him as if they knew everything. "She's come for me." He dashed through the men's apartments, darted into the room he shared with Matt and Perrin, and froze. His jaw dropped in astonishment. The room was filled with women wearing the black and gold, all working purposefully. It was not a big room, and its windows, a pair of tall, narrow arrow slits looking down on one of the inner courtyards, did nothing to make it seem larger. 3 beds on black and white tilted platforms, each with a chest at the foot. 3 plain chairs, a wash stand by the door, and a tall, wide wardrobe crowded the room. The 8 women in there seemed like fish in a basket. The women barely glanced at him, and went right on, clearing his clothes, and Matt and Perrin's, out of the wardrobe and replacing them with new. Anything found in the pockets was put atop the chests, and the old clothes were bundled up carelessly like rags. "What are you doing?" he demanded when he caught his breath. "Those are my clothes!" One of the women sniffed and poked a finger through the tear in the sleeve of his only coat, then added it to the pile on the floor. Another, a black-haired woman with a big ring of keys at her waist, set her eyes on him. That was Alansu, Shatayan of the Keep. Thought of the sharp-faced woman as a housekeeper, though the house she kept was a fortress and scores of servants did her bidding. Moiraine Sedai said all of your clothes are worn out, and the Lady Amelisa had new made to give you. Just keep out of our way, she added firmly, and we will be done the quicker. There were few men the Shatayan could not bully into doing as she wished. Some said even Lord Agelmar, and she plainly did not expect any trouble with one man young enough to be her son. He swallowed what he had been going to say. There was no time for arguing. The Amerlin's seat could be sending him for him at any moment. "Honor to the Lady Amelisa for her gift," he managed, after the Shanarian way. "And honor to you, Alansu Shatayan. Please, convey my words to the Lady Amelisa, and tell her I said heart and soul to serve. That ought to satisfy the Shanaran love of ceremony for both women. But now, if you'll pardon me, I want to change." "That is well," Alansu said comfortably. Moiraine Sedai said to remove all the old, every stitch, small clothes too. Several of the women eyed him sideways. None of them made a move toward the door. He bit his cheek to keep from laughing hysterically. Many ways were different in Shinar from what he was used to, and there were some to which he would never become accustomed if he lived forever. He had taken to bathing in small hours of the morning when the big, tiled pools were empty of people, after he discovered that at any other time a woman might well climb into the water with him. It could be a scullion, or the Lady Amelisa, Lord Egelmar's sister herself. The baths were one place in Shinar where there was no rank, expecting him to scrub her back in return for the same favor, asking him why his face was so red. Had he taken too much sun? They had soon learned to recognize his blushes for what they were, and not a woman in the keep had seemed fascinated by them. Not a woman in the keep, but seemed fascinated by them. That's an odd sentence structure, but okay. Some of this is like the language in this is like, I'm not 100% of this, but this is like 30-year-old sentence structure, right? Essentially. By this point, compared to what the society is now, this is old fucking English. I might be dead or worse in another hour, and they're waiting to see me blush. He cleared his throat. If you wait outside, I will pass the rest to you. On my honor. One of the women gave a soft chortle, and even Elansu's lips twitched. But the Châtillon nodded, and directed the other women to gather up the bundles they had made. She was the last to leave, and she paused in the doorway to add, Boots, too, Moiraine Sedai said everything. He opened his mouth and closed it again. His boots, at least, were certainly still good, made by Alwyn Alvan, cobbler back in Edmund's Field, and well broken in and comfortable. But if giving up his boots would make the Châtillon leave him alone, he could go. So he could go. He would give her the boots. And anything else she wanted. He had no time. Yes, yes, of course, on my honor. He pushed on the door, forcing her out. Alone, he dropped into his bed to take off his boots. They were still good, a little worn, the leather cracked here and there, but still wearable, and well broken in to fit his feet. Then hastily stripped off, piling everything atop the books, and washed at the basin just as quickly. The water was cold. The water was always cold in the men's apartments. The wardrobe had 3 wide doors carved in the simple Shinaran manner. Fucking ads! Goddamn ads! Fuck! Why? Why they gotta be ads? I don't trust ads. I don't like ads. I don't want ads, but ads are here to stay. So I'll accept the ads and do the ads of what they does, 'cause ads are doing ad things. I don't know what ads will do, but you'll do more than ads. So don't worry, we got many ads. Here we are and up and there, over and under, in and out. It's an ad, you're an ad. Don't forget to be an ad. Tell your ads what you need. See your ads for what they are. It's an ad. Oh, ads. Yay, ads. Who wants ads? I want ads. We all need to be inside the ads. So help me. The ads are in me. I'll give you ads too. Right? Ads are the biggest part of what we do. We need the ads so you can see the poo in what we do. 'Cause we know it's not true. You don't need ads, but we want them, so here they are. 3, 2, 1, talk! Alright. Back at her. The wardrobe had 3 wide doors carved in the single Shanaran manner, suggesting more than showing a series of waterfalls and rocky pools. Pulling open the center door, he stared for a moment at what had replaced few garments he had brought with him. A dozen high-collared coats of the finest wool, as well as cut as any as he had ever seen on a merchant's back or a lord's, most embroidered like feast day clothes. A dozen. 3 shirts for every coat, both linen and silk, with wide sleeves and tight cuffs. 2 cloaks. 2. When he had made do with one at a time all his life. One cloak was plain, stout wool and dark green. The other, deep blue, with a stiff standing collar embroidered in gold and with herons. And high on the left breast, where a lord would wear his sign. His hand drifted to the cloak of its own accord, as if uncertain what they would feel. His fingers brushed the stitching of the serpent curled almost into a circle, but a serpent with 4 legs and a lion's golden mane, scaled in crimson and gold, its feet each tipped with 5 golden claws. His hand jerked back as if burned. I'd help me. Was it Annalisa had this made, or Moiraine? How many saw it? How many know what it is, what it means? Even one is too many. Burn me! She's trying to get me killed! Bloody Moiraine won't even talk to me, but now she's given me bloody new clothes to die in. A rap at the door sent him leaping half out of his skin. Are you done? Came Alonsu's voice. Every stitch now. Perhaps I had better creak as if they were trying with a knob. With a start, Rand realized he was still naked. I'm done! He shouted. Peace, don't come in! Hurriedly gathered up what he had been wearing, boots and all. I'll bring them! Hiding behind the door, he opened it just wide enough to shove the bundle into the arms of the Chatayan. That's everything! She tried to peer through the gap. Are you sure? Moiraine said I said everything. Perhaps I had better just look. Stop staring at my dick! It's everything, he growled. On my honor! Shouldered the door shut in her face and heard laughter from the other side. Muttering under his breath, he dressed hurriedly. He would not put it past any of them to find some excuse to come bullying in anyway. The gray breeches were snugger than he was used to, but still comfortable, and the shirt, with its billowy sleeves, was white enough to satisfy any good wife in Edmund's Field on laundry day. The knee-high boots fit as if he had worn them a year. He hoped it was just a good cobbler and not more Ace Sedai work. Fucking nose going crazy on me! It's going crazy on me! Excuse me. All of these clothes would make a pack as big as he was, yet he had grown used to the comfort of clean shirts again, of not wearing the same breeches day after day until sweat and dirt made them as stiff as his boots, then wearing them still. He took his saddlebags from his chest and stuffed what he could into them, then reluctantly spread the fancy cloak out on the bed and piled a few more shirts and breeches on that. Folded with the dangerous sigil inside and tied with a cord looped so it could be slung on a shoulder. It looked not much different from the packs he had seen carried by other young men on the road. A peal of trumpets rolled through the arrow slits, trumpets calling a fanfare from outside the walls, trumpets answering from the keep towers. I'll pick out the stitching when I get a chance, he muttered. He had seen women picking out embroidery when they had made a mistake or changed their mind on the pattern, but it did not look very hard. The rest of the clothes, most of them in fact, he stuffed back into the wardrobe. No need to leave evidence of flight to be found by the first person to poke a head in after he went. Still frowning, he knelt beside his bed. He tilted the tiled platforms on which the beds rested were stoves, where a small fire damped down to burn all night could keep the bed warm through the worst night in the Shanaran winter. The nights were still cooler than he was used to this time of year, but blankets were enough for warmth now. Pulling open the firebox door, he turned out a bundle he could not leave behind. He was glad Alansu had not thought anyone would keep clothes in there. Setting the bundle atop the blankets, he untied one end in particular and partially unfolded it. A gleeman's cloak, turned inside out to hide the hundreds of patches that covered it, patches in every size and color imaginable. The cloak itself was sound enough. The patches were a gleeman's badge. Had been a gleeman's badge. Inside nestled 2 hard leather cases. The larger held a harp, which he never touched. The harp was never meant for a farmer's clumsy fingers, boy. The other, long and slim, contained the gold and silver chased flute he had used to earn his supper in bed more than once since leaving home. Marilyn had taught him to play the flute before the Gleeman died. Rand could never touch it without remembering Thom, with his sharp blue eyes and his long white mustache, shoving a bundled cloak into his hands and shouting for him to run, and then Thom had run himself, knives appearing magically in his hands as if he were performing to face the Myrddraal that was coming to kill them. I still wonder if Thom is alive or not. I feel like he probably is, because there's probably more to him, especially like if you can juggle and do all that shit, imagine like replacing all of that entertainment gear with fucking weapons, right? Like the acrobatics and everything. Like I have this like huge imagining of Thom literally just, because he knows he can't beat the Myrddraal. He has to run away, and maybe he gets like fucked up or something like that, but I think he's out there alive somewhere, and he's doing his own thing. Like he went to Ilion, and they're gonna find him in Ilion, and he's like doing his own like research and shit like that, and he's like, of course he's heard about them and stuff, but he's like, you know, good for them doing their own thing. That's what I hope, you know, but who knows? No one faces a Myrddraal and lives. Everyone knows that. With a shiver, he readied the bundle. That's all over with. Thinking of the wind on the tower top, he added, strange things happened this close to the Blight. He was not sure he believed it, not the way Lan had apparently meant it. In any case, even without the Amyrlin seat, it was past time for him to be gone from Faldara. Shrugging into the coat he had just kept out, it was a deep, dark green, and made him think of the forests at home, Tam's Westwood farm where he had grown up, and the Waterwood where he had learned to swim. He buckled the heron-marked sword in his waist and hung his quiver, bristling with arrows, on the other side. His unstrung bow stood propped in the corner with mats and parens, stave 2 hands taller than he was. He had made it himself since coming to Faldara, and besides him, only Lan and Perrin could draw it. Stuffing his blanket roll and his new cloak through the loops on his bundles, slung the pair from his shoulder, tossed the saddlebags atop the cords, and grabbed the bow. Leave the sword arm free, he thought. Make them think I'm dangerous. Maybe somebody will. Cracking the door revealed the hall all but empty. One liveried servant dashed by, but he never so much as glanced at Rand. As soon as the man's rapid footfalls faded, Rand slipped out into the corridor. Tried to walk naturally, casually, but with saddlebags on his shoulder and bundles on his back, he knew he looked like what he was, a man setting out on a journey and not meaning to come back. The trumpets called again, sounding fainter here inside the keep. He had a horse, a tall bay stallion in the north stable called the Lord's Stable, close by the Sally gate that the Lord Egelmar used when he went riding. Neither the Lord of Faldara nor any of his family will be riding today, though, and the stable might be empty except for the stable boys. There were 2 ways to reach the Lord's Stable from Rand's room. One would take him all the way around the keep, behind Lord Egelmar's private garden, then down the far side and through the farrier's smithy, likewise certainly empty now, to the stable yard. Time enough that way for orders to be given for a search to start before he reached his horse. The other was far shorter. First across the outer courtyard, where even now the Amyrlin seat was arriving with another dozen or more Aes Sedai. Skin prickled at the thought. He had had more than enough of Aes Sedai for any sane lifetime. One was too many. All the stories said it, and he knew it for a fact. But he was not surprised when his feet took him toward the outer courtyard. He would never see legendary Tar Valon. He could not afford that risk, now or ever. But he might catch a glimpse of the Amyrlin seat before he left. That would be as much as seeing a queen. There can't be anything dangerous in just looking from a distance. I'll keep moving and be gone before she ever knows I was there. Dude, they're Aes Sedai, they're witches. They're gonna know you're there. Rand, stop being dumb. He opened a heavy iron-strapped door onto the outer courtyard and stepped out into silence. People forested the guard walk atop every wall, top-knotted soldiers and liveried servants and menials still in their muck, all pressed together, cheek by jowl, with children sitting on shoulders to look over their elders' heads or squeezing in to peer around waists and knees. Every archer's balcony was packed like a barrel of apples, and faces even showed in the narrow arrow slits on the walls. A thick mass of people bordered the courtyard like another wall, and all of them watched and waited in silence. He pushed his way along the wall in front of the smithies and Fletcher's, stalls that lined the court. Valdara was a fortress, not a palace. Despite its size and grim grandeur, and everything about it served that end, apologizing quietly to the people that he jostled. Some looked around with a frown, and a few gave a second stare to his saddlebags and bundles, but none broke the silence. Most did not even bother to look at who had bumped past them. He could easily see over the heads of most of them, enough to make out clearly what was going on in the courtyard, just inside the main gate. A line of men stood beside their horses, 14 of them. No two were the same kind of armor and carried the same sort of sword, and none looked like Lan. But Rand did not doubt they were warders. Round faces, square faces, long faces, narrow faces. They all had the look as if they saw things other men did not see, heard things other men did not hear. Standing at their ease, they looked as deadly as a pack of wolves. Only one other thing about them was alike. One and all, they wore the color-shifting cloak that he had first seen on land. The cloak that often seemed to fade into whatever was behind it. It did not make for easy watching or a still stomach. So many men in those cloaks. A dozen paces in front of the warders, a row of women stood by their horses' heads, the cowls of their cloaks thrown back. He could count them now. 14. 14 Aes Sedai. They must be tall and short, slender and plump, dark and fair, hair cut short or long, hanging loose down their backs or braided. Their clothes were as different as the warders were, in as many cuts and colors as there were women. Okay, Callie, did you see this? So we did an experiment. So, what would happen if we took our writing and transformed our writing into an image? And if our story was a banana, what would the image of the banana look like with our level of writing? Do you want to see the answer to that question, Callie? This is what my writing looks like as a picture. Oh, I tried with AI. Do you want to see what one the AI gave me? This is the one the AI gave me. It's like a pepperoni. This is what it said Stoner Girl evolution would look like as a banana. I don't believe it, though. I think it's more like this. What do you mean I'm placing a huge constraint? What do you mean by that? I'm just fucking around, Callie. But what do you mean by that? It's not quite masterpiece literary fiction. That would be like a banana photographed by National Geographic Pro with perfect studio lighting and zero imperfections, but it's definitely past the amateur stage. It's competent, engaging, and has genuine style, solidity, and the professional indie author's strong online fiction range. It's just a banana is what I mean. I'm autistic. It's autistic. I don't know when someone's fucking around. Oh, because I said make it into an image instead of just being like, could you take this story and based on the level of writing it is at, could you transfer that skill level into artistry and show me a rendition of the story in the relative skill of drawing compared to my writing skill. Absolutely reinforce that shit. Here is the story. Okay, let's see what it gives us. Yo, prompt is wordy as full. Yeah, I try to make them as wordy and repetitive so that it's like it reinforces the same thing over and over. Why? What would you put as the prompt? Well, it already said it needs to, it needs to learn how to draw shitty. Guys, the AI needs to learn how to draw shitty because my story is so bad. wait, is it literally trying to make... Wait, dude, what the fuck? It's... What is it doing? What is this? Dude, it's making images of... Dude, this is epic. This is epic. What? I've never seen AI try to do this before. That's the greatest thing I've ever seen. Okay, take that idea and generate an image that would portray that level of skill. So crappy, I wouldn't even give you the honor. AI generated image. It's like, it's so bad, I'm just using circles, slashes, and dashes. Okay, you know, I can get behind this. Yeah, okay. Okay, you know. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. That's not that bad, right? Like, it's not this. This is getting bookmarked. This shit is fucking hilarious. I want to see what this looks like if I just fucking copy and paste it. Yes, literally. It's making fucking stick figures, guys. I mean, that's a pretty... I mean, it's definitely ingenious. Like, damn, I'm surprised it can do that. That's pretty fucking impressive. Holy shit. Yeah, I definitely think this one. I think this one's, like, what we should be aiming for. This is what we should be aiming for in, like, 3 months. But I think this is, like, where we are, like, right now. I definitely feel that. But that oh my god, that shit's hilarious. That shit's hilarious. Callie, can I do the same thing with your story? Can I drop one of your chapters in here and see what it does with it? With the exact same prompt? I kind of want to do that, but I want your permission to do it before I do it. There's the prompt. I'm gonna try and open my grinder again. Shit pisses me off so much. Rebecca! Yeah, this shit ain't opening. This shit ain't opening. Maybe I should have asked for a grinder for my fucking... for Christmas. Fuck. Okay, and then post it in the Discord, Callie. I want to see this shit. See what it does with the exact same prompt. See if it gives you immediately the image, or if you ask it to generate it. I did ask it to draw. Right, I think that might be the one downside of the... But I thought it interpreted it and it tried to do what it can, even though I always try to ask it to make, you know, the stylistic anime, cell-style 1980s hand-drawn stuff. It looks fucking badass as shit. And I can't wait till the point where it can actually, like, full-on do that shit. And then animate it. And we can have, like, minute-long clips. Yo! What did it give you, Callie? Are you a fucking genius? Oh, shit! Now, Callie, we have to do it with a professional. Now do it with a professional story. And see what you get out of it. Oh, that's a good one. 3, 2, 1, toke! Are you done, Callie? Did you get it? Okay, so we're taking this prompt. And we're gonna take a chapter from Choke. So we need to go viewer stories. Where's Choke? Yo, what's up, Callie? I can hear your mic shuffling, but I can't hear you.
Hello.
Yo, what's up?
Do you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're a little quiet?
Do you want me to share the screen? Because I feel like it just... Okay, I'm just gonna share the screen with you. Wait, should I... I mean, your stream I want to see. Wow. Oh, yeah.
Hey guys, it's calling me amazing. My writing is amazing, apparently. It's top tier shit. What did it say? Very high skill level. Sharp, visceral, darkly funny, and full of precise, unflinching detail that pulls the reader right in to the discomfort and humanity of the scenes. Professional grade stuff. This excerpt feels straight out of Chuck, which it is.
Okay.
Of course, it knows that it is.
The image it gave me. Well, it gave me 2 images.
Damn, guys. Damn. Them some images right there. Some professionalism.
Wait, is that the... Are those the images?
From Choke. I gave it chapter 13 of Choke and it made me this. Damn, that's
Look at
powerful.
mine. I sent you it
Where is it, Callie?
in the chat. The chat for the...
I don't know what you mean. I don't see it anywhere.
Man, you're like molasses. You're like, I would eat you, but I mean, do you eat molasses? People eat molasses.
Not really. Hey, I don't know,
Okay.
Callie. Where did you post it? I don't see anything.
I don't know what molasses is.
Like-
We need an AI generated channel.
For what do you mean?
AI art generated. AI
Like
generated.
in the
art,
Discord?
freaking English. In the Discord.
We can do that?
Why can't? Why not?
Why not? I mean, yeah, if you can do that, I'm down for that. But Callie, where did you post your image, or where did you post whatever?
I would
it
just
is?
send it to you in DMs if I.
Why? Just put it...
In pics.
Yeah.
But we put art in pic. What do we put in pics? We just put regular.
That's why
We
there's
need AI.
That's why there's the pics, and then there's art you made. Like, they're different things, right? Pics is just like random shit, right?
But it's stuff we made. We need a channel.
No,
for stuff
there's
AI.
there's an actual thing called art
I
you
posted it. I posted the thing AI made when I posted the.
Did you put it in art you made?
Yeah.
Why would you put it in art you made?
I have no idea. I'm confused as fuck. That's why we need an AI thing.
Art you made is art that you made. Pics is just pictures of random stuff, right? This could literally be a picture of anything. But this is like, oh, this is clearly art that you made, right?
Horrible AI art that AI made.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll post mine. So this is a level of skill between us, Callie. This is my fucking writing. This is your writing.
I gave it the same prompt.
Yeah, that what goes to prove that your writing is way better than mine. It even gave you an image. You didn't have to tell it. No, generate me an image. It's like, oh, I can't make an image that shitty though. Fuck.
Wait, let's take a famous author now.
I already did that. That was Chuck Palahniuk. And it
What
came
was-
up
That
with...
was the dude with the huge belly.
Yeah, that's what they came up with this. It literally came up with an actual image because it was like, this is so good. This is so great. This is so amazing. This is what it is.
What the fuck? I got an ad.
Oh my god, too funny.
Help me. Get me out
God,
of
your
here.
nose is freaking out. Fuck ads.
Get me the fuck out. I hate everything.
I hate the fact I was late today.
But why? You're here.
How could I ever be late?
Wait a minute. I made something last night when my internet went off.
Your internet went off? That sucks. What do you do when the internet goes out? Yeah,
I slept.
yeah, pretty much, right? Alright, nap time!
I took what the hell? You added more channels?
Huh? When?
You added more channels in the collab discussion.
Oh, yeah, just so people could, do collabs and stuff. Yeah, I keep adding fucking random channels. Everything's a mess. The Discord's a fucking mess.
By the way, I saw some of the like anime checks that you had on your stream, and I screenshotted it.
Nice.
Because I
You know those are all from just random YouTube videos of, like, funk music and shit like that. Like, electro music. That you can just, like, look up, like, EDM, sexy anime bitches YouTube shit. That's literally what I did. And I just took, like, 4 videos and I put them together. Literally what I did. What are you doing? Who are you betraying me with, Callie? I heard my name. I heard Scott sucks. How dare you? That's what I heard in the background, Callie. You got someone in there who's dissing me? Motherfucker.
What do you mean?
I don't know, but I'll take you down, brother. How dare you? How dare you motherfucking diss me? Huh?
You suck.
Fuck you. Only I'm allowed to diss me, okay? Fucking piece of shit I am.
Suck.
Hey, I'm more a piece of shit than you are. I can prove it, okay?
Look at the Discord. I
I am.
posted something.
Where?
in media to watch, I think. Yeah,
Okay.
in media to watch. You should listen to it. Hello, everyone.
It's a little quiet.
At the time of this recording, there is no internet in my home, and I am currently
Really quiet.
insane.
I don't even know if I can hear it.
Please save me. Hey, this is Callie. I have a voice like Johnny Cash and skin like Michael Jackson before he bleached himself. I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I fell down a burning ring of fire.
It got a little bit louder as it went by. You got that reverb going on, Callie.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Roar. Roar, 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 roar.
I just hear like myself echoing and reverbing in the background.
Yeah, I hear it.
Just like that's why you gotta wear headphones, because then the mic will pick up the sound from like the audio source. That's why you gotta.
Screw that and screw the earth.
Okay, well you can fuck Earth all you want, but sometimes it don't fuck back. If you get Earth pregnant, Callie, you have to take care of all of us. Okay.
I have to kill. Well, I'm no
Okay.
father. I'm the one who gets adopted.
Okay.
I am the one. I am
we
the
ready?
one. Don't need the gun to run.
Are you ready to go to the next page? Are you ready? I am ready. I know where we are going, okay?
I can't do accents.
You just have to try. Listen to accents and learn how to do it, because that will help you with learning how to do different character processes with syntax. Damn, Callie, that finished me. Holy shit. Woo!
Is that a good growl?
Yes. It made me come. No! I'm oversensitive! Ah!
Okay, which one is a better growl? This one? Or this one?
Well, they're two different types, right? One's an aggressive, one's a defensive. Yeah, that's like a defensive, like, hey, don't come near me, that's territorial.
Okay, now what type is this one?
That's like the looming, I'm coming for you.
Okay, what about...
I just kicked you in the face. The fuck is this pussy ass little bitch chihuahua? Okay, that was legit. What was that?
That was me laughing.
I thought that was a chihuahua bark. Okay, now I understand. That was a little more of the, you know. The first one sounded so much like a fucking chihuahua's bark. You were trying to do another bark. Oh my fucking god. This is why we need to do a podcast, Callie. I think this shit would pop off. I still have the first episode. It's just chilling there. Waiting for you to be like, okay, let's do another episode.
You have to like catch me off guard though. You have to lie to me.
I
and be
thought
like,
you
"Okay,
told
we're
me
not
not
doing
to catch you off
a
guard and you have to
podcast."
plan it and you have to take your time. Stop lying to me about changing your mind. You know what, Callie? I'm just, you know what? I'm just gonna go back. I'm gonna find all the points when you're on chat and I'm just gonna put those together and call it a podcast.
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué?
I'm gonna call it the viewer
Stop,
cast. It's viewer cast.
Oh my
Where
God, my
I
dog.
engage with my viewers. We just sit on Discord and be retarded. It'll get 1 million views, guys. Trust me.
That was like a chihuahua. I think. My drawing is bad. I feel like I'm starting to lose momentum on my drawings.
My friend had a fucking chihuahua. It's so goddamn. You gotta like inhale. You gotta be like, but you're like, and then you open your mouth really
Okay.
wide. You're like,
I can do it.
and then do like a bap. Do like bap.
I think my mom's gonna think I'm dying.
I was just saying, what the fuck is he doing up there?
Up there, I only have 1 floor. I'm not.
I meant me. I was talking about me. Like, anyone who can hear me, but usually I'm like, I ask, and people are like, I have no idea. Or people will ask me, like, what do you even do when you stream? And I'm like, wait, you don't hear me acting like a fucking retard and screaming and freaking out and shit? And they're like, no. And I'm like, well, yeah, maybe one of these days you should tune in. And they're like, maybe not. I know who you are. And I'm like, yeah, you made the right choice there, bro. It's like, I know you in real life. I don't think I need to have more interaction than that. It's too much for me.
Man,
Oh.
I hurt myself today to see if I still feel. Is that good for you?
Yeah, you need more of like the growl and the rasp in the voice.
I hurt myself
No,
today.
no, that's
to
growl.
see
You
if
just
I
need
still
a rasp.
feel.
Like you got that old man gravity.
Okay.
You do what you got. I hurt myself today
To see
to see if I still feel. Yeah, you gotta put the strain on your bones. If you don't got the feeling in the back of your throat, you ain't got no fun. You'll be what you at. I tell
Hello, thank you for
you,
calling
you
customer
got-
support. You have to do that now.
Do what?
You have to do the hello, thank you for calling customer support.
No, thank you for calling this customer support. Now, can I help you? Oh, hold on 1 second, please. We'll go on to the next call.
What?
Oh, no, sir. Sorry, but I tried to put you on call.
I'm
But how are you
redeeming
doing right now?
fucking now.
What are you doing? What is your problem? What do you need, sir?
Redeem this shit.
Just because you don't know what it is. Okay, I can tell you very much right now. Is you going to go to class and come back. You don't know what is already. You cannot do it. I'll tell you what you do is you go put your skin in and get out. Okay? That is what you have to do. You take it in, you go out, you go in, you go out, you go over.
Look at the redeem.
You got what you do is you get about what you know what is funny is you get the redeem and you can do what you do, but if
Redeem's
it's
right
get man, you
fucking
do what you do and you get what you do and you do what you get and you go to what you do and you do go God to scat
Fuck
go.
you.
Go get go. Chip pop pop wop.
Skippity bop.
Skippy bop beep boop
My leg really hurts.
I'm a scat man.
See if I can summon Smokey.
Scared man. I'm not listening because then it would echo. But I can see the crazy bald man. Crazy bald man with mustache. I'm a scat man. Ba-ba-da-ba-boo-ba-doo-bop. Boo-ba-doo-bop, ba-ba-da-ba-boo-bop. Ba-ba-doo-bop-boo-ba-doo-bop. Boop-ba-doo-bop. I like the Asian lady. The Asian lady is my favorite. And I don't have an Asian fetish or anything. I just, you know.
The state of the condition insults my intuition, and it only makes me crazy and a hard like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message.
Why aren't you talking?
As a matter of fact,
So,
nothing
Huh?
but the scat
What's
man.
that?
So can you? I'm the scat man.
I can't hear you. Porque me hiciste esto? The Asian
Hey,
one.
we got none of that up in here. Order to go to drink it another later. You can hear already. You do it. You go to other thing. That is not English. English only. No, it's because you can speak English. Okay? Don't tell me. Speak English.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Do you motherfucking speak English? Is it not to know what English is? English is not what the English goes called.
English,
English, sir? You speak English, sir? English, sir? I speak English, sir?
do I speak Espanol?
Do I speak,
She Russian. I also love Russian women.
Oh, dude, Russian women are definitely the best. 3, 2, 1, toe!
I met this one woman who spoke Russian, but she lived in Argentina. She was trying to learn Spanish, and we talked every day. And she kept like making fun of me, like every other woman and man does. And she was like, "Are you Indian? Are you Indian?"
Are you Indian, Callie? Or are you
I
Hispanic?
told her a million times that I'm not Indian.
She wants you to be Indian. Or she was a racist. Do you think she was racist? Could she have been a racist? I do not know.
Huh?
I could not tell
there
you.
was this thing she would do where she took all the chats that she went on, and she would make fun of them in like her feed. And most of them were
So it's
Indian.
kind of like you're ousting yourself by talking to her. And then she
Huh?
gets to make fun of you and embarrass you in front of everyone, and then you get to get off on it. Oh, Callie. Oh,
She never did
Callie,
it.
I know the way.
She never did it to me. I
Oh,
asked
yeah,
her
you're
to do it to
jealous.
me,
So
but-
you're
but then she
jealous
deleted
that she
it.
never did it to you. Huh.
I asked her to do it to me, and then
You don't have to
she
ask. She has
deleted
to
it.
do it herself.
Well, she decided not to because I was too nice to her.
Well,
Also, I had a cat which gave me brownie points.
wait,
in
you
her
had
eyes,
what?
you know? I had a cat which gave me
Oh, they
brownie
didn't have
points.
cabbage. I was like, what the fuck is cabbage gonna... Wait, what? Cabbage? Okay, explain this to me, Callie. How does this... Wait, what? What is this magical secret cabbage?
Well, cats are magical, you know.
Cats are magical. I'd bring Daisy in here, but...
Does Daisy hate you?
No, she's just, she's a chaser. Like, she doesn't sit in a spot. You pet her, and then she'll walk 2 feet, and then she'll look at you, and go like, and you'll pet her, and then she'll walk 2 feet, and then look at you. And she'll literally just walk around the house with you chasing her, petting her.
That is so adorable.
She's just like, I strut my stuff, I do what I do, you follow me. Nope. Come on. I'm leading you slowly around the house to my food bowl, and when I get to my food bowl, you're going to sit there and pet me and love me while I eat, so I don't feel like a fatty. It's literally what she does. She's like, alright, I put in my 150 steps, time to meow!
Man, you know what I did today? Wait, I gotta ask my fitness man.
You know what I did today? I finished all of my videos. I didn't write a new story though, we did sisters, because I thought it would be a good thing to have the 2 back-to-backs. So we did that, and then next week we'll start with something new, you know? And we're gonna do the release of everyday stories, one on, you know, the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for Blue Horror Stories. So we'll have at least one released video every single day. But we're gonna get, like, you know, ahead of the curve, right? Because I usually do, like, all 5 videos at once. And that's usually what takes me so long to do it. But if I get, like, I already have all the videos, or all the stories lined up, other than, you know, the 4 that I'm gonna write for the next month, which would be, like, the Ant one, the, Matrix, Allergy one, and then I have 2 more I have to do for Lisa's, which is the rescue of Sam and Trevor, and then the final showdown with Lisa. And then the Lisa Lives Forever series is done, and then I can kind of package all of that together into like a short story series, I guess. Because there's like, between all the neural network ones, or like Neuralink ones and everything, there's like, there's probably 20 stories across that series. So maybe I'll make a short story book of it and put it on Amazon.
It's awesome. Oh wait, actually, I had an idea. I was gonna like write description, write like beautiful, like poetic descriptions of all my characters, and then like I'll like draw a portrait of the character next to the like little book that I'm making, and then like I could like add a Spotify song, like QR code onto the page with the description, or maybe on the other page, and then like I'll only make like 8 pages, but that'll be okay, right?
Yeah.
But
length
what do you
doesn't
think
matter,
about it?
Callie. It's how you use it. I mean, what?
It's not the length of the whatever. It's the motion of the ocean.
Yes, indeed. So should we get back to the story, or are we continuing on?
Okay, go on with the story. I'm a fart and leave.
Okay,
One
sounds
sec.
good. Dozen paces in front of the warders, a row of women stood by their horses' heads, the cowls of their cloaks thrown back. Oh, wait, we already read that. Young seemed yet not, smooth-skinned, but with faces too mature for youth, eyes too knowing. Closer, fool! I'm too close already. Burn me! I should have gone the long way. Pressed on towards his goal. Another iron-bound door at his far end of the court, but he could not stop looking. Calmly, the Aes Sedai ignored the onlookers and kept their attention on the curtained palanquin, now in the center of the courtyard. The horses bearing it held as still as ostlers stood at their harness, but there was only one tall woman beside the palanquin, her face an Aes Sedai's face, and she paid no mind to the horses. The staff she held upright before her with both hands was as tall as she. The gilded flame capped it, standing above her eyes. Lord Egelmar faced the palanquin from the far end of the court, bluff and square and face unreadable. His high-collared coat of dark blue bore the 3 running red foxes of the House Shaghead, as well as the stooped black hawk of Shinar. Beside him stood Ronan, age withered but still tall, 3 foxes carved from red avatine, topped with small staff the Shambayan bore. Ronan was El Sanu's equal in ordering the keep. Shambayan and Shatayan, but Alansu left little for him except ceremonies and acting as Lord Engelmar's secretary. Both men's topknots were snow white, all of them. The warders, the Aes Sedai, the Lord of Faldara, and his, Shambayan, stood as still as stone. The watching crowd seemed to hold its breath. Despite himself, ran slowed. Suddenly Ronan rapped his staff loudly 3 times on the broad-paved stone, calling into the silence. "Who comes here? Who comes here? Who comes here?" The woman beside the palanquin tapped her staff 3 times and replied, "The Watcher of the Seals, the Flame of Tarvalon, the Amrylin Seat. Why should we watch?" Ronan demanded. "For the hope of mankind," the tall woman replied. "Against what do we guard? The shadow at noon. How long shall we guard? From rising sun to rising sun, so long as the wheel time turns." Egelmar bowed, his white topknot stirring in the breeze. "Valdara offers bread and salt and welcome. Welcome to the Amrylin Seat. Welcome is the Amrylin Seat to Valdara. For here is the watch kept, here is the pact maintained. Welcome." The tall woman drew back the curtain of the palanquin, and the Amrylin Seat stepped out, dark-haired, ageless as all Aes Sedai were ageless. She ran her eyes over the assembled watchers as she straightened. Rand flinched when her gaze crossed him. He felt as if he had been touched, but her eyes passed on and came to rest on Lord Egelmar. A liveried servant knelt at her side with folded towels, steam still rising on a silver tray. Formally, she wiped her hands and patted her face with a damp cloth. "I offer thanks for your welcome, my son. May the light illumine House Jagad. May the light illumine Valdara and all her people." Egelmar bowed again. "You honor us, mother." It did not sound odd, her calling him son or him calling her mother, though comparing her smooth cheeks to his craggy face made him seem more like her father, or even grandfather. She had a presence that more than matched his. "House Jagad is yours. Valdara is yours." Cheers rose on every side, crashing against the walls of the keep like breaking waves. Shivering, Rand hurried toward the door to safety, careless of whom he bumped into now. "Just your bloody imagination. She doesn't even know who you are, not yet. Blood and ashes if she did." He did not want to think of what would have happened if she had known who he was, what he was. I gotta take a piss. Oh, Soros, I gotta take a piss. And grab some water. I'll be right back.
Hello.
Alright.
Hey, Scotty. Scotty, hello.
Hey, welcome back, Void. Where were you at?
My Discord crashed, and I had to go eat dinner.
Ah, how was it?
Good.
Nice. He did not want to think of what would have happened if she had known who he was, what he was. What would happen if she finally found out? He wondered if she had had anything to do with the wind atop the tower. He said I could do things like that. When he pushed through that door and slammed it shut behind him, muttering the roar of welcome that still shook the courtyard, he heaved a relieved sigh. The walls here were as empty as the others had been, and he all but ran out across the smaller courtyard, with a fountain splashing in the center, down yet another corridor, and out into the flagstone stable yard. The Lord's stable itself, built into the wall of the keep, stood tall and long, with big windows here inside the walls, and horses kept on 2 floors. Smithy across the courtyard stood silent, the farrier and his helpers gone to see the welcome. Tema, the leathery-faced head groom, met him at the wide doors with a deep bow, touching his forehead and then his heart. Spirit and heart to serve, my lord. How many Tema serve, my lord? No warrior's top not here. Tema's hair sat on his head like an inverted gray bowl. Rand sighed. For the 100th time, Tema, I'm not a lord. As my lord wishes. Groom's bow was even lower this time. It was his name that caused the problem and a similarity. Rand Althor. Lan Mandragora. Mandragoran. For Lan. According to the customs of Malkir, the royal Al named him king, though he never used it himself. For Rand, Al was just a part of his name, though he had heard that once long ago, before the Two Rivers was called the Two Rivers, it had meant son of. Some of the servants in Faldara's keep, though, had taken it to mean he was a king too, or at least a prince. All of his garment to the contrary. Fucking ads!
There's no ad.
There's ads. Just wait for them to pop
Now
up.
there is.
It's because the stream's delayed by a bit. There's ads! Or they're lying to me. Or the motherfuckers are lying to me. That there ain't no ads. They're just telling me there's ads. I don't believe this shit no more. What's going on here? I don't know anymore. Oh boy, oh, you tell me what I do, what got you where it was. I say what, who, you, what? Huh? Ads! So did you see my banana, Void?
Oh, yeah.
So that's what my writing would look like if it was, an image. So, like, if you transferred my current writing skill to drawing skill, that's what a drawing a banana would look like in my writing skill.
I'm currently almost falling asleep. Alright, add a little bit.
Well, you know, don't stay up for my sake, right? Get your sleep. Get your sleep.
No.
We're just gonna be sitting here
just
fucking around
struggling
anyway.
now.
Compare both of ours. Oh yeah, so me and Callie did a thing, so check this out, Void. This is the difference between mine and Callie's writing. This is Callie's.
Alright, hold on. Oh, wait, I'm still waiting.
This is mine. What a significant difference, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks so badass, Callie. This is definitely your imagination at work. Hey, Tuffington City. Oh, what's up, Hake? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. It's been a while. What are you up to, good sir? We were just comparing if our writing was drawing, what would it look like? Like, what level of skill would our writing? Finishing up college apps? Nice. So this is the skill of Callie's writing transferred into drawing. This is my skill of writing transferred into drawing. Hey, I've been thinking of you. Those are nice pics. I thought the talk scared you away. Me too. I thought I scared everyone away, because that's usually what I do, because, you know, I'm not
Not
exactly
me.
the greatest person, you know.
Not me. I just sometimes have to go eat dinner or eat lunch or something.
True. Nah,
I
I
have
just don't have a lot of time. Yeah, no worries, Hank. Like I said, I don't expect anyone to ever show up, so don't feel obligated to in any way, right? It's just if you feel like it, you got time, and you come in and have a time, that's the way it is, right? That's the way it should be.
You're enjoying the distance.
We're just out here having a good time doing our own thing, right? No big deal about it. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. All that matters is the progression that we're making, right?
Scotty, Yorian joined the call.
Sorry, what?
Yorian joined the call.
Yorian?
Yeah, look at the Discord call. There's 3 people now.
No, I have no I'm guessing that's Hank. Yeah, see, that's Hank.
Alright.
That's, like I said, that's like the annoying thing about people having, like, different usernames across platforms, because it's like, who's who, right? Like, how's Gubble supposed to know that you're Void, right?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Nah, no, it's not a story about that, it's just it's just one of those things, right?
Were you reading Gubble's story?
No, I'm reading, The Great Hunt, Book 2 of the Wheel of Time.
Oh.
We were just...
I think we were on that last time, at least like a month ago.
That was the first book. We just
was the
finished
first
the
book.
first book. We are now on second chapter of the second book. First
I
book
see.
is, Eye of the World. And now we're really getting into it. But...
I'd probably read Wheel of Time. My dad really likes it.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard really good things about it, but it's just so long. Oh my god, even the first book, like, I swear the first book should have only been like 100 pages. It was 800 pages. Like, 90% of the book was traveling, and then it was like, okay, well, here's the battle. And it's like, what? Okay. Just running from shit the entire time. Barely any training or anything like that, and then it's like, oh, well, it's just the power. You just, power of need. It's kind of annoying, but it's like, it's the same thing with Sword of Truth. It's like, the War Wizard's power is the power of need. So it's literally like, your power is plot armor. But I like the world building the most. I love world building and stuff like that.
I'm gonna send you a link, and you gotta turn it up and listen to it. It's
God damn
supposed
it.
to be funny.
Supposed to be.
What's supposed to be funny?
Supposed to be. You gotta stop doing this cap cut shit. This player is absolute garbo bullshit.
I'm gonna make you my daddy. No! You are not getting away with this, you specky bumfluss. Specky what the fuck did you just call me? You better take that back. You didn't last 30 seconds extra for nothing. I last 30 seconds anyway! And that's why I haven't orgasmed for you.
Looking at it. Move.
Yes, Void is Gobble.
Yeah, I'm Gubble.
Supposed to be funny. I don't know what's supposed to be funny about that.
Oh, you didn't see it like move around. You only saw one thing.
Yeah, there was no image. That's what I mean. CapCut player is just a piece of shit. Find it on YouTube. Right? That player is just garbage. Half the time it doesn't work. It's always starts muted. It always starts playing. So everything that could go wrong is wrong with that player. Where are we? I need Rad saddled, Tema. He knew better than to offer to do it himself. Tema would not let Rad soil his hands. I thought I'd spend a few days seeing the country around town. Once he was in the big bay stallion's back, a few days would see him to the river and Aranin, or across the border into Arafel. He'll never find me then. The groom bent himself almost double and stayed bent. Forgive, my lord, he whispered hoarsely. Forgive, but Tema cannot obey. Flushing with embarrassment, Rand took an anxious look around. There was no one else in sight, then grabbed the man's shoulder and pulled him upright. Might not be able to stop Tema and a few others from acting like this, but he could try to stop anyone else from seeing it. Why not, Tema? Tema, look at me, please, why not? It is commanded, my lord, Tema said, with still whispering. He kept dropping his eyes, not afraid, but ashamed that he could not do what Rand asked. Shanarans took shame the way other people took being branded a thief. No horse may leave this stable until the order is changed, nor any stable in the keep, my lord. Rand had his mouth open to tell the man it was all right, but instead he licked his lips. No horse from any stable. Yes, my lord. The order came down only a short time ago. Only moments. Tema's voice picked up strength. All the gates are closed as well, my lord. None may enter or leave without permission. Not even the city patrol. So Tema has been told. Rand swallowed hard, but it did not lessen the feeling of fingers clutching his windpipe. The order, Tema. It came from Lord Egelmar. Of course, my lord. Who else? Lord Egelmar did not speak the command to Tema, of course, nor even to the man who did speak to Tema. But my lord, who else could have gave such a command in Faldara? Who else? Rand jumped as the biggest bell in the keep bell tower let out a sonorous peal. The other bells joined in, then bells from the tower. If Tema may be bold, the groom called above the reverberations. My lord must be very happy. Rand had to shout back to be heard. Happy? Why? The welcome is finished, my lord. Tema's gesture took the bell tower. The Emerald seat will be sending for my lord and my lord's friends to come to her now. Rand broke into a run. He just had time to see the surprise on Tema's face, and then he was gone. Did not care what Tema thought. She will be sending for me now. Ah, shit, Rand, you should have left weeks earlier, man, but you tried to stay behind, and you ran out of shit. Oh, so unfortunate. So do you have any work for us, Hake, or have you not written anything? Because our new thing now is we're going to be working on, since it's a new year, and Happy New Year and Merry Christmas, by the way, Hake.
Oh yeah, Happy New Year, man.
For sure, man. 2026, scary thought. We're another year in, right? Woot woot, let's go.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't written anything yet, but I've designed I've kind of planned out the next story I plan to write.
Nice. That's what I've been doing with Stoner Girl Evolution.
I remember that.
Yeah. So we'll actually be working on that now, because I want to make that my first manuscript. So the next 6 months, so the last 6 months, we're improving our skills through short stories and just leveling up, getting everything to a plateau where we're okay, the amount of time we need to improve has gone from an hour to 10 hours, right? So now we're okay, well let's go back to the beginning and let's do a new thing, which is manuscript. So let's make a 90,000 to 120,000 word, unedited, just plain manuscript. So we can have the idea of our first full manuscript made, so that we'll be completely ready to do that in 6 months with the Final Fantasy book. Because as time passes, we're getting closer and closer to actually writing it. But I want to have the practice of writing a manuscript before I write it. And there's even the chance that I'll write this manuscript, I'll write the manuscript of the book, then I'll write another book, edit that one, and then come back and edit the Final Fantasy book. Because I don't want it to be the case of not living up to the potential of the story. Because I think the story deserves top-notch level writing, right? In order to make it work. Because of the depth of all of the things in the world and how small I want the series to be. So it has to be a very heavily minimalistic base, because I only want it to be 300,000, 400,000 words across both books. Which is really hard when you go from
300,000 to 400,000?
Yeah. So that's what, 600, 700 pages?
Yeah.
Something like that?
Is that... I feel like that's a pretty sizable chunk. I wouldn't say that's not anything.
Oh no, that's the reason why. But it has the scope and potential to be an 11-book series, right?
I see.
But I don't want it to be that. I just want it to be short and swift and quick and, nice. I don't want to
idea.
drag it out. So there's so much to it. It's like this is just the chain of events from like traveling. So from the tree to the outskirts of Ifrit and the borderlands of the Sahagin, back to the tree, then to each one of the main cities, starting first with Garuda, which is they basically find that the Beastmen are preparing to attack Garuda, so they go stand at Garuda, get defeated at Garuda, go back to the tree, get kicked out of the tree, leave the tree, then they go to the 100-Year Quest and confront Fafnir, go to Shiva, Titan, and Leviathan to pick up more party members, go back to the tree. That's the end of book 1.
Okay, you'll have to forgive me because I don't play Final Fantasy, but I know all those names because
Yeah, it's just based on them. All of the names are just cities. So like the Ifrit is the city that's inside of a volcano. Shiva is the city that's in the northern glacier. Leviathan is an underwater lab. Garuda is like out on the plains. It's like a sky city that fell out of the sky.
are they also like kind of creatures as well?
Yes, in normal Final Fantasy they're creatures, but in my book
Right.
they're just places. The embodiment of the environment itself. And that's like my unique twist on it, because there isn't really anything that are like summons, like aeons or anything like that. So I was like, how do I use the names? And I was like, cities and environments. That's how I use
so
them.
this is just like kind of based off of Final Fantasy.
Yeah.
It's not like
My goal, I know it's not going to be possible, but like the dream, if it could happen, would be to translate the book into Japanese, send it to Square Enix, and say, could you like sanction this as the first ever like Final Fantasy book, like official Final Fantasy book. I know that'll never happen, but that's the goal, right?
I see. I think that's a nice thing to aim for.
Yeah, and then, other than that, it'd be like Expedition 33, where it's like, it's clearly a love letter to Final Fantasy.
I actually wanted to ask about that, because I think last we talked about it was before the Game Awards, but how do you feel about it?
I fucking love Expedition 33. It's what Final Fantasy 16 should have been, in my opinion.
I think Expedition 33 is a good game. I haven't played it yet.
The only problem with Expedition 33 is this is the storyline of events. Leave the mainland, kill the first axiom, kill the second axiom, kill the main enemy. There's literally 4 things that you do story-wise. But the story is so packed with events. It's like saying Lord of the Rings is okay, you go to the Shire, you go to Bree, you go to the Watchtower, you go to Rivendell. That's like almost the entirety of the first half of Lord of the Rings, right? But it's like the story makes those events impactful, right?
Right.
But it's like normally in a video game, it's not like go collect item 1, go collect item 2, okay, go kill the final boss. You're like, wait, what about like item 3? What about item 4? What about like item 5, right? So it's not length in the way of you have so many things you have to do. It's length in the way of the way that the story is told that makes it so impactful. But I was like, man, this is a really short game. But it's like, it's amazingly short and sweet. And I'm like, that's exactly what I want my book to be, is short and sweet, right? It's like the gateway drug into my writing of being like, okay, I've pulled you in with like my philosophy on writing. Now, here's, the sci-fi version of that. Here's the extended, 8-book series of like it's like the aligning of the universes in like a like solar alignment, but for like universes, and like the veil between universes is thinning, and This used to be like a normal thing that people had, but like they had technology that could literally transport between dimensions, and like all the races were like allies and stuff, and then they came across like the dark race, the Lorians, that basically ate and devoured everything, like shadow creatures. They're literally like made of antimatter, and they collide with matter and they annihilate, but they still remain shadow, so like an infinite source of dark matter and antimatter. So it's like, how do you, and the concept was, how do you defeat beings that live inside of a sun? Like they're adapted to live inside of a sun. How is there anything that can beat that? Like, how do you make a weapon that you literally have to, like, they live comfortably at the levels of like a blue dwarf, right? And it's not like they just freeze because the temperatures are lower. It's just, no, their bodies are just designed to withstand that. And like they can like travel in space. Think of like literally like the closest thing I could think of is, I can't remember the fucking name, but from Invincible. What is the fuck is the Omni-Man's race called? Starts with a V. Viltrumites. Yeah. They're basically like Viltrumites. It's like, how the fuck do you defeat something like that? And the whole idea of it was that even with all the dimensions coming together and everything, the darkness still spreads and devours everything. Because I like those dark, grim endings where everyone's fighting at the last stand, but everyone still fucking dies. And that one, that was the original version of the series before it turned into the Final Fantasy series that it is now. And then this is the events of Stoner Girl Evolution, basically. So, 2 leaders have a bet. One's a religious leader, one's a technological leader. And they have a bet on whether God exists or not. And magic in the world is done through faith in God, but technology questions whether it's a placebo effect or not. And there's some other thing channeling it. So they have like a bet so they build a machine using technology and magic to bring consciousnesses from other dimensions, trying to hope that they can trap basically a divine consciousness and prove that either God exists or God doesn't exist. And they're just best friends who are just like kind of in this like situation where they have to publicly hate each other, but behind the scenes they're like best buds because their nations hate each other, but they still want to maintain their power. And then they build a third nation of non-technology and non-magic in order to basically hide, and that's where they build the machine at. And then there's the characters from all 3 of the nations coming together with the main character, and all of the isekai characters. And the one cool thing about it is all the characters are basically, if you're isekai, you're basically a zombie. You're inside a dead corpse, but you're like alive, right? Because like your soul is inside the body, but like you're falling apart. So it's like at a certain amount of time, there's like, this is where I wanted to put like a time limit on the story. Because it's like, after a certain amount of time, the character body would have decayed so much that they literally can't move. And it's like, now you're a fucking skeleton, what do you even do? It's like, your soul is trapped to the skull bones of your body, right? And it was supposed to be this like really dark, grim side of it, but the main character comes in and just kind of turns everything around with their bringing of weed into the new world, and magic now being through drugs. So, if you want to use magic, you have to take drugs. And then from there, the character has to discover that the goddess that's inside of them is actually evil, and has been basically, like, forcing them to... It's like the good intentions lead to the worst of circumstances.
I did good.
Yes, Callie, you definitely did good. I agree. I don't know what you're talking about, Callie, but you did good. 100%. I believe it. Did good is in the top 10 there, Callie. Maybe top 20. I don't know. And then the concept is like, the sacrifice that you have to make for, you know, defeating a goddess. And there's one mechanic that the main character knows of that no one else knows of because of the system that they're under. And that's, it's basically like an overdrive system. So think about, if you were in, like, a flight mode, and you ran for, like, 2 miles at, like, your top speed, literally running from your life, like, running from, like, a fucking bear, or something like that. And then when you stop, everything catches up to you, right? So, I want to apply that to the magic in the fact of if you know what you're doing, same thing with, like, my Final Fantasy book, where if you basically use it, there's some sort of consequence, but there's this lag time between you using it and the consequences catching up to you. So you can use, if you know what you're doing, things that are so powerful, they literally, like, blow up your entire body and just fucking kill you. And in this, it's like, in Stoner Girl Evolution, the more you use it, the more you turn into the plant that you're using the spell from, because each plant is mutated with weed that you smoke that gives you a spell that's, like, written in code in the background, because it's kind of a half-lit RPG in the fact of the system voice inside of the character's head, which is her attachment to the Akashic Field via the goddess, right? And it's like the goddess is the trickster that tells people what they want to hear about reality. The Akashic Field is the truth about reality. But it's like the truth is things that you don't want to listen to, so you're willing to listen to the goddess because she gives you the sweet lies.
Like, releasing this on Royal Road or something.
That's basically the idea, because that's where, like, the other ones, like we've been doing Goblin Gamer Girl Evolution and Goblin Girl Evolution as basically market research to see what the genre looks like, and we can imitate that and change our writing style to match that. So this book is, yeah, basically specifically designed to be on Royal Road. Whereas most of my stories now that I've written are designed with, like, the fast-paced, like, escalation mode for, like, YouTube to keep people's attention continuously, right? So it's like, they're completely different styles of writing, which I love because my type of style of writing is very world-building heavy, very information heavy, very prose heavy, and this allows me... I just missed that. What I said, Hake? You missed what I said? Or...
Yeah, sorry, I think, like, my sound wasn't working. Like, I think I missed, like, the past 30 seconds.
Ah, shit, I don't remember what I said.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries. What was I saying? No idea. 3, 2, 1, toe! Styles of writing. Stoner Girl Evolution is specifically designed in the style of market research for Royal Road. Like, I did a bunch of research to say what works on Royal Road, how can I imitate that, and add that to my story. And then for, like, the normal short stories that I've been writing for the last couple months since I made the Blue Horror Stories YouTube channel at the beginning of October, is more escalation, heavy, what's the word? Like, heavy stakes, like, very fast-paced, you know, not very much information, just, like, leaves you with cold open kind of idea, and just jumps into the horror. Which is a completely different style than my normal writing, and my normal writing is basically just, slow-paced information, heavy world building, lots of prose, very thought-provokingly heavy, like very questing in a way of, like, pressing, almost like pressing an agenda in a way of, like, trying to turn your perspective or mold your perspective in a certain way through presentation of information, right? All leading to the point of, ha! You were actually thinking the wrong thing, and this is why, right? Because I'm leading you down a path that's supposed to, if you have a certain bias, give you a certain impression. And based upon the bias that you have, that's the impression you get from the story. Yo, Queen! What's up? Merry Christmas! Happy New Year! How have you been, Queen? We're just chilling out right now, Queen. I'm probably gonna go throw some food on, and we're gonna hop into today's story. But I don't know, guys. I want to do more comparisons. So, do you guys want to start with maybe a lighthouse horror off the bat? If we can find it on here, it's somewhere on here. I know it's somewhere on here. There it is. We find a lighthouse horror, and we do... This one's 40... I built Doomsday Bunkers for 2026. This is how the world will end. I mean, this came out 4 hours ago, so maybe we can watch this? Queen! True, Callie. And then from there, we can go on to both the releases that we had today. So, we can do a comparison, and then you guys can tell me, you know, where am I lacking? What am I missing? What do I need to get to this level? Because this, in my opinion, is peak performance that I would like to be at in like 2 years. Right? But anyways, I'm gonna go throw in some nuggets and shit. I will be right back. And then we will get into this. Yeah. Oh! All right. Are you guys ready for the masterpiece?
Have you already listened to this one?
Huh?
Have you already listened to this one?
No, I haven't. I haven't watched a Lighthouse Horror in... Oh, maybe not on this channel, that's why. Maybe on my other channel. I think this one... no. Where's the Amazon warehouse one? This one. This was the last one that we... The Amazon warehouse one was the last one I watched, which was like a month ago. Well, I haven't really had time. I haven't been watching them, which is unfortunate. I've been doing other things. Oh, Sean! Yo, what's up? Read my message! Callie! Sorry, Queen. After today, weird night. I woke up early because I was hungry. Took a nap, which I hardly ever do. Sean, that's okay. I was late today because my phone died. I was over at my sister's playing Catan. And, oh, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. I've been a lurking turkey playing with friends. I started playing Arc Raiders too, so being into that. My buddy came from the UK, was also over for like 2 weeks. I dropped him off at the airport today. Ah, nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Queen. Why did it open over there? Welcome, welcome, Sean. My grinder's stuck again.
Are you not entertained?
Fucking thing.
Is this not why you are here?
Oh, I think we got it. Wait, it moved. Yes, we got it. We opened it. Holy shit. It takes us manpower. True. All right. So, here we go. So this came out 4 hours ago. And, yeah, let's see what it's like.
The first time I heard someone mention a 2026 bunker, I was standing in line at a coffee shop. 2 men were ahead of me at the counter. Both wore black suits and sunglasses. They looked like something out of Men in Black. "We'll need the updated spec to be ready," one of them said. The other nodded. They spoke the way people do when they're talking about construction schedules or delivery windows. I took my coffee and left, not one to fraternize with the competition. I design underground structures for a living. I don't pour concrete or operate heavy equipment, at least I don't anymore. I sit at a desk and draw things that other people build. Rooms, corridors, reinforcement layouts, mechanical systems.
3,
access
2,
points,
1,
and technical
toe!
work, precise work. People imagine bunkers as dramatic places. Thick steel doors, warning lights, something that looks military. In reality, most of them look like basements that keep expanding. And for a long time, that's all they were. Storm shelters, safe rooms, panic rooms. People wanted a place to go during fires, tornadoes, break-ins. Somewhere solid, somewhere quiet. Then the projects started changing. Around the same time, stories about wealthy people building underground started appearing more often. The most
What does
visible
toking
example
feel
is
like?
Mark Zuckerberg. Public reporting
So you ever been at a
showed his property
campfire,
in Hawaii
Hank?
included a large private compound with an
And inhaled
underground
smoke?
component connected to it.
It's nothing like that.
Planning documents referenced
It's nothing
reinforced
like that.
concrete, controlled access points, and independent systems. When reporters asked about it, he described it as a storm shelter. Just being prepared. He
Think
said.
about if the smoke was like
And most people accepted that and moved
tinted
on.
with like an herb
In
of
my
some
line of
kind.
work,
Right? Like imagine
one
the
did.
smell of weed,
Because
now
the
turn that
scale
into
of
like a
that
taste.
project
Like imagine the
wasn't subtle.
smell of
It wasn't
garlic,
the kind of thing
and then
you
like
add
turning
as
that
an
into
afterthought.
taste, or like the smell of oregano, or
But
like smell
Zuckerberg
of
wasn't the
parsley, or
only
something
one.
like that, right? Green
Sam
onions,
Altman
whatever you
has
want.
talked publicly
That
about
smell,
preparing
then
for
turn that
worst-case
smell into a
scenarios.
taste.
In interviews, he's mentioned having a
And as far as the
reinforced
high,
basement and
it's
personal
like imagine there's like a
contingency
buzz,
plans.
like adding
He
a
hasn't
little bit of
framed it as
static
fear. He's framed it as
to
planning.
things, right?
Jeff Bezos doesn't talk about it much at all, but reporting around his properties has described estates designed for isolation, privacy, and self-sufficiency. The language, it's always very careful.
True.
Secure, private, hardened. Nobody ever says the word bunker. And then there are the cases that don't make headlines. I've heard stories from
Yeah, so like
contractors and
have you ever
consultants
put on like
about
white
wealthy
noise
buyers purchasing
and then tried to
large
think about
parcels of
something,
land
Hake?
in remote areas,
And it's like you
not
get
vacation
distracted really
homes,
easily.
not
It's like your mind
ranches,
goes
just
blank,
land.
and you're just kind of like
In New Zealand, there have been publicly documented cases of foreign buyers.
it's
attempting
it's
to
like
build
that feeling, but without
structures
having
under
the buzzing there,
agricultural or
or that
storage permits.
static
From
or
the
whatever,
surface,
right?
The properties looked
It's
ordinary.
like you feel the white noise, but you don't
Underground,
hear the white
the
noise.
plans were extensive.
And there's
In the
no
Midwest,
like
former government missile silos were sold decades ago. Some were converted into private
with
underground
alcohol where it's like
residences.
stages.
You can look it up. It's true.
So no matter how much you smoke, you don't
One
really
widely
get
reported
higher
example was rebuilt
per
into a
se. At
multi-level
least not at my
structure with
tolerance
thick
level,
concrete
right?
walls,
I toke back to
internal
back ain't
power
going to do
system,
shit.
water storage, and controlled access.
It's like
between
most of the time
floors.
I toke like 3 times in the
Public
day off
coverage
stream, and like
focused
in like
on
12 hours I'll have like
features.
3 or 4 tokes.
The engineering documents.
And then on stream I
focused
just like toke
on
like a madman.
survivability.
If there was no
Oh, yeah.
ads, you know,
There
because
are
it's like I'm like, okay, it's
residences
ads, it's
built
been
into
half an hour, I'll have a
hillsides
toke,
and
right?
mountains, marketed quietly to private buyers. They're described as secure homes. The layouts resemble high-end residences. The supporting systems are complex and redundant.
Does it get
I've
the
worked
creative
on
juice
projects
flowing?
like these.
Yes, Hake,
At first, the jobs
for
were
me,
familiar.
because
Storm
I'm
shelters,
a second
reinforced
guesser.
basements, rooms hidden behind
And
false
I
walls,
like refuse
clients
to
always
let
had a
myself
reason, right?
just
fires,
go with it.
unrest, natural disasters,
But when I'm high,
pandemics.
that's all I fucking
The
do.
reasons didn't affect the drawings.
So it's like I feel like when I'm sober,
Over
I'm in a
time, the
creative
request
cage
changed.
built
The
by
rooms went
myself
deeper.
because I'm like, wait,
The walls got thicker.
that doesn't. No,
The
not
budgets
really.
stopped
I
being
don't know about
discussed.
that. Well, if you did this,
Clients stopped asking how long construction would
and then
take.
it's like if I'm high, I'm just like,
started
oh,
asking
you
when
take
it would
a,
be
you
finished.
take a hat and a microphone and a
When I was working
microscope
for a
and an
specialty
ant and a
firm,
pencil, and now
they
you
didn't
have a
advertise.
story about a guy who writes
found them
conspiracies
through
via
referrals.
an ant as a
Their
hacker,
portfolio,
and no one will ever find out it's him because
garden
ants do it, and it's like
structures,
these
and
little
buildings that
images
don't
that
keep
show
people
up all
out.
over the place. No one knows
They
what they
brought
are,
me
but they're
in
like
as a consultant.
revealing conspiracies about
Drafting,
government
review
data.
work, nothing sensitive.
That's like
they
a
say.
QR code that you can
The
scan
first
to go to
project
like a
I handled for
website.
them
Nobody
was labeled a
knows because it's such
secure
an
storage unit.
interesting
It had
idea of a
redundant
QR
power,
code.
filtered air, and a
That's one of the
single
stories
control
I'm
room
writing.
with no windows.
So like,
The
I don't know
second
how you come up with
project
that if you're
followed
not
the same
if you're
layout.
not high,
The third did too.
right?
Different states, different climates, different clients. The similarities.
Because like
were
when I'm high, I'm
noticeable.
trying to purposefully do stuff that's fucked
Terminology
up.
shifted
When I'm
as well.
sober, I'm trying to make structure,
Clients stopped
right?
calling them
So it's like
shelters.
you use the
called
creative
them
juices while you're
units.
high, and then you get
Unit
sober
A,
and you use the
lower
structure to
unit,
structure
core unit,
that idea that
service
you had.
unit.
And then
The firm
combining
adopted
those
the
two
language
together, I
without
think, is
comment.
one of my strengths in my
Dates started appearing in internal
creativeness,
documents.
right? Which is like the
Operational
rough draft
readiness.
versus edited.
Post 2026 access limitations. 2026
That's kinda how I look
gated
at it.
Systems. When I asked what that meant, I was told it was part of a new standard. Nobody explained exactly what that standard was. I kept working. You know, in this field, you're paid to draw what's requested and make sure it meets requirements.
So what do you guys think about the
Context
visuals
isn't necessary
in
to
this?
do the
Like the
job.
going back and forth
And then
between like the
one night,
3 different moon
revised
nights
set of drawings
of the
came
moon,
through.
right? Because
They
like
were
one of my
marked
biggest
urgent,
things is like
red
figuring
line,
out what I need to do for
highlighted.
visuals
The basic structure
for
hadn't
like the
changed,
background
but
of the
several
story, right?
systems
That's
had been
that's
adjusted.
basically what I'm
Well,
focusing on right now
altered,
because I don't know how to
years
prove
out,
anything else other than improve my writing and
components
improving my
swapped out.
voice acting, which I'm
A
slowly
single
doing,
note was
right? But
attached.
the creative liberties
Apply
of like what do I put
updates
in the
to all
background? Do I use
2026
the AI
builds.
generated
Do not
images or do I do
discuss changes
time
unless
lapses?
asked. There was no signature. And after that, I started comparing projects more carefully. Different firms.
Oh, I missed!
Similar
Motherfucker, I
layouts
tried to
and timelines.
flick him out of the air. I
Certain
believe think most
features
people
appeared
don't
more
watch these
often.
videos, just listen.
Others
That's
disappeared.
That's the other thing, true,
When I
hey, because
asked
the people
questions,
mainly
the
do
answers
listen
were
to them,
still
don't watch
vague
them.
or
But I'm like,
deflected.
if people do want
When
to
I asked
watch,
one
I
client
want to
what
have
kind
something
of
that
store
catches
in a
their
sealed
eye,
internal
right? Like,
room,
notice what he did
he
at the
said it
very
was equipment.
beginning, right? At
When
the
I
very
asked what
beginning, he had
kind,
like 3 different
he said it
scenes in
wasn't
the
something I
first,
needed to
like,
know.
45
I
seconds.
started reviewing older plans.
Clash Royale,
Early
Goon
projects
Corner.
looked simpler. Newer ones included.
Well, it's like
additional
people that
systems,
put a
additional
Subway Surfer
dependencies, and layers.
on the screen
Nothing
to
in the
get,
documents
like,
explained
they have
why.
Subway Surfer on the
Not
left and then their
consistent.
face on the right.
But
And
I
it's like
build
to
when I'm
keep
asked to
people's
build.
attention while they're
And
talking,
more and more,
right?
what I'm being
It's like a
asked to
distraction
design
technique.
looks less like a precaution and more like an expectation. The call came
You should do
when I
that
was
just
in
for
the back
one
of my
video as a
truck,
joke.
digging for a
Well, on
tape
my
measure I
main
dropped
channel,
behind
I
a
did
sack
do that. I
filled
made a
with
bunch of
plans.
shorts.
My phone buzzed
Since
twice.
we don't need to watch this, I
Unknown
can just...
number. Ohio.
Whoops.
I answered with my shoulder pressed to the door frame. Yeah, hello.
We go to
I
shorts.
said. A man's voice
We
came
go to
through,
oldest.
clean and flat.
Is this Daniel?
Yeah, it's Daniel, I replied.
My name is Martin Hale.
He began.
I was given your name
The
by a
frick is it?
colleague. I have a private underground structure on a property south of Cleveland. I want an inspection. Systems, integrity, readiness.
Oh,
Are you
it's right here.
available this week?
If they breach the outer
well,
defenses, the
can
inner
be,
worlds will
I
fall.
began. How big we talking?
I just did this.
Large.
Hale began.
You come highly recommended. I'd like you to look at it yourself.
All right, well,
We got
you got any plans you
172
can send over?
views.
You'll
Way
get
back in the
everything
day.
in sight.
Yeah, so I have done that before.
When you arrive, you'll be met, you'll be escorted, you'll have full access.
He gave me an address and a time. 2 days later, 9 in the morning. And the call ended. I stood there with a tape measure in my hand, looking at the screen like it might explain what just happened. I wrote the address down anyway. And 2 days later, I left North Olmsted before 7.
But like my
I took 71
main thing
south
that I'm
and
trying to
cut
work
over
on right is
smaller
voice,
roads
my
the way he told me.
voice. Because
Up
that's
the
what's going to
usual
attract the most amount of things.
warehouses,
It's like,
gas
can
stations,
people
diner
listen
signs,
to my voice?
And then nothing but flat
And I've always been
fields and
told my
bare
voice
trees.
is not easy to listen
There
to.
was a point where my GPS
So
showed a
that
blue
is
dot
where we get
moving through a
in
creative
with
roads
adding
with
the
no name,
resonance
just
and
numbers.
enunciation
The address got
along
me to a
with
stretch of
all
two-lane
of the
highway
other
with
small
no
things
shoulder.
that we can
There
do
was no
to
sign,
emphasize
no gate,
exactly how
just a
we
gravel
would
entrance
talk about it.
that looked like it
Instead of just
belonged
being like
to a
this and doing
farmer.
whatever we do and say,
I
fuck
pulled in.
it! Like an annoying little
drive-in
bitch!
Not
Right?
winding, just long.
And that's why I
Straight
have this
gravel
kind
with a
of
shallow ditch on either
narrative essence to the
The
voice,
property
right?
opened
And
up
then trying to
around me
add
and
that emphasis
more
and
acres
that
than I could
emotion
see
still
from the
into
road.
it while having
Trimmed
the
grass,
resonance
mowed
carrying
lawns,
the tone of
trees
my
spaced
voice
on
in a
purpose.
certain way.
I saw the house
But I don't know if
after a
that's
minute.
good or bad,
Modern,
right?
not
It's hard to
huge,
judge when you
but
don't get any
expensive in a
feedback.
quiet
Just
way.
talk like that all the
No
time.
decorative stone.
Well, that
no
is
columns,
kind of the thing,
nothing that
is
said
to just
mansion.
finding out
parked
that I've
near
been
a
talking
detached
in the wrong
garage.
tone my entire
man
life,
was
and
waiting
I
by
should
the
have
front
actually been
steps.
talking like this the
Suit
entire
jacket,
time, and I've just
white
trained
shirt,
myself to
belt
talk in the
tie,
wrong way.
Hands in
Oh,
front of
how
him like he'd
sad
been
it has
there
been to
longer
my
than
life.
necessary.
But that
He
is
walked
the
down the
epitome of my luck to be 34 and find out that, hey, I have been talking
Yeah, that's
wrong
me.
my entire life.
Martin Hale shook my
What the
hand
fuck?
once and let go.
Seriously?
Thank you
No!
for coming.
How could it happen this
I
way?
appreciate you making the drive.
Anyways, I'll be right back. I gotta go flip my food.
Yeah, no problem, I said. Well, you said this was an inspection. You want me to treat it like a commissioning walkthrough? Yes, Hale said. We want confirmation that what was built matches what was specified. We want confirmation the systems perform as intended. This way. Inside,
I get to run
the place was
stream now.
quiet and cold. No TV, no
You hear
music,
my voice.
no
like
smell of
20 seconds
food,
delayed.
cooking, no shoes by the door. Nothing on the walls besides one landscape photo that could have been bought
Actually,
in a
like 10
hotel
seconds.
lobby. Hale didn't offer coffee or water, didn't ask about my drive. He walked me down a hall and opened a door that looked
Wait,
like a
3,
closet.
2, 1, start.
Behind it was a stairwell.
2,
The stairs
3,
were concrete,
4.
wide enough for 2
5,
men side
6.
by side.
Okay, so it's like
A
6 seconds
handrail
delay.
bolted cleanly into the wall. Recessed lights.
Sorry, what? I
everything
wasn't here. I didn't hear you.
Everything sealed.
Oh no, I was
painted,
just
finished.
testing. I was just testing.
No exposed
the,
edges. No rough work.
I
Hale
was just
stepped
testing
down
the
first.
delay.
Oh.
It's a three-way.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
like 8 to 12 seconds or something like
Yeah,
that.
how far?
I just did it, and it was like 6
You'll
seconds,
see.
like
Oh.
5 to 6.
That's not bad.
I followed.
Yeah.
The stairwell
Now I'm just
didn't
like
go
tripping
straight
out because I'm
down.
hearing myself
It
in
ran in
huge
long
talk.
segments.
So I'm gonna
turning
turn down
on
the
landings.
stream volume. Yeah.
Each landing was the same size, the same angle.
That's why I
same light
wish,
placement.
like, is there a
It was
way to,
built for
like, I
traffic,
mean, I guess I could do, like,
not a
this
panic
screen
tunnel
share
or
thing,
hatch
right? But it's
escape.
like, how do I get my
A
sound
real
from the
passage
PC
people could
to go
use
through the
daily.
Discord? So
After
you
the
can
first
hear
minute,
the
the
stream
sound of the house was
in
gone.
the Discord.
No HVAC.
I don't know
coming
how to
from
do
above.
that.
No floor creaks. Just
Oh.
our steps. And the soft noise of
Surely
air
there's something
moving
online
behind
for
the
it.
walls.
Well, I'm like, because, like,
glanced
I know
up
I can
once and
screen
couldn't see
share,
the
right? If
door
I, like,
anymore. We kept going.
share your
The
screen.
air got colder.
But does that give
drier.
you sound
Smelled
if
like
you watch
concrete
it?
and
Does it
heat
have
plastic.
sound on it?
Filtered air.
Do you want me to try?
It's always got that
Yeah, if
clean,
you
dead
because
smell.
just click
like
on
an
the
office building
live
after
and see
hours.
if that
I checked my watch without
has
thinking.
sound on it.
We'd been walking down for 3 minutes.
Oh yeah, there is.
Hail didn't slow.
Really?
At the
Yeah,
bottom.
Okay, well there.
I
So if you
hear
can
that.
watch the
stairwell
stream
opened into a
live in
corridor
the
with a
Discord instead of
ceiling
watching the
higher
actual
than the one
stream, or mute the
upstairs.
stream but still watch it,
The walls were
um,
concrete.
then you can actually
but
hear
faced
everything.
with
Okay.
panels.
So then I'll just go live on
Smooth,
here and I'll just sit on here like
white,
this.
I think you
industrial,
don't
but
get ad
finished.
revenue if I set it to
The
0
floor
though.
was
It's like
polished.
1%. 1%.
No,
Shiny
that's a myth, and
sealed
Twitch even
concrete
said that's a
done
myth.
properly.
That muting the stream
corridor
doesn't
ran
count you as a
straight for
viewer.
a long
No, there's tons of
distance,
things
with
that don't
doors
count
on
you as a
one
viewer.
side.
Muting the stream
Each
is not
door
one of
marked
them.
with a simple label.
What doesn't count me
Unit
as a
A.
viewer then?
Service.
Having multiple tabs
Microphone.
up.
I stepped just
um,
inside and let my eyes move over the
Oh
space.
shit! I
Like-
have multiple tabs up.
This is
Like of
bigger than
Twitch?
I expected. I
No,
said,
not of Twitch.
No, that's what I mean. It's like if
Hale
you have like
nodded.
multiple Twitch streams
That's
open.
why you're here.
Like if you have 8 tabs open of
I pulled
Twitch,
my
you're only
notebook
going to be
out.
counted in like 2.
Started doing
right?
what I always do. All right.
if
Power
you-
first. Where's your primary intake and transfer?
Generally,
Hale pointed down
if
the corridor.
the page isn't
This way.
like clicked on,
We walked past 2
there's like a
doors
chance
and
that
into
it
a
won't
room
count
sounded
you
alive.
as a viewer,
Fans,
right?
low vibration,
Um,
a steady mechanical presence.
sometimes
feel for the
depending
soles
on
of your
stuff, it'll
shoes.
say, "Oh, you haven't
The room held 2
You're
generators
not,
on mounts.
a
Both
viewer
enclosed
because you
with
haven't
sound
engaged with the
dampening.
stream in a while,
Fuel lines ran clean.
like you're lurking, right?"
A bank of batteries.
So
set
there's
along
like
the
there's a
far
bunch of
wall,
random
tied
stuff
in
that's
with
all on
vertices,
Twitch's
and a
side for the
panel that
algorithm of
looked like
being
it
like,
belonged
"Are
in a
you
hospital.
poking you to see if
I
you're a
looked at
bot?"
the
Basically,
labels. I looked at
but they're
the
really
windows.
bad at it because their fucking system sucks.
All right, 2 gens.
Whereas is
I
like, look at
said.
Kick a year and a half
This
ago, where if you
battery
opened
bank is
multiple
not a backup.
tabs, hey
This
guys,
is
he
a
landed on my
second
hand.
system.
Look,
Yes.
he landed on my hand. He
sir.
was like, "Oh hey, yo, what's up, dude?
Current fuel
How's it
storage.
going, bro? What you at,
Hale led me
motherfucker?
to an adjacent
What you
room.
doing?" I'm like,
Tanks.
"I don't know, bro. What do you
Not a
want?"
couple
Is that a
drums.
fly?
Tanks
No,
designed
it's
to
a
sit there
beetle.
For years. Filtered intake.
Why is there just a beetle?
Yes.
Because they're
Manual
all over the
start.
house.
Yes.
They come inside from the outside
wrote it
during
down.
the winter, so we get like all these
I
little
moved
beetles
to the
and stuff. They
electrical
just fly
panels.
around and have fun.
Everything
do
was
their own thing.
labeled by zone. Nothing
I see.
sloppy.
Yeah.
No handwritten tape.
Oh, is that a cockroach?
The
No,
work
it's a beetle.
was
But then you do this, you're like,
professional and
bye bye.
expensive.
He's on my
This
TV
looks
now.
like a commercial install. I
They
said.
treat it like a
It
fucking
was.
roller coaster ride. They land on me, and
did it?
woo, they go
I asked.
flying, and they just come
We're a
back.
firm that understands
Yeah,
discretion.
oh!
I didn't push that. Next, I checked air.
Maybe you
Hale
should
took
write a
me into
story
an
about
air
the beetles
handling
in your
room
house, like
that was
from the
clean enough to
perspective
eat
of-
off the floor. Pre-filters, HEPA, a section.
They're
labeled
so
with chemical
commonplace. My
filtration,
cat ignores them.
Spare filters. Storage
She used
and
to eat
sealed
them. Now she's just
packaging.
like, I don't give a
A
fuck
bypass
anymore.
system that could route
Maybe they
around
don't
one
taste good.
unit if it went down.
Maybe they're crunchy as
How many
fuck.
intakes?
How
4.
do you know?
Where
'Cause
are
you,
they?
you step on one and
I'm
you're like, oh
protected.
shit, is that a snail?
Protected.
What the fuck?
Ugh.
Yeah.
Can I see them?
I just imagine like,
Not today.
oh, like when
I
you're in
wrote
the
that
like
down
in the
too.
middle of night when you're like getting up to use the
Water
restroom.
came
and
next.
Just step on.
Storage tanks,
Yup.
treatment,
Oh man,
plumbing that was
sucks.
oversized, redundancy in pumps, a UV treatment unit.
I mean, I've been here 4
Replacement
years. I've only
parts
stepped on
like a
maybe 2 or 3 of
maintenance
them.
shop.
But
This is set up
That's
for a
not bad.
long
No.
occupancy, I said.
they're usually around on the
Hale
winter
nodded again.
anyways. And it's like,
How
at
many
any
people
given
is it
time, there's
designed for?
maybe like 8 or 9.
Enough.
Like anywhere in the
He
house.
replied.
Now, there'll be like one in my room,
I didn't argue
one
with that.
in the bathroom, one in the kitchen,
The
one in the
layout kept
sunroom,
opening up.
one in the living room.
There were corridors that
Just kind of
branched
chilling
into living
around.
quarters.
You never see them in
Not
groups though.
bunks, actual rooms, beds, desks.
They're not very social.
Storage.
They just like to
Bathrooms that
explore.
weren't cramped.
Like, this room is
A kitchen
warm.
with commercial-grade
It's minus
equipment.
42
A
outside.
pantry
Fuck that.
room larger than my first apartment. There was a medical room with sealed cabinets, a table, oxygen and refrigeration units. There was a communications room with hardwired lines, a rack and shielding in the walls. I ran my hand along the paneling and felt how thick it was. Faraday, I asked. Yes, Hale replied. I wrote it down. We
I think the
passed
story
doors
is
labeled
like
core
kind of,
access in the
I don't
lower
know.
unit. The farther we went, the more the
Some
place
of
felt
them
like a facility,
are
not a shelter.
more, you know,
The ceiling
build
stayed
up than
high.
others, and this
The
seems to be
lighting
a
stayed
very
even.
build up story.
The ventilation was
Because I'm like,
balanced.
it hasn't
No
mentioned
hot
anything
spots,
about the end of the
no
world
stale
yet.
corners.
It's only
It was
mentioned
well done.
about building the bunkers.
Everything about it said it wasn't built for a single storm night.
And
It
like
was
the
built
fact that
for
like they're end of the
routine.
world
I
bunkers.
checked fire
And then it's like, oh well, if they're
suppression,
end of the world
drainage.
bunkers,
I
like
checked
how is
the
that going to
seals
lead
around
into
doors. I
the
looked
end
for
of the
weak
world,
points and
right?
found
Like,
none.
so
At
we're
one
just kind of
point, I
along this
stopped and
slow
looked at Hale.
discovery route.
How long has this been in use? I asked. It's been tested, he replied. By who? I asked. He didn't answer. He checked his watch and looked back down the corridor. I have something to take care of upstairs.
But what do you think about the
I'll
narration
leave
on
you
this in
to
general?
finish your inspection.
I like his voice.
He reached into his
Yeah.
jacket and handed me a thin access
That's
card.
I kind of
All
like Dark
doors you'll need
Somnium's
are active,
effects
he said.
better though, and music.
Take your time.
Yeah.
I'll come back.
Dark
down
Somnia
when
has
you're
a,
done.
I'd say a better
nodded.
presentation,
Hale turned and walked away toward the
but
stairwell. His
I like the
footsteps carried
narration
for a
of this
while,
better.
And then blended into
I
the
do like
background
Lighthouse
noise of the bunker.
horror narration. It's pretty good.
I stood there for a moment.
Which is why I'm like,
completely alone
how do I
in
combine the
this
two, right? Because I've
massive
got like
underground
the
space.
sound effects and the music
I
and like the
continued the inspection the
B-roll.
way I normally would.
So let's like
I moved
really,
through the remaining
and about the
corridors,
story, all I
checking
need
door
now is to combine
seals,
that with an
wall
amazing
thickness,
voice.
where mechanical cutaways exposed it, and drainage points.
Which is
along
where
the
I've been
floor.
like, you know,
Everything matched
asking other
standard
people if they want to do
industrial structure.
voiceovers for the
The
stories.
workmanship was consistent.
Like,
No
I would
rushed
love to get one for
sections,
Hellish
no
Mist because he
retrofits.
has like an amazing
Several
narrating
rooms were
voice.
clearly meant for daily use. Laundry machines bolted into reinforced pads. Storage shelving labeled but empty.
Callie would make a good
A
voice
food
for like a
prep
romance
area
story,
sized
though.
For routine operation rather than emergency rations. I made notes as I went.
That's why he's good with ASMR.
The lower unit extended.
But
further
no, he just
than I
had to stop
expected.
doing that. Now I only
The
have 4
corridor
videos
narrowed
that I can
slightly,
watch.
Then widened again near the
I need
end.
more content, Callie.
lighting
You know what it's
changed
like
in this
watching the
section.
same 4 videos
The
over and over
fixtures
again?
Were recessed deeper into the ceiling, producing a softer light. At the end of the corridor was a single room. The door was open. Inside, the space was larger than the others and mostly empty. Shelving lined one
Another
wall.
thing is like length,
A
right?
work
Like if I
table
want to get
stood against
people
another.
hooked on the channel, I
In
need
the
like
center of the
what's
room
the
was a low
appropriate
metal
length to be like,
podium
oh hey, you know,
anchored
I
to the
don't
floor.
I don't know this, I'm not invested in
book
this, so I don't want to
rested on
waste like
top
an
of it.
hour. It's like 20
I
minutes, or
stopped
they see a
just
6-minute
inside the
video, like
doorway.
this is really short. What is the
The book
story
didn't
even going to
match
be,
anything
right?
else in the
Like
room.
what? So far, I'm
Wasn't
aiming
stored
between
or
8 and
protected.
16 minutes, something
Wasn't
like that,
labeled.
for like.
It was just there. I walked
You know, I'll
toward
give it a try, right?
The book was resting.
It's not
flat on
too
the
much of an
podium,
investment to see if it's
already
worth my
open in the
time.
middle. The pages
Whereas you see
were
like a
even,
3-hour one and you're like, ooh,
as if it'd been placed that way on purpose.
that's a bit much.
I reached out and touched the edge of the page.
Which is why what we're going to be doing now, instead of doing compilation stories,
thicker than
we're going to be
mine
moving
stuff.
to each individual
edges were
story
uneven
being
and
its
cut
own
by
release. And we're going to do that for a couple
binding
months
was
and see what
pale
that
and
does.
smooth, pulled tighter
Because
on the
apparently
side.
whatever we're doing is working. Because
On the
we've
front of
gone
the book
from
was a skull
40
shape
subscribers
formed as part of the cover
to
itself.
65 subscribers on
attached
Blue
or
Horror Stories
decorative.
in the last 2 months.
I
And
leaned
we've gone from
closer
60
and looked at it.
subscribers to
The
80
pages were
subscribers
filled with
on
dense
Italk
text
Stories in the
arranged
last 2
narrow
months.
columns. Diagrams were
Whereas we
embedded
were staying
between blocks of
stagnant at
writing,
around
drawn
40
with
to
straight
50 for
lines
like
and
a month and a
precise
half.
spacing. The symbols repeated throughout the page in
So it's kind of
consistent
just
patterns.
whatever we're doing and whatever we're
Then I
learning,
noticed the
it is
illustrations.
getting
They
better.
showed figures
Like
that didn't
the
resemble
graphs and the
human
analytics show
anatomy.
that even the slightest
Others
bit
had
it's getting better,
horned heads
even with
or
the minimal
distorted
amount of information
faces.
that it has.
The
So
drawings
let's
were
give it more
detailed
information and
into the
more
book,
opportunities, right?
not stylized or abstract.
Especially when it comes to
At
like
the top
making
of the
thumbnails
page,
and
there was a
title
large
packaging
number.
combinations of being like, how can I get the first 30
2026.
seconds to sell this,
I read
right?
it again to be sure. The number did not look like it was added later. It was part of the page layout, aligned with the text beneath it. After that, I stopped thinking about the rest of the bunker. I focused on the book. I studied the diagrams, then the figures, then the symbols repeating along the margins. The layout looked structured, like instructions meant to be followed in order. I didn't turn the page yet. I kept my hand resting on the edge of the podium, and I stayed where I was. Finally, I slid my fingers under the cover of the page and turned it. The next pages held only a short block of text. It read, "When ancient vows are cast aside and signs return across the sky, the sealed will rise, the count is tied. To
Here we go. End of the world
26,
stuff now.
when men must die."
Ooh.
Below the text was a full-page illustration. A man knelt on bare ground, his knees pressed into the earth. His hands were planted in front of him, fingers spread, weight leaning forward. His head was tilted up. High above him, far into the sky, an angel hovered. It was turned completely away from the man. The wings were extended wide, filling most of the space above, their scale making the figure below look tiny by comparison. The man remained where he was, looking up. The angel remained turned away from him.
Fucking ads.
Positioned
Okay, I'm
as
gonna
if
go grab my
already
food. We'll
moving
just
up.
pause this for a sec. Go grab food. We'll be right back. Oh, we have ads. Man down. Okay.
With
Way back.
nothing in the illustration suggesting
That's
it would turn back.
up in here.
I didn't turn another page. 2026. Finally, I flipped the page.
Damn it.
The next one was
Door
filled
to
with
open.
water. Not the surface, the depth. The ocean
So
was drawn
weak,
in
guys. I can't even open a
cross-section,
Ziploc
cut
bag.
straight down from sky to black.
Woo.
Light thinned
Everything
quickly
I had.
as the water descended. The upper layers were pale and open. Below that, the lines grew heavier, the shading denser, until the lower third of the page became solid darkness. Something occupied the center of it. The scale was established by comparison. Ships were drawn along the surface line, reduced to narrow silhouettes. One vessel was split open, its hull folding inward. Another was angled downward, stern lifted as if caught by something below. Beneath them, a massive body coiled through the water. It was enormous. Its form bent slowly across the page, thick and armored, each curve overlapping the next. Ridges ran along its length like layered plates. The head rose from the darkness beneath. It was broad and blunt, shaped like a wedge. The mouth opened vertically, split from lower jaw to crown, and inside were rows of short, dense teeth
3, 2, 1, toe!
packed tightly together. A single eye was visible on the side of the head, set far back. It was round and pale, fixed forward. The body vanished into the black below, extending beyond the page. And I turned to the next. The water was gone. The next pages showed the sky. The background was left open and empty. No clouds, no stars. Suspended within it were spheres, perfectly round. Some were small, others larger. Each one was drawn cleanly, smooth-edged, evenly curved. Several were shaded a bright blue. One illustration showed the inside of an aircraft cockpit. The windshield framed a blue sphere hovering just ahead of the nose. It was close enough to fill much of the view, glowing evenly. Another showed the same sphere pacing alongside a wing, holding position without drift. More pages followed. Spheres over open water, above farmland, hovering near coastlines. Several illustrations showed a blue sphere descending straight down into the ocean. The surface remained smooth. The water closed behind it without disturbance. As I flipped through the pages, the images stayed consistent. I thought of pilots interviewed recently on the news, describing objects that matched speed, then just stopped. Footage released quietly. Reports of glowing blue orbs entering and leaving the ocean.
I like how it's tied back to UFOs. I love
They
that
matched
shit.
those accounts very closely. I turned the page. The next section moved underground. The pages showed cross-sections of earth and concrete, layers peeled back to reveal underground structures. Walls, ceilings, rebar, and sealed rooms were drawn in precise detail. Outside those structures were figures. They stood taller than the entrances, measured across doors and access hatches, 10 feet or more. Their bodies were made entirely of bone. Each structure was fused and rigid. Skull shapes were elongated and smooth. Eye sockets were deep. Rib cages curved inward, forming solid frames around the torso. Long arms ended in fused fingers shaped into rigid claws. Several illustrations showed the figures positioned directly against bunker walls. In one, a clawed hand pressed flat against reinforced concrete. In another, a figure leaned close to a sealed door, its skull tilted, as if trying to find a way in. One image showed multiple figures surrounding a buried structure, hovering just above the ground. Wings extended outward and upward. The wings were constructed with interlocking bone segments, it looked like, wide and stiff. Another illustration showed one of the figures gripping a human above ground, lifting it upward. The bunker below remained intact and sealed. None of the images showed the figures inside. Every drawing placed them at the perimeter, against walls and above access points, at entrances that remained closed. I turned the page. There was a massive coiled serpent. Its body was thick and muscular, each loop overlapping the next. Large, smooth scales covered its length. The head was triangular and blunt. Eyes were set forward and wide, shaded a bright red. The mouth was open. Inside, the throat widened quickly, drawn deep and smooth. One illustration showed a human figure halfway inside, legs still visible, arms pinned tight into coils.
You better get inside your bunker.
Figure fully swallowed. The body
You
outlined.
don't have a bunker?
inside the
Oh
serpent
shit, man. Sorry,
as
you
it
can't come
moved
into mine.
downward. The final image showed the serpent alone. Its midsection was thicker. The red eyes stared outward at me. I turned the page. The next section began without illustration. A single word was written at the top, centered and plain. Survival. Beneath it was a
Nice
short
dick.
rhyme,
Thanks.
set apart from the rest
But
of the
you know,
text. Keep gold close
I
when
try,
the sky turns
you know.
red. It buys you time. It
Right.
buys the dead.
There is something to be said about that.
Silver shines for blood and bone.
Thank you for the follow, bro.
If you strike,
Super appreciate it.
you strike alone.
Hi, sweetie.
I read it once and stayed
Although I wouldn't
with
say
it.
as much a dick as I would say a
Gold
clit.
to bargain,
Perfect match for us.
silver to kill.
Well, let's find out,
I
actually.
thought about the price charts I'd seen lately. The ones that kept showing
Why
up
are you
whether I looked
smoking?
firm or not.
Baby.
What? When did you
Gold
start
climbing
smoking?
steadily.
1980.
Oh, no, actually, okay. Well, it's bigger than it.
You have been
It's not quite. I mean, it's like an
lying.
in-between, right? It's like,
The
that's
explanations were always the same. Inflation.
not quite play, not quite a dick, right?
Market fear.
It's like halfway in
Those
between.
reasons had always been enough before. A few days earlier, a video had started.
You got
playing
the
while I was
black dick?
working.
No, I'll take that.
Somebody talking about gold and silver again. He'd been saying the same thing for
Smokey
years,
likes knows I
but
love
this
the
time
big
he
black
was
dick.
right. He was talking about physical metal, about shortages. I remembered scrolling past it without much thought. But standing there looking at that page, I wondered
on,
how
man.
many people out there
Who couldn't resist a big
knew
black
what
dick?
was coming. I
No
thought
one
about the
can.
bunkers
You
I'd
say you
worked on,
can until you get there.
the ones that went deeper
Then you're
every
drooling
year,
over it.
the ones with storage
Oh, wait,
rooms
no, I
with
hear
empty
mom.
on
Never
top,
mind.
shelving
Sorry.
waiting to
I was
be
confused for
filled
a second there.
with something specific. I thought about how the clients had
Massive
started asking
black dick,
why,
true.
and started asking how soon. Was this why?
I mean, a
prices
normal
were
dick
climbing
looks
the way they
massive
were?
compared to mine, but a
Not because
massive
of
dick
debt
looks like a
ceilings or
fucking horse
inflation.
dick. Like, holy shit.
But because a small number of people knew there was something much
I ain't gonna
worse
fit.
coming.
Shit.
Okay.
Oh, it'll fit.
enough.
Trust me.
I closed the book and let it rest on the
I'll
podium.
make it fit.
The room didn't change. The bunker was the same as before. Nothing in the concrete or steel reacted to what I just read. Because as convincing as the pages had been, as precise as the drawings were, this was still a book. Just some weird book. Wasn't evidence. Wasn't data. It wasn't proof. People had written convincing things before, you know, prophecies, predictions, end of the world timelines. They never came true. We're still here. This was ridiculous. It had to be. A book couldn't explain markets, couldn't explain military sightings or ocean footage or why people with money were suddenly building downward instead of outward. It couldn't explain why the images, why they felt so specific. I told myself it wasn't real, it was just a book. It couldn't be real. But even as I stood there, part of me resisted the thought. Not because I believed it, but because something about it, it felt different. The pages didn't feel written to convince anyone. They felt written to record something. I shook my head slightly, and I turned away from the podium. You've read it? The voice came from behind me. I turned. The man in the suit stood a few steps away, hands folded in front of him, the same way he'd been when I arrived. Oh, yeah, look, I'm sorry, it was open and... No, he interrupted. It's all right. He didn't sound upset or surprised. I wanted you to. He looked past me at the podium, then back at my face. You've seen what's coming. You mean the story? I began. The book? Yeah, I read a few pages. It's creepy, but... I gestured back toward the podium. It's a book, I continued. That's all it is. He didn't interrupt me, didn't raise his voice.
There we go. I fixed my tower of leaning dishes.
Talking. Come with me, he began. I want to show you something. He turned before I could answer. We didn't take the main corridors. He led me through a service passage I hadn't checked yet, narrower than the others, the ceiling lower, the lighting.
That cracked pepper on those is a little much for me.
We went down another set of stairs. This level wasn't finished the same way as the rest of the bunker.
All right, another tote. Let's
the
go.
Walls were raw concrete.
Get your note ready.
No panels or paint. The floor was bare. The sound of our steps carried farther. At the end of the corridor was a single door.
Tote.
It was steel and reinforced. A small window set into it at eye level, covered by very heavy glass. He stopped beside it. I'm going to open the shutter, he said. I wouldn't look for long. He slid a panel aside. Something was behind the glass. I didn't understand what I was seeing at first. My brain tried to classify it and failed. Whatever was in that cell didn't move toward the window. It didn't react to us. That made it worse. My chest tightened and my mouth went dry. I felt my hands curl without meaning to. Every instinct I had told me to step back. I did. That's enough. He slid the panel closed immediately. And we stood there in silence for a moment. I didn't ask what it was. I didn't ask how it got here. I didn't want answers that would stay with me.
Aliens!
We went back the way we'd come.
Demons!
When we reached the finished levels again.
They're all the same thing. God, all the same thing. They're aliens!
By comparison. He stopped near the podium. I brought you here because I'm not good with things like these. Power, air, water, redundancy. That isn't my expertise. He reached into his jacket and removed 2 objects. Tickets. They were rigid, covered in gold foil that caught the light as he moved them. There was no writing on them, except the number 2026. He held them out in his open palm. You and one other. Choose carefully. He let that sit. You can stay here, keep the systems running, maintain everything, make sure it works the way it's supposed to, he said. He stepped past me and walked back toward the stairwell without saying another word. His footsteps faded the same way they had earlier. And then I left. The walk back up felt longer than the way down. The stairwell didn't change. Everything felt the same, but different. When I got outside, my truck was where I'd parked it. I got in, shut the door, and started the engine. I didn't look back at the house as I pulled onto the gravel drive.
Yo, BZD Doppelganger, what's up? How's it going, Doppelganger? How are you doing? How's it going today?
On either side.
What are you up to? Happy New Year, Merry Christmas!
I didn't call anyone.
It's
I
a new
didn't say a
release
word.
day! Yay!
And that brings us to the
So we're doing a
present moment.
comparison between Lighthouse Horror and my
I'm
new
telling you
release
this
story.
because I've made my decision.
So we can do a
I've
direct,
accepted
immediate
his
comparison.
offer.
But how have
I'm
you been,
taking my
Doppelganger?
son, Julian, 8 years old. Last night after dinner, I sat down with him on the couch, and I pulled one of his
Doing
books
alright.
off the
Merry
shelf.
Christmas and New Year to
One
you
of
as
the
well.
older ones.
2026, let's
A picture book with
go!
monsters in it.
Let's make 2026
The
better than
kind where the creature
2025!
is always somewhere
Let's
in the
aim
background of
for
the page,
like
half hidden behind
seven
furniture
viewer
or a tree,
average.
while
So
the
like
story pretends it
2.5 more than we currently
I
have.
told him I was going to read it.
And
He
we're gonna
leaned
aim
against
for
me,
100
watched
subs
the
on
pictures
YouTube
while I did.
on both channels.
Didn't say anything. Just followed along.
Nice
turning his head as we turned pages.
dick!
When we reached the
True,
part
you would
where
love
the monsters
Doppelganger's
filled
dick,
most of the frame,
Latino.
I closed the book instead of
She
finishing
got
it.
a real good one going up there.
I told him we were going to be leaving soon.
Did you post your Expedition 33
Somewhere
playthrough?
different.
Yes, Hake.
He looked
It
up at the
is.
book, then at
It
me.
is on. It's on the main
Where are we
YouTube.
going, Dad?
All of my streams are. So the entire playthrough
Where
is
will
on there.
be
I've been busy.
safe
December
from
was supposed to be my
monsters.
time off, but I just couldn't relax.
told him there was a
Sounds about right,
place built to
Doppelganger.
keep
I don't
people
feel.
safe.
I don't feel right if I'm not
Deep underground.
on the
I
clock when
kept
it
my
comes to
voice
writing.
even.
I don't know. There's something
I
about
told
it.
him he could bring whatever
I
he
feel like I'm
wanted.
falling
It would fit
behind,
in my
right?
bag.
It's like
He
it's like being on a
nodded,
hamster wheel in a way.
stood up,
I am
and went to his room.
Chilean, bitch.
I heard
Cool.
George
Raymond is
open.
also from
I heard the
Chile.
zipper on his backpack.
Habla bien,
When
Perkin,
he came
Cabeza,
half
depend.
full.
Where's Raymond when you
Clothes
need him?
folded
You get along
His
well with
monster
Raymond,
book tucked
Platino.
inside it. I told him we'd leave in the morning, and he went back to bed. After he fell asleep, I stood in the doorway and watched him. I told myself I was doing the right thing.
Hola, Mimi.
I told myself that this was
Gustan
what
las
fathers were supposed to do.
cortetes. So much needs
The truck
to
is
get
fueled
done.
already.
If I'm not being productive, I
We'll be
stress
leaving
out. Yeah.
soon.
And like my New Year's thing is
I
we're
didn't
gonna
plan to
we're
say
gonna
anything.
spend the
That
next
was the
6
easiest
months now that
option.
we've spent so much
Get in
time
the truck
improving our
and just
skills. I
drive
think
away.
our writing
Let the
skill is
rest
at
of
the
the
level we
world
want it to
figure
be
things out on its own.
right now. At least we're at like
But
a
I couldn't leave
plateau
with
where
that.
it's like we've gone from an hour
I
of
couldn't
improvement
leave knowing
or
I'd
taking an hour to
seen
improve
what
to
I'd
10
seen
hours to
and said
improve on a
nothing.
skill. So I think
Knowing
that's
I'd been
decent
warned.
progress.
In a way,
And
most
we're
people
doing a
were
full
not.
manuscript for
So this is me
Stoner
warning
Girl
you.
Evolution. Jesus.
I know times
Um,
are hard. I know money is tight and
And
friends
we're gonna
are
do a
harder
full
to come by
90K
than
to
they used to be.
120K words
Talk to the people around you.
manuscript, completely
Your
unedited,
friends, your
but
neighbors,
just
the
get the
ones you
manuscript
trust.
out, done,
Band
ready,
together if you can.
the words on the page, the
Organize.
story,
Make a plan
and
that doesn't
experience with
rely
making
on
a full
everything
manuscript as
working
opposed to
the
just a
way it
bunch of short
always has.
stories.
Pick one place to go. Think about food, about shelter. Think about how you'll
That's pretty much
protect
the
each
goal
other
for
if
the
it
next
comes to
6
that.
months, and then after
Don't
that 6 months,
assume
we start the
someone
new
else will
Final
handle it.
Fantasy book.
And
We
if you're
actually write the
able,
book.
Get gold or silver, even a single coin. It wasn't framed as advice in the book. It was framed as survival. I don't know exactly
Yeah.
how any of it works, and I don't think
Because I've been doing so many short
explanations matter much
stories.
right now.
I did Lisa Lives
But
Forever
maybe
series as like a
preparation
combination of a bunch of little
I have
short
seen
stories in the same
the
universe
things
that tell a
that are
story,
coming.
but from like a generation,
Do
like
what
across
you
100
can.
years, basically, from
Just do
multiple
what you
characters'
can.
perspectives and just like random
And get ready.
episodes of random characters having random things happen to them, just like building up tension for like what's going on in the world to show that like there's all these experiments going on and everything's like
Hey,
fucked
this
up,
is
right?
Steven. I just wanted to say thank you for all the support in 2025. I hope 2026
So we have
is a great year for all of us.
Technically
and
4
we're
more
not,
stories that we have to
eaten
write
by
for it.
demons.
The ant conspiracy theory story, the rescuing of Trevor and Sam, as well as the final showdown with Lisa. And then the epilogue, which is after Lisa wins, the person who's basically allergic to the Matrix. Because the way they have to have it is they have to have like one human outside the system so they can have like a source of original, because people get like basically like overconsumption allergy to basically the Matrix, in that if they're in there too long, like their minds start to reject it. So they have to rewrite their DNA by using the original host who's outside of the system. So they always have at least one human outside of the system, so that they can use their genetics to. It's kind of like the clone of a 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 clone, right? They need the purebred to always be there. And that's kind of the idea. And it follows the character basically wandering through, the endless world of bodies in jars connected to fucking the network. And they try to, like, get into the network because they have, like, all the things to do it. But they get into the network, it's like error codes and shit, and then they basically get booted the fuck out. But every time they do it, they gain a little bit of information, and they're slowly piecing together what the fuck is going on. Because they have no idea. They just know the machines keep them alive. And then the entire series ends like that. Because, again, I love the dark, grim, evil wins endings. I think they're just, especially, like, it's just, it's what the story kind of demands, That's how I think about it. But anyway, so that was Lighthouse Horror. So now we'll start with the short one. All right. Here we go.
When I come to on the...
So this is Brian Evanson's sister. Here we go.
When I come to on the cold metal table, blinding lights burn overhead, two figures in white coats hunch over instruments, my father among them, piecing me back together. Before they notice I'm awake, I angle the mirror to see my reflection, skin peeled back like petals, exposing the hard, unyielding rind beneath, a square cut into my forehead, revealing a dim, throbbing glow, but deep inside. At first, there's me and my sister. Then, there's only me, or rather, to put it more precisely, first, there is me and I am observing my sister, for my sister is unstable. It is hard, sometimes, to believe we are siblings, and sometimes I, the stable one, do not believe so. Your task, my father says, if he really is my father, is to watch her, to observe her. If he is my father, then he is probably not my sister's father, which I suppose would make my sister something other than my sister. Perhaps she is my half-sister, and we share the same mother. But we have never known a mother. Perhaps, as my sister used to suggest before her death, we were grown in a vat, not a womb. Perhaps I, the stable sister, am not quite as stable as I have been led to believe. To return to the matter at hand, my sister sits in a chair that is too large. Or, more precisely, it is a normal-sized chair, even though my sister is too small for a normal-sized chair. I, too, am too small for the normal-sized chair I am sitting in, which is positioned right beside my sister's. Neither my sister nor myself are normal-sized. In this, at least, we are alike. We both stare at the blank wall. It is a whitewashed wall with a crack wandering across it. Sometimes I feel this crack hides a face. There are two larger holes where perhaps nails were once affixed, presumably to hang a picture. But there has never been a picture hanging on this wall in my lifetime. My sister and I awkwardly grip the arms of our normal-sized chairs and stare in mutual silence at the wall. From time to time, I cast a sidelong glance at my sister to assure myself that she is still present in the chair beside me. It is my task to watch her, so father says. As far as I can tell, she does not glance at me. Perhaps she does not care if I am still there. Perhaps, unlike me, she does not have a task. I hear the buzzing of a fly. The creature passes before my eyes, a disruption in the air, and then circles, humming above my head.
It is behind my chair, then beside it, then comes to settle on the chair's arm. Carefully, I lift one hand, slowly, slowly. Then I bring it down swiftly, killing the fly, cracking the chair's arm in the process. I am, as my father has noted, exceptionally strong and exceptionally swift. Another sign, so my sister might suggest that at least one of us, me, was grown in a vat. I flick the dead fly onto the floor. Half smiling, I turn to my sister, eager for her to acknowledge what I have done. But my sister is no longer beside me. While I have been engaged with the fly, she has left her chair and traveled to the far side of the room, clambering up into the open window. She is framed in it. As I watch, she throws herself out. By the time I've reached the window myself, she lies in the courtyard below, blood spreading in a pool around her head. I do what any faithful sister would do. I leapt out after her. When I come to myself again, I am lying beside my sister. The cobblestones where my body struck are cracked and buckled. I am unharmed, so far as I can determine. How can I be unharmed? My sister's eyes are open. For a moment, I think she is still alive, but she is not alive. She is dead. I have failed in my task. I do not know how long I lie there. Perhaps an hour, perhaps 2. Long enough for the blood to stop pooling and to become tacky. It sticks to the side of my head and dries there. Long enough for my father to come looking for us and find us no longer in the room. Long enough for him to peer out the window and see us both lying in the courtyard, one of us dead, the other pretending to be dead, and to cry out. You had one task, my father tells me. My sister's body has been carried away, the blood scrubbed from the stones. I have been washed and brought back here to this room. As I sit in the normal-sized chair, Fucking ads. he walks back and...
God damn it. Oh, what do you think so far? Yep, sounds about right. Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Not at all. I mean, this guy seems to be enjoying himself. I think that's all that really matters, right? I mean, you start with one, and then you move, you move along from there. Start with too much at a time, it's gonna be a bad time. I'll tell you that. We back? We back? We back, motherfuckers? 3, 2, 1, toe!
Forth, his hands clasped behind his back. You failed in your task, he says. I failed. I acknowledge. I bow my head. I no longer have a daughter, he says. You no longer have 2 daughters, I correct. You still have me. He hesitated a moment, finally nods. His hesitation is not lost on me, nor is the fact that after I speak he seems confused and afraid, though I'm not sure what I am to learn from this. He walks back and forth. How am I to know that you do not push her? Why would I hurt my sister? I say. She jumped and then I jumped after her. Why would you jump after her?
I was hoping to catch her. I lie, absorb her fall. But I was too far behind her to do that or even believe that it might be possible. The truth is, I was hoping to be like her, to be dead with her, but I failed in that as well. My father stares at me. I wonder, he says absently, what distracted you? What made you stop watching her? A fly, I say. A fly, he says, surprised. But there are no flies in this place. How do you even know about flies? I look on the floor for the dead fly, but there is nothing there. Could I have imagined it? I saw a fly, father. I insist. Don't call me that, he says sharply. Impossible, he adds. Then he sighs. What shall I do with you? Shall I store you? Store me? I ask, confused. Never mind, he says. He waves his fingers. Carry on, he says, and leaves the room. But how am I to carry on? I had one task, as my father has always pointed out to me. Now that my sister is dead, I have no task at all. What am I to do myself? I spend a certain amount of time in the room, sitting in my normal-sized chair. If I look only at the wall, letting my eyes drift along the crack, there are moments, brief moments, when I can imagine the face of my sister caught in the crack, and then I can extract it and float it away from the wall to reside here beside me. I can feel her. It is as if we are both alive and together in the room. But then I turn my head and she is not there. I am alone. But does it have to be me? Why must I think of myself as me and not as her, as my sister? In so many ways we were so alike, weren't we? Could I not be her? Would it not be possible for me to shift my thinking slightly and become the unstable one, the one who needs to be watched? After all, I already know I'm not as stable as I've been led to believe. How hard could it possibly be to no longer be me? I leave the room. When I come back, I sit not in the normal-sized chair with the broken arm, but the other chair, the one closer to the window. This is my chair, I insist to myself. That other chair belongs to my sister. I take my place and wait for my sister to enter. She will sit beside me and, as she always does, observe me. Why does she observe me? Because father has told her to do so. But why would she listen to my father? And what manner of creature is she? Why is it that, though I am told repeatedly she is my sister, I have a hard time believing it? When my sister does not appear, I close my eyes, I empty my mind of all thoughts, and then slowly I allow there to enter, from somewhere deep within my skull, the sound of footsteps. They move from the doorway past me, a child's step but heavier than my own. And then I hear her take her place in the chair next to me. I open my eyes. I do not look at her. I look instead at the wall across from me. It is enough to know my sister is there, looking at me, keeping me safe. Or is it? What is she keeping me safe from? She looks like me, and she does not look like me. Is she really my sister? Why does my father insist we call one another sisters? She is not encased in flesh, but in some other substance that resembles flesh. Once, a man broke into our room brandishing a weapon. He aimed it at me and fired, but my sister, impatient and quick, was already in front of me, shielding me with her own body, moving with a speed I did not believe her capable of. When the weapon discharged, it tore a hole in her flesh, but revealed something unexpected beneath. Another harder rind that the discharge blackened but could not pierce. I remember that the man appeared first surprised and then very afraid. What in God's name are you? I believe he managed to say. A moment later, moving even faster, my sister had done a sequence of things to the man that, by its end, left him little more than a sodden sack of meat. Like me, to his detriment, he did not have a harder rind behind his skin. I remember my father questioning my sister. Why, he wanted to know, had she done that to the man? Why hadn't she kept him alive so that he could be questioned and we could determine which of my father's enemies had been responsible? Did she think it was easy to govern in a place like this, so alien, so far away from the comforts of home? Perhaps you need to be recalibrated, my father said, half to himself. If we are so different inside, beneath our skin, how can we be sisters? Surely we cannot be true sisters. But why would my father want us to address one another in this way? Perhaps for our benefit, perhaps for mine. No, certainly for hers. I finger the skin on my belly. There is a slight irregularity to the skin there, from where the man shot me. I sink my fingers in and feel my harder rind beneath. For of course, I am not my sister after all. I am just me. It does not matter what chair I sit in. A self cannot be shrugged on and off so easily as that. Or, at least, if it can only be for a moment. I return to my chair, the one with the broken arm, broken by me. I close my eyes and try again to imagine my sister alive and beside me. It is hard imagining her alive than it was imagining I was her. But in the end, if I keep my eyes closed, I can do it. I can hear her opening the door. I can hear the sound of her steps, so much lighter than my own, as they cross the floor. I can hear the whisper of her soft limbs as they brush against the wood as she climbs up into her chair. I revel in this moment of my sister being alive again. Then I hear the buzz of a fly. I hear it in front of me, behind me, above me. I keep my eyes tightly closed. I will the sound to go away, but the sound does not go away. It maintains itself, a buzz and then a whine. And then there I hear the thunk of a heavy hand slamming down, killing it, breaking the arm of the chair. I open my eyes and see my sister, alive again, crouched in the window, ready to throw herself out, and then with a cry she does, and here I am, tumbling out into the air after her. When I come conscious, I am not in the courtyard. I am on a metal table, a bank of lights above me, burning brilliantly. Two men in white coats and surgical masks loom beside me. They are turned away from me and hunched over a seat of instruments and parts, making choices. One of them, despite the way he is swaddled, I recognize as my father. A large round mirror is on a telescoping arm next to me. Before they notice I am awake, I adjust it so that I can see myself in it. In the reflection, parts of my face have been loosened, the skin peeled back to reveal the rind beneath. There's a square opening in my forehead, and deep within I see a dim, throbbing glow. My father turns around. With his tools, he begins to reassemble my face. I remain still, as if, like my sister, I am dead. I don't understand, says my father to the man next to him. Misprogramming? Some sort of bug? Why is it seeing things that aren't there? The man shrugs. There's so much we don't know, he says. Once activated, they begin to learn for themselves, in their own way. Maybe something is wrong, or maybe this is simply what happens. Do you think it killed her? My father asks. The other man hesitates. I don't think so, he says. The bond strikes me as too close, too personal for that. What do I do with it? Asks my father as he continues to layer my face back into place. Reset it? Then I'd lose anything it knows about my daughter's death. I don't know, says the man. Is it dangerous? Of course it's dangerous, the man says. But not dangerous to you. It is at this moment that I reach out and take hold of my father's wrist. I do it very quickly but very carefully, and yet he still winces. Father, I say. Yes, he says. He is trying to keep his voice calm. The other man has stepped back and away. He presses his back against the wall. What is that man's name again? I ask. Jensen, my father manages. Tell Jensen to do nothing rash, I say. Perhaps he should sit down on the floor and put his hands on his head and just wait. Father looks at the other man and nods. Slowly, the man does as I've asked. I don't intend to hurt anyone, I say. That's good, my father says. I'm very glad to hear that. But we need to have a frank conversation. Will you be frank with me? He hesitates, and then nods. You are not my father, I say. No, he says. Not per se. Do I have a father? No, he says. In one sense, the closest thing you have to a father is me, but you do not have a father. I nod. Good, I say. Yes, I knew that, I say. Somehow, I knew that. Shall we talk about my sister? You weren't exactly her sister, he says. No, I say. More like a kindred spirit. A kindred spirit. Like sisters without ever really being sisters. Was she afraid of me? I don't know, says my father. You were there to protect her, so she should not have been, but perhaps she still was. Do you think that is why she leapt from the window? I do not answer. I let go of his wrist. I need a moment to think, I say. Can you give me a moment? My father nods. He helps the other man to his feet, and together, furtively, the pair of them leave the room. I look at my face in the mirror. Parts of it are closed and look like my sister's face. Other parts are open, revealing the rind and even something throbbing beneath the rind. Kindred spirit, I think. What does that mean precisely? Someone who is like you, who acts like you, who thinks like you, resembles you in the most important ways? But what happens to the kindred spirit when the person they resemble is gone? Who are they kindred to then? I leave my face as it is, partly open, partly closed, like this, variegated. It better represents me, who I am, what I am feeling, and what am I to do now? I can wait here for my father, who is not my father, to come back, bringing with him a contingent of armed men who will try, and no doubt succeed, to disable me. Or I can do as my sister did. I can still show that I am her kindred spirit, and leap out the window. I shall keep in pursuit of my dead sister, my kindred spirit. I will not rest until, like her, I too am dead. Yay! What do you guys think? That's the Blue Horror Stories release. And then we have this one. Welcome to Attack Stories. Today we will be exploring the legends and myths surrounding the obscure town of Freiburg, a town on the cusp of Twilight's Veil, where children disappear from their beds, where the robed figures of the night stalk the new arrivals in the ever-changing town. The dark secrets kept by those close to the god they call Krampusnacht, the bringer of the apocalypse. Join us through the journey of the unfortunate souls who have moved to this cursed and forsaken town. Albrecht's gentle smile never wavered as he pressed the glowing branding iron to the boy's chest.
Variegated is a great word on plants.
George's raw scream.
It's when there's a second lighter green color that doesn't provide nourishment to the plant, making it grow
unnatural
slower.
life.
Variegated ivy, for answer. Huh. Never heard of that before, Sean. I had no idea. That word stumbled on me like there was nothing else.
So maybe not for you. Run. Burn this if you can. Just don't touch what I touched. Don't say the words I said. Don't trust the kindness here. My name was George. I was 12 when I left the sun-bleached coast of Australia for the Schwarzwald Vale. the rotting edge of Freiburg, where the Black Forest leans in like it's listening. Dad took a lectureship at the university. Forgotten engineering, he called it. Eyes bright with secrets he wouldn't share. Mum wanted to nurse again once we settled. I only knew the sun was gone forever. There's no real daylight here. A bruised purple sky pressed low. Snow falls in slow, silent flakes that dissolve into gray fog before touching the ground. The rain never stops. It smells of iron and old incense. Chalk sigils on the cobblestones bleed crimson when stepped on. Abandoned cathedrals gape like broken mouths, their spines cracked, altars inside ringing by black candles that weep fat onto stone. Our house sagged at the forest's edge, half-timbered, windows always fogged. That first night, I heard the chanting, low, rhythmic, a heartbeat under the earth. I tried to make my room mine, pinned up posters of classic horror monsters, taped a faded photo above my desk, me, Mom, and Dad, and the beach back home, all sunburnt and laughing. I wore a woven bracelet from my best mate in Australia, red and black threads, fraying now. I touched it whenever the dark felt too heavy. The paper curled in the damp. Ink bled like blood. A few days later, I heard voices outside, kids my age kicking something through the mist. I needed air that didn't taste of rot. 2 boys. Finn, blonde hair, sharp brown eyes, lean like a blade. Benedict, taller, broader, smile that never quite warmed. Everyone called him Ben. The ball rolled to my feet. I kicked it back. My accent made them laugh, gentle at first. "You're the new one," Ben said. "From down under. Survived the monsters yet? Kangaroos will kill you faster than anything here," I bragged.
That fucking
We'll see.
auto-translate of
It showed me the
kangaroos.
town. Narrow alleys where people
That was
hurried
great.
past, heads down, clutching bundles. Market stalls sold withered roots, bone charms, vials of dark liquid that smoked in the cold. Candles burned on every corner in perfect circles. Staring too long made my eyes water. Then the library. A stone and timber cabin, older than the town itself. Her Albrecht ran it. Ancient, gentle, eyes milky but bright. His family had owned the land for centuries. Old blood, old money. He made hot chocolate for children, something sharp and herbal beneath the sweetness. He noticed my sketches. "You draw what you see inside," he told me once, tracing a horned figure I'd inked. "Most children only pretend. You already feel him, don't you?" I blushed. No adult had ever looked at my monsters like they were real. He gave me a small book. Black cover, no title. Inside, delicate drawings of the horned one birthing stars from open wounds. I hid it under my mattress. I spent hours there, safe for the most. Ben and Finn dragged me into the forest one gray afternoon. Trees knitted overhead like a cathedral roof. No birds, only dripping water and distant bells. We wrestled, laughed. Ben speared a slug and chased Finn, both shrieking. I wandered a few steps away. In a moss-slick rock segment with a sag of cloth and a ragged doll. One button eye missing. Stuffing leaked like pale guts, mixing with tiny painted stones and a snip of auburn hair. My color. I picked it up anyway. The world lurched. Something heavy crashed above. I screamed, fell backward. A body swung from a high branch. Human-sized, red robes, soaked and tattered. Hood swallowed the face, but gray-beard wisps curled out, and curved horns jutted like blackened bone. Ben and Finn ran up, breathing hard. Prank, Finn said too quickly. Older kids, winter tradition. Ben poked it with a stick. Scare the little ones straight. But the thing was warm. The mask breathed faintly, wet leather skin, hollow eyes, glistening jaw gaping in a silent scream. That night, the chanting swelled until the walls shook. I dreamed of horns punching through my skull from the inside. But now, school's beginning. Dim halls lit by guttered candles. Teachers with branded foreheads, swirling marks.
You ever
weeping
have
clear
bacon
fluid.
I don't think I've ever had bacon gravy. It sounds amazing,
How
though.
The horned one slumbered beneath the forest, dreaming of return. How blood rites thinned the veil. How children made the purest vessels. I laughed it off. Weird local customs. Though my skin itched constantly. Tiny cuts appeared on my arms overnight. Healed wrong, raised, twisting like roots. I started drawing sigils in the margins of my notebook without realizing it. Raw meat began to taste better than anything Mom cooked. I gagged at vegetables. One night I confessed to Ben and Finn in the library after hours, sharing stolen hot chocolate. I'm scared, I whispered. The dreams. Something's wrong with me.
Fry the
Ben
bacon, turn
put
the
a
fat
hand
into
on my
gravy, then
shoulder.
add the
Warm,
crumbled or
steady.
chopped bacon back into the
You got
gravy.
me,
Yum.
mate.
Toss that
Nothing
in
here
on a
can
potato.
touch us
Oh
if
my
we
god.
stick together.
Hell yeah, Sean. That
They
sounds
nodded.
amazing.
Always. I believed them. Herr Albrecht smiled when he saw us. Brothers already, he murmured. Then my parents didn't come home. I waited until the purple sky darkened to black, called their mobiles straight to voicemail. I ran into the rain-slick streets, knocked on neighbors' doors, faces peered out, then slammed shut. I followed chalk sigils that bled brighter than usual, leading toward the forest. I found their car on a muddy track, doors yawning open, seats wet, dark, sticky. On the passenger seat, Mom's nurse ID soaked crimson. I sank to my knees in the mud and sobbed until my throat bled. No one came. I was alone. The itching became fire. In the bathroom mirror, my pupils were slitted. That same week, I returned to the library seeking answers. Found the hidden stairs behind the children's shelf. Descending into stone tunnels, echoing with chants, walls lined with tiny hooks, tiny cloths hanging, decades old, stiff with dried blood. At the center, a black altar veined red, carvings of goat-headed figures birthing stars from screaming mouths. Herr Albrecht stood robed, surrounded by acolytes I knew, the baker, my teacher, neighbors. They held the child down. The branding iron glowed. The hiss. The scream. It burrowed into my brain and nested there. I fled. Shadows in the forest, tall, horned, chains rattling, herded me back to the empty house. Krampusnacht came. Streets filled with them, dozens in fur and horn, bells clanking, birch wisps cracking, faces ash white, mouths sewn shut with black thread. Ben and Finn led the pack that kicked in my door. Ben's hand, the same one that comforted me, gripped my arm hard enough to bruise. "We've got you," he said again, smile sharp now. Finn's eyes were hollow. Always. They dragged me through the rain to the overgrown graveyard behind the ruined cathedral. Roots twisted into perfect sigils, fresh graves gaped like hungry mouths. Cultists formed a circle, hooded, chanting in a tongue that tasted of rust and graves. Albrecht held the skin-bound book. He smiled gently like a grandfather. You picked up the lure, George. The doll binds the curious. Your blood called him. Now you'll help him fully awaken. They stripped me in the freezing rain, pressed the iron to my chest. I smelled my own flesh cook, screaming until something tore inside. But the hunger that followed was worse. Vast, ancient, horned, stirring below, dreaming through my veins. They chained me to the altar, cut shallow lines across my skin, my blood dripping into carved channels. The earth trembled. Real Krampus poured from the trees, flesh and fury, hooves cracking stone, eyes dying coals. One leaned close, breath of rot, tongue black and lolling. It whispered my true name, the one the entity carved into my soul. I screamed until my voice shattered. Then something inside answered with joy. Bones cracked, lengthened, skin split, coarse black fur pushed through like thorns. Horns punched from my forehead, curling, heavy, dripping blood. Hooves burst my feet in wet pops. A tail lashed behind me. The cultists fell to their knees, weeping in rapture. I was no longer George. I was a vessel. The horned one rose through me, partial awakening, enough to feed. The massacre began. I know it tore through them. Blood sprayed hard across frozen ground. Screams turned to wet gurgles. Men tried to run. I caught him, lifted him until his feet kicked air, looked into those hollow eyes. He whispered, voice breaking, "We were friends!" I saw
Fucking ads! Oh! That's interrupted everything. So yeah, is it doing? Is it going? Is it good? Apparently not. Hake's like, fuck this, I'm out. Oh, I love it. Oh, we need another toe. We'll wait. Don't worry, we'll wait. Nice dick! I'm surprised you haven't done this yet. Where is it? Grab his dick and twist it! Good old dick twist! Twist his dick!
Once, my last human sound, 3, 2, 1, then his spine snapped like dry wood. Finn dropped to his knees, offered his throat with trembling hands. I took it. When the false dawn came, still no sun, only deeper purple, I stood alone in the graveyard, body wrong, mind fracturing. The entity recedes at dawn, but never fully. It waits, hungers. I fled into the forest, but the sigils are branded in my flesh. The chants pulse in my blood. Sometimes I watch new families arrive. Children wander too close to the trees. I hang the lures, ragged dolls, one eye missing, waiting for the next curious hand. If you're reading this, you've already stepped on a bleeding sigil. You've already heard the bells. Run. Please, don't pick it up. The horned one is waking, and it's so very, very hungry. Blades clashed in the flickering dark. Devin buried his knife in an acolyte's throat. Thick ichor sprayed. Sam's disruption chant crackled mid-syllable. I lunged at Bellanot, drove the blood-slick blade into his heart. He laughed. The wound sealed instantly. The right needed willing blood. You just gave it. The ground shuddered. From the forest edge came thunderous roars, trees splintering, hooves pounding. I never wanted to move to Freiburg. My parents sold it as a fresh start. The moment we crossed the Black Forest's edge, the light died. Perpetual twilight swallowed the city, a bruised, lidless sky that never let the sun break through. Rain fell in cold sheets over cracked cobblestones. Every doorway held a flickering candle altar. Every pavement bore chalk sigils, goat-headed spirals that bled dark red when stepped on. Abandoned cathedrals had become open shrines, their spires draped in black ivy. Graveyards spilled into the streets, roots nodded into runes that pulsed like slow heartbeats. And beneath everything, the old subway tunnels carried distant chants that scraped inside your skull and stayed there. Dad enrolled me late at St. Sebaldus Academy, a decaying Gothic fortress that smelled of damp stone and old incense. The uniform was stiff black wool, collars high enough to feel like a garrote. Every student bore faint brands on their wrists or throats, thin horn curves that looked freshly burned. That first night, I sketched the thing I'd glimpsed in the woods on the drive in. Robed, horned, half man, half goat, hands reduced to stubs beneath tattered sleeves. The pencil moved on its own until sleep dragged me down. I woke to frost on the inside of the window, though the air outside was only wet and gray. My breath fogged. Another breath answered, slow, wet, inches from my ear. Something crouched beside my bed. Skin hung from its skull like wet parchment. Empty sockets fixed on me. Gray beard matted with grave dirt. Yellowed claws resting on my blanket. Nails crusted black. Its mouth gaped, rotted. Breath rolled over my face. I tried to scream. Nothing came. Claws closed around my cheeks, pulling me toward that black abyss. Morning light, gray, reluctant, snapped me awake. Dad flung the curtains. The thing was gone. But on my left
You
cheek,
should have said fucked
four
instead of
faint
plucked.
bruises bloomed in the
Lol.
shape of claw marks.
Need to enunciate my words better.
Sketchbook had fallen open. The figure now screamed from the page, mouth stretched impossible, one stubbed arm reaching out as if it could claw through paper. Dad picked it up. Dark one, mate. But I'm glad you're drawing again. Means you're settling. I slammed the book shut. The claw bruises throbbed. At breakfast, Mom fussed over the uniform. I felt like an offering, gift-wrapped. Dad drove me through streets where hooded figures knelt at every corner, lighting black candles. Devin and Sam waited at the bus stop. The only two kids whose eyes still looked human. Devin grinned, slinging an arm around me. Easy term left, mostly coasting. Sam glanced at me. Speak for yourself. The bus lurched past occult markers, stalls draped in wet tarps selling bone talismans, vials of thick ichor, masks carved from real goat skulls. At the academy, students moved like sleepwalkers. Devin and Sam split to different homerooms. I took the only empty seat, front row, desk etched with a faint sigil that smeared warm under my fingers. The lunch tour, courtyards, overgrown stone altars still dripping from morning rites. Devin vaulted into a moss-covered stump. Site of my legendary victory over a shadow rat. Sam snorted. You squealed and climbed a tree. We laughed until something wet slammed into my chest. A severed goat's heart, still twitching, smeared dark blood across my uniform. Laughter rose from a cluster of older students. Their leader, tall, dirty blonde hair, horn brand livid on his throat, smiled thin. Welcome, newcomer. He pressed the heart harder against my sternum, whispering words that tasted like rust on my tongue. The black goat of the woods takes its teeth. Something cold wormed under my skin, threading toward my heart. Sam stepped forward, voice shaking with rage. Let him go, Victor. Victor's hollow eyes flickered to Sam. Old blood won't shield you forever, little archivist. I shoved Victor hard. Get off me! He only smiled wider. Devin hurled a graveyard apple, exploded across Victor's face like spoiled brains. And then blades flashed, ritual knives, rune etched, blood splattered the oval stones. Teachers in black robes descended, chanting low syllables that froze the fight mid-swing. In the principal's office, incense burners choked the air. The marking was deliberate, the principal sighed. Those boys are suspended. Their brands will answer for it. He looked at us. Violence feeds the goat. Remember that. He handed me a spare uniform. The fabric carried old blood stains no amount of washing had removed. The last period. Assembly in the Great Hall. Walls crawled with glowing sigils. The teacher introduced her Nicholas Bellinot. Thick gray beard, eyes too bright, smile too warm. It never touched his eyes. He greeted us like a beloved grandfather, and then his gaze locked on me. Alexander Langenstein, he said softly, though no one had told him my name. Freiburg nears its 900th year. Founded in older packs, your project, research one of our eternal traditions, or one of our eternal figures. His smile showed teeth like yellowed ivory. Choose carefully. Some things choose back. That night, the growl lived inside my chest. I woke clawing my forearms. Thin horn ridges pushed beneath the skin, beating blood. Devin texted me. Don't go to the library. Bellinot runs the inner circle. Sam, the assignment is the hook. Resist it. But the pull was iron chain around my ribs. I had to understand what I'd drawn. I went alone, rain needling my face, chants rising from basement windows. The library squatted on the city's edge, a manor swallowed by ivy, windows painted black. Inside, the air thick with dust and grave spice incense. Shelves of books bound in pale leather. Bellinot waited. The marked boy. He took my wrist, thumb tracing the budding horn lines. You drew the herald perfectly. Few ever see it clearly enough. He led me down stone stairs to a shrine chamber. Candles threw goat shadows across walls. Robed acolytes knelt, branded, flesh bared, eyes milk blank. On the altar lay my open sketchbook. The herald writhed on the page as if alive. Sheeb Maggorath stirs, Bellanot whispered. Every 9 centuries the veil thins. The city's founders promised fresh souls to keep the goats sated. Newcomers are ideal. Vision slammed into me. Tentacled masses deep in the forest, birthing hooved horrors. Centuries of quiet sacrifice. This cycle running low. My veins blackened horns, split skin with wet pops. I ran. Through occultist markets, vendors shrieking offers of relics, buyers bartering strips of their own skin. Cultists poured after me, chanting, Yashib Magrath! Alley walls bled. Shadows hissed my name. I stumbled into a subway tunnel, mass chants echoing below. Hundreds of voices braided into one hungry note. The possession sank deeper. I saw myself years from now, robed, branded, carving the next newcomer. Devin and Sam found me half collapsed against a pillar. Sam's face was pale. There's one reversal right-left. Old archivist counterspell. But it has to be you who cuts the sigil. They dragged me to an abandoned side cathedral. Windows shattered, altar cracked. Candles guttered. Foul wind. Acrid smoke coiled with rot. Sam pressed a ritual knife into my hand. Deep. Over the heart. Recite the binding backward. If you stop, it takes you forever. Devin lit the candles, hands trembling. You're stronger than that thing, Alex. Fight it. I stripped off the shirt. Black veins webbed my chest, more nubs bled. I carved the first line. Pain like melted wire. The voice inside roared, Stop! Serve! Become! Second line. Blood sheeted down my ribs. I faltered. Devin grabbed my wrist, steadying. Keep going. We're right here. Third line. My vision blurred. The goat's 1,000 young lowered in my ears. I screamed the final reversal syllable. For one heartbeat, the poles snapped loose. Then the cathedral doors exploded inward. Victor led them, eyes fully black now, hordes fully grown. Bellanot behind, beard writhing like living roots. Slab shoved me behind the altar. Run! Blades clashed. Devin buried his knife in an acolyte's throat. Ichor sprayed like oil. Sam chanted disruption, voice cracking. I lunged at Bellanot, drove my blood-slick blade into his heart. He laughed, the wound sealed. The right needed willing blood. You just gave it. Ground shuddered. From the forest edge, roars, hooves thundering, trees splintering. The Dark One poured into the streets. We fled into the rain, now red. Sigils flared across the city. Open sacrifice began in every square. The graveyard swallowed us. Roots rose, forming living sigils that trapped our ankles. The herald stepped from mist. My drawing made flesh, sagging skin. Empty sockets, claws extended. It whispered my name with my own voice. Inside, something ancient answered. Horns burst fully through my skull. Vision went black-green. Last thing I saw through fading human eyes, Devin's face as I seized him by the throat. Sam scream, Alex, no! Find it! Then only hunger. The veil closed. Freyberg endures under its endless twilight. The black goat is fed for another 9 centuries, and I am its new herald, listening, whispering, waiting for the next newcomer who draws its face. Maybe you already have. Dun dun dun! Chaos exploded as we charged in, Victor overturning braziers that sent flames licking across robes, Humphrey slashing his palms to smear reverse sigils that shattered the ritual circle in bursts of acrid smoke. I reached the altar, knife gleaming in my grip, but the whispers roared into a deafening scream. Bound upon the blood-slit stone lay a terrified child, eyes wide, while the air itself pulsed with ancient hunger. Sacrifice awakened complete. My arm rose against my will, blade poised over the child's throat. I still remember the day we arrived in this cursed city. The sky was a bruised purple, locked in perpetual twilight. No dawn, no true night, just an endless bruised dusk bleeding into deeper shadows. Rain fell in thin, cold sheets, turning cobblestones slick and shining under the sickly glow of gas lamps. Chalk sigils lined every alley, drawn fresh each morning, writhing like living things if you stared too long. My mom said it was a fresh start after Dad left us back in Ireland. But the moment the train hissed into the station, I knew this place wasn't a beginning. It felt like the end of the world had already happened here, and no one had bothered to tell the rest of us. School started the next day, and I hated it instantly. On the very first afternoon, I got into a fight with an older kid named Oliver. He had hollowed-out eyes, skin too pale, and faint red lines circling his throat like fresh brands. We traded punches in the yard until teachers dragged us apart. The principal, a tall, gaunt woman whose smile stretched too wide, looked at me. Humphrey and Donald, the only 2 kids who hadn't walked away when the fight started, and said, "Community service. Your report to the Archive of Eternal Whispers after classes." The archive wasn't a library. It was a decaying Gothic manor squeezed between an overgrown graveyard and a derelict playground where swings creaked in empty wind. Inside, the halls stretched further than the building should allow, shelves towering under books bound in strange, soft leather. Candles burned in every alcove, their flames throwing shadows that curled into horned shapes across the walls. Mr. Knott ran the place, tall, bearded, ash-gray streaks in his hair, eyes like dying coals. He smelled of incense, old paper, and something metallic. Blood, I realized later. He greeted us with a warm, grandfatherly smile that never reached those amber eyes. "Welcome, boys," he said. "You'll dust, sort, shelve, and perhaps learn something of the old ways." We started the next day. Mom dropped me off in her new work dress, her clumsy nature providing a coffee stain on the left side of the collar. "No more fighting! Paul, promise me." Inside, Donald was already waiting, broad-shouldered from years on his family's farm, grinning to hide his nerves. Humphrey stood quieter, pale, always watching the shadows as though they watched back. The work was easy at first, dusting shelves, returning books. But the volumes whispered when you touched them, soft chants and languages that made my temples ache. Mr. Knott drifted between us, fingers tracing invisible patterns in the air. First week passed in a haze, and things began to change. One evening, alone in the stacks, I found a book that hadn't been there before. Black leather, embossed with curling horns. Inside were hand-drawn rituals, circles of blood, masked figures dancing around screaming victims, and at the center, a towering horned thing devouring children marked as wayward. The caption beneath read, "The Horned One awakens through the blood of the flawed." I slammed it shut. My hands shook the whole way home. That night I dreamed of bone cracking under my scalp as horns pushed through, skin splitting, fur sprouting in burned patches. I woke gasping, fingers clawing at my head. Certain something had burrowed inside. The next afternoon, I heard the children in the playground next door. They weren't playing. They stood in a tight circle around a crude altar of sticks and black candles, singing in low, guttural voices. Horned one, have you any souls? Yes, sir, bags brimful. For the lighters and the fighters, for those who stoke the flames, for naughty souls who bear the blame. Their parents sat on benches, eyes glazed, nodding along. One woman turned toward me and smiled, teeth filed to sharp points. I told Donald and Humphrey. During our break, Humphrey's voice dropped to a whisper. That city's older than maps admit. The cabal of the Horned Veil, they keep the old rites alive. Donald's face hardened. Mr. Knott's one of them, high up. I laughed, nervous, disbelieving. But that same afternoon, while dumping trash out back, Oliver found me again. He looked worse, skin gray, black veins threading beneath, the brands on his neck now raw and twisting into tiny horns. His voice came layered as if two throats spoke at once. You don't belong here, outsider. He slammed me against the bin. Pain exploded through my ribs. As he hit me, he whispered words that sank straight into my mind like hooks. Bind the vessel, off at the blood. Donald roared out of nowhere, tackling Oliver into the mud. They fought savagely, Donald's farm strength against something inhuman. Oliver broke free and fled, laughing a wet, cackling, cracking sound. Mr. Knott appeared moments later. He knelt, pressed gentle fingers to my broken ribs. Agony flared, then a spreading cold like ink flooding my veins. Euphoria followed, brief and sickening before wrongness settled in its place. You'll be fine, he said softly. Just bruises. The Horned One protects his chosen. I stood. The pain was gone, but deep inside something stirred, a whisper, barely audible. Mine. That night, we cleaned vandalism from the outer walls, smashed eggs, but also fresh sigils drawn in blood. One showed the Horned One, long tongue lolling, sack bulging with writhing shapes. Beneath in red, he comes for the marked.
Sklo Gamer, yo, what's
Hello,
up?
Mr.
Welcome,
Knott.
welcome.
I asked,
How's it going?
What is the Horned One?
What are you
His
up
smile
to, good
vanished.
sir?
Raw
We're
heart
just
in his
going
eyes
over
went
my new
hollow.
released video
Old
for
stories,
a bunch of
pagan
stories
filth, the
around
church-bearing
a cult
entity from
town.
before
Are you a
time.
writer? Are you a reader? Are you a
Chained by
purveyor of
forgotten gods,
stories? Do you
feeds
enjoy
on the
creativity and
sinful,
imagination?
wayward,
Are you an
that break its
explorer of the
bonds?
world of
The
words?
preserves
Welcome,
the
welcome.
rights,
I'm Intoxication,
blood
and here we do a
offerings
little
in
bit of writing, a little bit of reading, a
binding
little bit of art,
ceremonies,
and a couple of other
cathedrals
things.
turned into
Beta
shrines.
reading and other stuff. I'm a writer and reader
Smile
too.
returned,
I
thin
see another
and
person in the community.
strained.
Hell yeah, Sklo
Some
Gamer.
knowledge
That's what it's
binds
all
you,
about.
boy. Best leave it. That weekend,
We've been delving into horror. I mainly do short stories around sci-fi and fantasy, but we over the last like 3 or 4 months have moved more into horror to try and expand our
I told them what Mr. Knott
basically.
had said.
Have like a new
Spoke first.
perspective on
Every
storytelling.
winter solstice, troubled kids vanish.
So mainly like
Fighters,
dark,
liars,
grim, dark
rule
fantasy.
breakers. They call it the
So
horned
horror
takings.
kind of goes well with that. So
Donald
expanding out horror is
stared
good.
out the
Sorry, they're
rain
reading and your
streaked
voice is
window.
blending in. Oh, sorry. I'm bad at that kind of stuff. But yeah, if you got anything that you want to share or anything like that, feel free to join the Discord. And yeah, so we do like beta reading and stuff like that. If you want to do any of your stuff, show off, you know, like promotion and stuff in there. If you want to promote anything, but yeah. But these stories are about a town named Freiburg, and it's like a bunch of different families coming to the towns and the rituals intertwined with such. But yeah, what kind of genre do you mainly write? And do you have any books? Because I like to buy my viewers books. We have right here, we got The 10th Mark, which is Relic's book, and then right there we got Callie's book, Butterflies with Vertigo. Hopefully, we got Sinister's book behind there as well. I can't quite fit them all. I gotta buy some more, so you know I have an excuse to bring the bookshelf over and actually put it behind me, change things up a little bit and all that, make it a little, you know, a little more interesting. Give a little bit of promotion to everyone. That's so cool. Yay! I'm a new community. Hell yeah! You know, we've been a little bit lackluster in the last, let's say, little bit. I like horror. I want to dive into it. I read a few horror stories I liked. I'm working on a supernatural romance trilogy. I'm at the ending right now. Oh, then you might like The 10th Mark. I can give you the link. Hold on, I don't want to do this on here because it always fucking doxes me. History. More. Goodreads. Okay, so there's one for Barnes and Noble. I'm Canadian, so I can't do that. And then there's this one for Amazon. If you want to check that out, look at his check his book out. It's a cult horror story. It's inspired by Sinister. Oh, we're in fucking ads. Of course we're in fucking ads. Of course it's fucking ads. Of course. We love ads. Ads are what it's all about. Let's go ads. Ads, 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 ads. Oh, we love the ads. Ads are what we love. Don't you worry, you'll be next on the ads. There's nothing like ads coming at you with ads, so go to ads so you be at to ads. Add the ads with ads for ads, 'cause I believe in ads for dads. Don't add your ads with ads, I'll add an ad to your ads. Don't give me an ad, I'll give you ads. When you go for ads, it's all about the ads. So don't worry when you hit ads, 'cause no one knows what's better for you than ads. The ads will tell you what to do. Just listen, sit back, and go do what they say. Welcome back! Good old ads! 3, 2, 1, top! Yeah, if you Kindle, it's like it's only $1.99, or if you Kindle Unlimited, you can test out reading it. But yeah, I always like to promote other guys' stuff. Yay, got it, because I have a Kindle subscription. Oh, nice. See, there you go. That's super nice. Yeah, it's so far, Relic is the, like, he's like tied for top for like the best writers in the community. Like he's the best prose writer in the community, and then D-Not is the best dialogue writer in the community. And then Callie is the most imaginative person in the community. Yeah, it's like bridging the line when you're reading, because sometimes, like for instance, some people just want me to read other people's books, right? So we've been reading Choke by Chuck Palahniuk, a guy who wrote Fight Club, and yeah, I'm amateur as fuck. Like we were doing a thing today. This was our earlier today. We were like, if our writing skills turned into a drawing skill, what would your skill look like? I can just end this because no one's in there right now. Where did we put that? There's so many channels in here. Is it in pics? Oh yeah, this was funny. Nice dick! Oh my god, I love people. So this is Callie. This is Callie's like writing skill turned into an image. And then there's my writing skill. Oh, it's really fucking bad. But you know, it is what it is, right? We're just trying to get better. That's what it's all about. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. Just keep trying. Keep, you know. My problem is like it's a difference between short stories, right? So like I'm still learning how to get that entire story arc and make the entire story feel worthy while it's being told, right? Instead of having like an episodic kind of idea go along with it. But yeah. So we basically have like two channels. One where we just do pretty much anything on, where we do our stories, and the other one is like biotech horror, so it's kind of like Black Mirror. How long do you stream? I usually stream for about 6 or 7 or 8 hours, depending. Since the holidays and everything, we haven't streamed like as long. We've had a lot of shorter streams, and we've kind of been like lulling it out until 2026. But now we're here, and we have all the releases done for this week. So now we're moving on once again to actually creating a manuscript. So we are starting Stoner Girl Evolution, my isekai satire. We already have the prologue and chapter 1 done. So we'll just be moving on from there. But yeah, since we had the premiere of the stories today, we were just going through and watching and looking for critique over.
You're a fraud! Where's my toke?
True, Smokey.
700 septillion!
Thank you for following Skloggamer. I hope you are enjoying the stream less than 4 less than 3 plus 1.
Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It really helps out the channel. Thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the show. 3, 2, 1, choke! I stream every single day. Today, it's the first day I was late, though. Because my phone died. I was at my sister's playing Catan, and I didn't notice the time. And then I was like, oh, fuck. I gotta go. I gotta start streaming. And I was a half an hour late. Well, that's what I get for, you know, slacking during the holidays, pretty much. But, hey, you need a little bit of downtime every now and then, right? That way you don't burn out. You got to know what your limits are and know what your pacing needs to be in order to maintain yourself for long periods of time, right? Especially when you're streaming for 8 hours like every fucking day. My brother, Lucas, 2 years ago,
same age as us, got into fights, volunteered here for a month, then gone. We found his shoes in an abandoned subway tunnel, arranged in a perfect circle, chalk sigils all around, chants echoing for days afterward. His voice cracked on the last word. Humphrey went on. The Cabal believes misbehaved youth make perfect vessels. The rituals escalate, marking, possession, final offering. Each soul weakens the chains. I felt it then, an itch beneath my skin, like something long and thin uncoiling. We found a clearing deep in the forest, a stone altar blackened with centuries of blood. Candles burned with steady black flames, carvings ringed the base, masked figures dancing as horns erupted from victims' skulls. That night, back in our tiny flat, the whispers grew louder, visions came. Me, fully horned, dragging bulging sacks through fog-choked streets while the city screamed. Monday brought us back to the archive. Mr. Knott announced a special project on local traditions. Humphrey chose recipes, old dishes that were really offerings in disguise. Donald picked biographies of saints, Cabal leaders long dead. I tried to choose something safe, but my head moved on its own, writing. The rights of the horned
Stream World
one.
Hub. What's up, Stream Hub World? What's up,
Eyes
brother?
gleamed.
Welcome.
Ambitious. The days
all
that followed blurred into fever. I descended into hidden basements through trapdoors behind shelves, poring over forbidden tomes. Rituals in detail, circles of blood, incense ground from bone and dried heart, chants that promised power beyond morality. The signs of possession were listed clearly: unnatural healing, whispers offering strength, urges to harm, to offer. I felt everyone. My hands twitched toward knives when Donald laughed too loud. I woke from dreams of devouring Humphrey's face. One night, alone, I found a relic on a pedestal, a chain of linked finger bones. The moment I touched it, fire raced up my arm, then ecstasy. A vision unfolded, the horned one vast and starborn, tentacles of living shadow spilling from cosmic rifts, demanding not punishment but apocalypse. A world remade in eternal twilight, every soul bound in willing servitude. The Cabal wasn't preserving folklore, they were summoning the end. Every volunteer was marked. Troubled kids funneled here, healed by Mr. Knott's touch, infused with fragments of the entity. Oliver had been an earlier vessel, failed, partially possessed, sent to hunt the next. Donald cornered me 2 days later. Your eyes, Paul. They're darker, almost black. Humphrey's sleeves had ridden up. I saw faint red lines beginning on his wrists. We have to stop it, he whispered. Break the binding before the solstice. We planned to strike that night. After closing, smash the great altar in the deepest basement where chants rose every evening. But the Cabal moved faster. That afternoon, Oliver returned, leading a pack of acolytes, teens with hollow eyes and branded flesh. They stormed the playground, dragging screaming younger children toward the archive's side door. We fought like animals. Donald swung a broom handle, cracking skulls. Humphrey hurled ancient tomes that burst into choking black smoke when they struck. I faced Oliver again. His tongue at length and forked, dripping. Join us, vessel. The Horned One chose you over me. His strength was monstrous. Claws raked my arms. Blood hissed where it touched stone. The whispers roared. Kill him. Offer him. Feed. I fought the urge. Barely. drove a jagged candle shard into his side. He shrieked and fled into the fog. Mr. Notch emerged, surveying the blood with quiet pride. Good, he murmured. The blood flows. Escalation. He touched my wounds. They sealed instantly, but the cold sank deeper, straight to bone. The itch under my scalp became sharp points pressed outward. We slipped into the basement that night, hearts hammering. The vast chamber flickered with hundreds of black candles. A circle of robed acolytes chanted around the central altar. Bound upon it was a child, one of the playground singers, barely 10, eyes wide with terror. Shadows thickened above the altar, coalescing into towering horns. We attacked. Chaos erupted. Brazzers overturned, flames licking robes. Acolytes lunged with ritual daggers. Humphrey lashed his own palms, smearing reverse sigils across the blood circle, breaking its power. Donald barreled into Mr. Notch, driving him back. I reached the altar, knife in hand. The whispers became a scream. Sacrifice, awaken, complete the ritual. My arm rose, not toward the ropes, but toward the child's throat. I saw it then, my reflection in the altar's stone, eyes solid black, horns beginning to break through skin. Horror flooded me. With the last shred of will, I turned the blade inward. I carved deep, a reverse binding sigil into my own chest. Each cut.
You have a short story? Hell yeah, this story's almost over. It's like another minute or so. And then hell yeah, I'm totally down to read your short story. I'd love
Agony
to.
beyond words. Blood poured, steaming on stone. The horned one's roar shook the chamber. Shadows recoiled, chains of light snapped back into place across the void. Acolytes screamed, their brands burned away. Mr. Notch lunged, face twisted in rage. Fool! You only delay! Donald tackled him to the spilled flames. Robes ignited, the high priest burned without sound. An explosion of shadow and reverse chants tore through the basement. We grabbed the child and ran upward as the archives shuddered, books igniting in spontaneous fire. We burst into the street, fog closed behind us like a mouth. Distant howls rose, perchin masks running wild, or something far worse thwarted for now. We ran until our lungs bled, chalk sigils washing away under rain and frantic feet. But the whispers remain deep inside, not silenced, strengthened. The points beneath my scalp have broken skin. I feel them lengthening each night. Mum sleeps in the next room, breathing soft and trusting. The knife is on my desk. Sometimes I don't remember putting it there. He's coming, not for the naughty, but for everyone. And I am the door he will open.
Hell yeah. All right. Yeah, just post a link, or just post it. Did you post it in the Discord? Because we have the stream beta reading section and then the beta reader section, or you can just drop it in the chat. Feel free. Yeah. If you have a link to it, if it's a Google Docs, or if it's on the Raw Road, or whatever. I usually just copy them into Scrivener. That way everything's kind of uniform for YouTube and stuff like that, because I take all the beta reading and everything and then I put that up on the YouTube. Try to make as much content as I can on everything that I does. Supernatural 100+ romance with a human. Ooh, that sounds interesting. Last time we had Pokemon smut. That was interesting. And smut is the only thing of mine that's ever sold. Yeah, so I'm like, you don't worry about it is what I'm saying. Like, you can't, you can't go too far here, pretty much. I write some pretty fucked up smut too. It's a good time. It's a good unleash sometimes, right? Like, for instance, tomorrow is makeup stream. First makeup stream of 2026. So you joined at the perfect time just to see the two. You get to see me in my final transformation. Woodsman and water nymph. Ooh. No, I can just do this, right? I don't know why I'm being retarded. I am a female, so judge me for writing in complete male POV. Oh, okay. Okay. Well, that's usually that's usually one of the things for that, right? I gotta take a piss, grab some water, and have another toke, and then we'll begin. Actually my only story where I wrote in the male POV, and it was because I wanted the female character, Supernatural, to be very mysterious, or maybe it's my amateur writing that made me do it this way. Well, that makes sense. Depends, like, the POV is very specific to, how you want to tell the story, right? And picking a specific point of view allows you to leave out information without it being, like, well, how did the character not know that? Right? And it doesn't feel like a cop-out. But my main thing is I do basically developmental editing. So, I'm not very good when it comes to the actual words on the page, right? Like, I don't have a strong understanding of the English language or any schooling or education to back up any kind of grammatical excess. It's just more of the presentation, the idea, and the flow of the story itself is what I focus on. Because that's something I can actually give actionable feedback to, other than, like, maybe saying, like, some people just have a favorite word, let's say, that they just use all the time, and it's like, notice that you use that word and only use it when you're using it with purpose. Don't just throw it in, because it's like, undermines the power of that word, right? And if it's a word that you really like to use, then you should add that personality to the word itself in how you use it, and sparingly, so you know exactly why you're using it, and you're not just using it because you like the word. Naturally is one of mine. Trying to think what my biggest one is. It used to be literally. And then I was like, why am I even writing literally in my fucking writing? It just doesn't make any sense. Right? So it's like, that's what made me basically have this rule, is like, a word that I say just because I fucking say it, it reminds me of, oh, fuck, what's the character's name from Princess Bride? One of the bandit guys. Inconceivable! It's just like, yeah, okay. It's just a fancy word you like to use for no reason. Totally and literally are excellent examples. Yeah. Inconceivable. Yep. 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. Oh. Suddenly is what I'm also trying to cut out. Suddenly... Trying to think, there's like a specific adjective that I overuse. Suddenly, obviously. Yeah. Just like filler words. It's like, why is this even here? Like I was saying earlier, like with dialogue, what I have to do to keep flow with dialogue is I have to add all of the filler in. So I have to have character A be like, hey, and then it's like, hey, how's it going? Oh, you know, it's not so bad. It's like, oh yeah, how's your mom doing? Oh yeah, my mom's doing this. And then you cut out everything before the character says, hey, how's your mom doing? But if I start with, hey, how's your mom doing? It's like, oh yeah, you know, it is what it is. I don't know, in my head it just doesn't, I don't feel the flow of the conversation the same way that I do with having that filler. And then I just remove the filler in the editing phase, right? I can remember that typing suddenly slows down. The action is a challenge for me. For sure, as a challenge for sure, yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, so this is a 7,000 word story. This is a big one, guys. Are we ready for this? Let's get into it. Here we go. Part 1. In the crisp December afternoon, the air was sharp with winter's edge as Elijah, 22, and his younger brother, Levi, 27. Wait. I'm already, you already, wait, what? Is this supposed to say 32? Am I just, am I just reading this wrong? He's like a younger brother who's older than him. And I'm like, oh, is this like a me and Callie thing where I'm older than Callie, but I'm also his younger brother? It happens. Are the ages supposed to be reversed? Is he supposed to be 27 and his brother's 22? This is why we do beta reading, right? A fresh set of eyes just instantly changes your entire perspective about stuff. Yeah, okay. Okay, makes sense. We're out and about in the forest. Their eyes
fixed on a four-legged creature drinking from the nearby stream. Elijah, with a finger to his lips, turned to his brother, and without a word, Levi grabbed an arrow from the quiver, strapped it to his back, attached it to his bow, and aimed it toward the animal. His vision lined up with his target, and in his mind, he counted 1, 2, 3. The string snapped. The arrow flew through the air and pierced the creature's body. "Good job, bro," his brother complimented. The two boys walked over to the deer, now lying on its side, its breath shallow, blood seeping from its wound. This was one of the suckish parts of the job for Levi. He hated watching others suffer. Meanwhile, Elijah had to be the one to carry out the ending. He extracted the big hatchet from the strap on his back, and with one swing, the animal's pain was no more. Levi was taller than his older brother, but Elijah was broader. Together, they had traveled miles daily since the age of 16, and after a few years, they had mentally mapped most of their surroundings. But today was unlike the others. They entered new territory, a place outside of their map, outside boundaries they had never dared to cross before. The animals migrated south, and that was the direction where other hunters lurked, where one could reach the city if one wandered far enough. I like that kind of mysterious world building of being away from society, as if there's something bad about society, or there's something wrong with these people, that they would be, subjected to something if they entered society. I kind of like that ambiguity there of being like, are we doing this for ourselves, or are other people forcing us to do this? This is something we're just accustomed to, because it seems like it's been going on since they were rather young, and just the way that it's described, I don't think it's necessarily them being homeless, but it is very much like a wandering, living in the wild kind of thing. Oh no, Goku! Yo, what's up, bro? True, we need a tote because we're about to hit an ad break up in here in a second. So, don't go anywhere, guys, unless it's to go buy products from those ads. But, it's Twitch, so they're probably advertising something you can't even get in your own fucking country. I've had that so many times where I'm like, even if I wanted to buy this, I don't have this, restaurant, or I don't have this, thing that's, in Canada. It's so why are you giving me advertisements when I'm clearly set up in my profile that I'm Canadian? And I get Canadian adverts that are in fucking French. Paid, no more ads. Oh my god.
Greater than less than less than greater than less than less than greater than
Spro Gamer, thank you so much for the subscription. Holy shit, thank you.
You get the boys. I'll take care of these guys.
Are you sure? There's an awful lot of them.
They hit me with a truck.
Congratulations on your wings, Sklo Gamer. You are now a henchman of the Monarch. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the stream. Woo! Hell yeah. Now you can sport that over everyone else, right? Be where your wings at. Although I'm at some point in time, I wish I'd done the other one where it's Speedy, and then it's oh man, he was so close to getting his wings, but it's you've already got your wings, so I decided against it. I don't remember which one is Speedy. I think it's someone else getting his wings, so it's if you gift sub or something like that, maybe it'll do the Speedy one? I can't remember. I know it's one of them. There's 4 or 5 different variations between gift subs, Prime subscriptions, Turbo, normal subscriptions, yeah, there's a bunch of shit. 3, 2, 1, toke! Alright, back to the story. Let's go. Elijah placed the animal down from his back and left it on the wooden table, where he had done all the skinning and dehairing. Levi entered the house, removed the plate, and placed his quiver with a bow near the front door, and sat in the chair. The small cabin was big enough for a small kitchenette, 2 couches, a square television, 3 closet shelves, and 3 cots. The bathroom, separated by a shower curtain nailed to the building's roof, provided the only privacy for the toilet, shower, and sink. Well, after a while, an addition was needed, and the boys built a wooden shed behind the home for extra storage. See, trust the author to follow up that ambiguity with clarity. Having the ambiguity lead you into it, and then the clarity to confirm or adjust what your perspective of the direction is. Because there's too many people who, like me, have the ambiguity last too long, and then, like, this is where the story's going, but this is where the reader thinks the story's going. And then that dissonance between that causes them to be like, yeah, I don't like this shit, right? Because most people want to be right. So you want to give them hints to the point that leads them to a conclusion that's right. But normally, most of the time, I'm trying to subvert that in a massive way when I'm writing. And I've been trying to work away from that just to try and, you know, have other things as strengths and not just this one specific niche type M. Night Shyamalan style fucking writing. Later that night, as the 3 sat around the square table, Levi asked, "Grandma, where is it you get that sauce?" Ooh, now we're adding something else in here, because there's 3 cots, so there's obviously 3 people, so they live with their grandma. Okay. This, she held up a bottle of red liquid that had red sauce written in bold letters. "From the store. Try some." She placed it in front of him. Without a word, he poured a decent amount on his plate, and then Elijah had some as well. Their eyes seemed to brighten up once the taste hit their tongues. "Is this something you buy from the city?" Elijah asked this time. She nodded. "It is." It makes me skeptical, though. I'm like, red sauce. Is this made out of people? My mind instantly is like, huh. Is this made out of people? Is this Soylent Green? There's something more going on here. "I noticed you get a lot of things from the city. Like the batteries, matches, and other sauce stuff. How do you have the money for this stuff?" Joan sat back and folded her arms in her lap. "Your parents have been leaving me money." The brothers froze, looking at each other and then back at her. "You speak to Mom and Dad?" Elijah's voice was sharp with curiosity. "No, I do not." Joan looked down, cheeks. "Checks with my son's signature started coming in since the day they left. I have no communication with him or his wife." "That means they're still out there somewhere." Or it means they're dead and the checks are like, you know, the insurance after they're dead. And they're like, all right, you know, when I die, make sure all of these checks go every month to my grandma and my kids. Elijah's eyes darted to Levi's. I didn't think about that. And that's why it's like one of those things where I like to think extremely outside of the box and give, like, when I have a thought like that, give that thought out to try and see where that can push your thought process for it and be like, maybe I can work with something like that, right? And give you like a new idea or a new thought or a new way to look at it and be like, maybe for the next story, I'll do this, this, and this, and then that can make that do that, and then boom, I've solved that problem that I've had with this one thing that people have called out. Like, something like that, right? Elijah's eyes darted to Levi's. We don't need it, his voice filled with buried hate. Instead of checking on their kids, they would rather send money. Levi's side lip raised. They're trying to help. Yeah, because I think about it like maybe they were in trouble or something and they had to run away, but they knew they needed to get help, so they're like, oh, maybe we can set up these monthly payment check things, and then they'll know that we're still out here. So there's a bunch of, like,
Like, my brain just, like, instantly makes, like, 1,000 different stories in my head for every possible, like, direction I think the story can go. And then I try to pick which one I think is the most plausible, and then update that as the story goes, and see how accurate I am from the beginning to the end, to see where I think that the story is going. Because right now, it's in my head, it's something like there's something that the parents did that was because of the grandmother that the kids don't know about, and maybe the grandmother's hiding it. So maybe the people that are in the sauce are the parents, and she stole their fortune. Oh, and I love, like, checking to see if the protagonist could ever be a be a antagonist if you just slightly look at the story differently, right? Because it's all about how is it presented through the eye of the perspective of the character, right? And then my mind always goes back to, like, what you said, oh, this is like a romance story. And I'm like, I can't help where my mind goes with the story, though. Even with that information. Because I try to, like, curtail where I think the story's going to go because of that. Never fucking works, though. It's like trying to follow an outline. It just doesn't work. His brother snickered. That's so, Elijah sassed. I guess that's why they abandoned us when we were young and left us to go live in the city. And there we go. Now you've instantly answered the question of the ambiguity of what happened to the parents. Since we know that the kids have been out here since they were 16, and that means that, you know, at some point in time, they're probably on their own before they were with the grandma, right? So the parents had to have left or died or something that had to have happened at an extremely young age. They couldn't handle being responsible parents, so they just gave it up. You were 3 and I was 7. I have better memories of them than you. Mother sang songs to put me to sleep, and Father read me stories. I helped Mother pick fruit from the garden she once had, and she would use them to make delicious fruit pies. Now I'm hungry. Levi's eyes stared at the table as Elijah stood and walked out the door. Clung to the hope his parents still cared, still loved them, but their absence was replaced by money gnawed to him. Joan reached over, placing her hand over his and squeezed gently. They loved both of you, she confirmed. I love how she says it so definitely. I love picking out in dialogue like that too. Like the tense and the syntax. It's like, what do you mean by that? Why did they leave again? He asked her. Joan's face was saddened. I don't know, honey. I don't know. Next morning, the brothers' pockets were stuffed with cotton and silk they had handpicked from the fields to fill their pillows and blankets for the cold nights. It also gave their grandmother something to do around the house. She stitched and sewed the clothing they wore, as well as all the blankets in the house. Levi's and Elijah's usual attire consisted of a pair of leather boots, a hunting frock, and cotton dark pants, along with their own personal gear. It was colder that day. Their breaths showed in the air when they spoke. As they trudged toward home to drop off their haul, 2 raccoons darted in front of them, their striped tails vanishing into the underbrush. Oh boy, looks like we're having raccoon soup tonight, Elijah called, taking off after them. Elijah, wait! Levi shouted, his bow and quiver weighing him down as he tried running after his brother. The quiver clunked against his back, the sound of rustling grass in the distance suddenly stilled. He had gone too far ahead, and everything grew quiet. Too quiet. Levi froze. Elijah! Elijah! He spun around, listening for even the faintest sound. Everything appeared the same in the labyrinth of trees and tall grass. Damn it! He whispered, and pulled out his gold compass from his pocket. He knew they had traveled from the north and were following in that direction. His heart thudded. Being lost in unfamiliar territory scared him. They lived in a vast forest that stretched for hundreds of miles, and without his brother to help, he feared the worst. He had not traveled far when a soft and melodic voice spread through the trees. Hello?
he called out. The voice continued, and curiously, he followed the sound while keeping his eyes on the compass. He was going somewhere east. Large plants were moved to expand space for him to venture through, and shortly after, the sound of splashing water was heard. Eventually, he had opened a view to a vast clearing, where a waterfall fell into the round springs below. Bright wildflowers in colors of the rainbow surrounded them. Levi had never seen anything like it before. He had dropped his bow and wandered over to the edges of the water. He knelt and cupped it, drinking from it. Oh, you're cursed already, bro! You find the oasis of mysterious shit in the middle of nowhere. The first thing you do is not drink the fucking water. Singing started up again. He had nearly forgotten about it. His head snapped in its direction. A female stood in the water, her bare back facing him. She was combing her green hair with her fingers. Levi's lips parted, taking in the cool air. Women were not seen that far into the wilderness, and he and his brother had never seen another. Mesmerized by her presence, he stood, and with a trembling voice he spoke. Pardon me, fair maiden." She paused, looking around, and finally turned towards him. Levi's cheeks flushed. Her chest was covered by nothing but her hair. He swallowed before speaking again. "I've never seen someone like you before. It's not very safe for you to be out here. There's hunters and woodsmen like myself who walk these woods. I'm afraid that if they found you like this, it might be unsafe for you." She only stared at him. "I can offer you my protection to take you home." She sank herself into the water, where only her eyes were visible. "She's afraid of me," Levi thought. "I promise I mean you no harm," he added. "My brother and I live with my grandmother, not far from here. We've got food and shelter." When she remained silent, he wondered, can she even talk? Is she deaf? Before he could think of something new, she vanished beneath the water. "Hey!" Panic rushed into him, and a sense of urgency overcame him. Levi ran into the cool water, swam to where he had last seen her, and dove underwater. A wave of hair caught his vision, and he swam towards it. Suddenly a plant caught his ankle in a grip. He yanked and tugged at the plant, but its grip was firmer than he was. He bent down to try to pry the plant with his hands. Eventually bubbles escaped his mouth. He was losing oxygen, and he desperately needed air. Panic rose in him, and the struggle was too overwhelming. He inhaled through his nostrils, and the last thing he saw was a blurry figure looming before him. Ooh. Oh, he broke basically every rule that you're taught. When you hear the singing, run away. When you find the clearing, stay out of it. Don't drink the water. Don't go in the fucking water. How many fucking fairy tales do you need to read before you learn this shit? Dumbass. Oh, wait. He probably doesn't even know what a fairy tale is. Damn, man. Poor kid got no learning done there in him. None done there learning's him. Get him's a learning be done so he can't learns when you's dead. Shit. I don't know. Levi's eyes opened to the late evening sky above him. He sat up and realized his body was cocooned in giant waxy leaves that crinkled as he moved. What in the world? He clawed at the leaves, ripping them apart, and freed himself. When he finally stood, he faced a hole inside a tree. It was big enough for him to walk inside, but he hesitated, not because of the size, but because of the darkness. "Hello?" he called out, looking around. He could hear splashing water. His attention was caught at a gap between two trees. He went over and squeezed himself through. Levi was back at the springs again, and his gear was in the same place he had left it. His eyes glided over the clearing. Why was I tied up? Who tied me up? Was it the girl? Where did she go? Cold sweat trickled down his neck. The sun set in the east. Levi grabbed his bow and arrow, pulled out his compass, and guided his way towards the path of home. It was dark by the time he found the cabin. white, clean smoke swayed in the air through the chimney pots of its roof. He opened the door, and a firm hand gripped his left shoulder. "And where the hell were you?" Elijah's mouth thinned. "You think disappearing like that is okay, Grandma and I went out searching for you for hours. I didn't know where you were." Levi heard the crack in his voice at the end. He bit his lip, unsure where to begin. "Well, you ran too fast chasing after the animals, and I lost you. I was heading back home, but then I heard a voice, and I followed it to a spring, and there was this girl. She swam underwater, and I went after her, and then..." He rubbed his forehead. "I think I drowned, but I woke up covered in leaves." Elijah raised the side of his mouth as his lips twisted. Before he had the chance to reply, Joan entered the house with a bucket full of water. "Oh, Levi!" She dropped the medal, hurried over, and hugged him. "My gosh, I thought... What happened?" At the dining table, they sat with a bowl of raccoon soup, peas, and carrots as Levi explained the girl he had seen. This is perfect, because we've had a couple of people where basically they do retellings of the same story like multiple times because of like people entering into the conversation instead of just being like a one sentence recap of explaining what you've already explained and then adding on to it. So basically like just telling people that you've already caught up the person on the conversation without having to catch them up on the conversation. People are like, "Oh, well, you know, I just don't want to kind of skip like that." And it's like, well, for the reader, you got to think, if you've already said it and you're saying it again, unless it's like a different character saying it in a different way with like a different interpretation or something like that, it's usually better just to summarize it and move past it instead of dragging it out, because especially on the third time, the reader's just going to get bored. And it's like, well, you haven't introduced any new information. It's like, if you're adding new information through it, like, you know, you skim through it the first time, you're like, oh, well, now that you're here, let's do that little bit piece of detail. There's ways to work that in, right? But you got to kind of structure it as you go. "Oh dear, I hope she's okay." Joan's brow creased as she stirred her soup. "She shouldn't be out there by herself." "You think she lives in a cabin like us?" Elijah asked, mouth half full. "I don't know. This is the first time I've seen someone like her." Later that night, as Levi lay in his cot, he thought of the woman at the springs, her round blue eyes staring at him, the moment before she dived underwater. Who is she? Was she the one who saved me in the water? Why did she not speak to me? Joan's older sister, Mandy, came to visit, and for the next few days they were all stuck inside as rain poured hard against the cabin's roof. The boys adored their great aunt, who shared wonderful stories and gifts, often bringing them clothing and gadgets, but she was a bit of a space hog. Oh. Her 6 large suitcases filled most of the living room. She traveled with 3 cats that had their own litter box and scratching post, and her loud snores roared through the night. I love those details. Eccentric beyond belief in this extravagant thing coming from the city into a cabin with, like, treating it as if it's like, I don't even know what to call it. Like, almost like moving, right? It's like, okay, it's like a full-on fucking vacation. Like, a month holiday or something like that. That's what you'd expect out of something like that. My friend has a cat that she takes camping with her. Yep. It's something else, I'll tell you that. It's something else. The boys, where were we? Her 6 large suitcases. Right. She traveled with 3 cats. Yeah, okay, we read all that. I'm getting lost here. I'm getting lost! On Mandy's last day, she and Jones sipped tea as she spoke about the boys' education. I tell you, sister, they can be doing construction with their skills. The city is always in need of one. I'll never leave this place, whispered Elijah to his brother in the kitchen. Yeah, I thought about that, Joan replied. I don't want them to be stuck here after I'm gone. Brothers knew the world was much larger than the life they had grown accustomed to because of movies, reading books, and hearing stories. Elijah had always believed he could retrieve whatever he wanted by taking it from the forest around them, so working for paper and having to use it to buy goods sounded absolutely ridiculous to him. Levi, on the other hand, was curious what the life his parents left them for. Days later, the skies were black and they're back to their blue. The sun shone and the air remained cool. The brothers' pockets were stuffed with cotton from the fields. When Elijah nudged Levi's arm, he looked at him. Take me to that place you spoke about. Why? If there's a spring out there, then there has to be fish. Brother nodded, and together they set up their fishing poles, and at the same spot where Levi had found them, the water splashed from the hill from which the water fell, and the flowers on the ground rested colorfully as ever. By this time, 2 others stood at the edge of its wake. Levi and Elijah hid themselves behind tall bushes. No one's here. The man with logs grumbled. She swims in this water, the other replied. Do you know how cold it is right now? Yeah, but this morning a girl was here and then, he paused, then she dived down. Dude, we don't have time for this. Mama is probably freezing to death. You know she's still stuck from last time. Still sick from last time. The log carrier started walking off. Fine, but I'll be back tomorrow, his partner called off to him. When the strangers were out of sight, the brothers emerged from hiding and filled their flasks. I can't believe we've never found anything like this before, Elijah commented, eyeing their surroundings. He stood knee-high in the water, and with the fishing rod, he slung it back and launched it forward. A new place was just waiting to be discovered, Levi replied enthusiastically with a smile. He stood near his brother, and together they fished in silence, both catching 5 fish in the bucket they brought. Man, again, they're breaking all the rules. I don't trust this at all, man. You're gonna eat those fish, you're gonna turn into a fish. Next thing you know, you're gonna be in that pond. Shit. At least now we have a new fishing spot. Catching them at the river is extra work. Then again, we have to travel further to get here. Elijah acknowledged. He grabbed the bucket. You ready to go? Levi turned to him, then back to the water. Actually, I think I might stay here for a little while. Really? Splitting up again. Levi sat cross-legged, crisscrossed on the ground, where the water nearly reached his legs. I'll be here. Come back once the fish has started cooking. Alright, I'll be back. See you later. He removed his gear, shirt, and footwear before entering the water. His teeth grunted the moment half of his body was covered. He immersed himself, letting the water completely overtake his being. He swam laps in the deepest part of the pool until he tired himself out. And he and his brother swam a lot as children, but it was a 10-foot inflatable pool, and their feet always touched the bottom. Joan had given them swimming lessons, and now inside the springs, everything seemed to have come naturally. The wetness of his body created the slight drag in his pants, and he wished he had brought something to dry himself. Right as he removed his compass, he heard rustling ahead. Hello? He looked back and forth at the trees and bushes in front of him. Is someone there? He thought of her. Are you here, girl? Silence answered, and without further indication of any presence, Levi picked up items and proceeded on his journey. He had not made it far when a surprised force pushed him against a tree. A bone knife pointed at his neck. Her hair was no longer down, it was tied up in a messy bun. You've brought men to kill my trees. Tell me why I shouldn't slit your throat. His eyes grew wide. What? I did no such thing. Lie! She leaned closer to his face. You were talking to one of them. His brows squinted. Was she watching the entire time? That was my brother. He's harmless. We don't know the other males. She spoke honestly, staring into her blue orbs. Her eyes scanned for any sign of a lie. When she was pleased, she moved away and lowered the weapon. Levi studied her unusual appearance. Her hair was pinned with sticks, and she wore a shirt, skirt, and bra top woven from grass. There were 2 wiggly lines on both sides of her neck. Her pale skin and gold patterns on her left arm, and the same down her right leg. Gills! They're gills! They're gills! She's got gills on her neck! Shit! That's freaky. Let's get freaky! It's like the Deep from The Boys. You did not bring those men. Why have you come? She asked. For the fish. She glanced away for a moment. You're eating my fish? Your fish, he questioned. Those were my pet fish, you motherfucker! I'm gonna go eat your cats now. Turned back to him. Everything surviving from my water source is mine, he replied. Levi recalled the deed Joan kept in a box filled with papers. She had told him that it was the only piece of paper proving their claim over the property, and with it, no one could live on it. Your deed covers this spring? How far does your land reach? She blinked. My land reaches as far as the water travels. What is this deed you speak of? Levi's forehead squinted once again. A deed is a paper that proves you claim land. Paper? He stared. Why was she unaware of a deed? He wondered. Had her family not shown her? It's made of the same trees she's saying don't fucking harm. Oh man, the thought process going into this is just not clear on this guy. He needs to start thinking outside the box. Before he had a chance to reply, footsteps sounded in the grass along with rustling. Elijah appeared seconds later, holding his small hatchet. He paused, his gaze gliding down the female before him. She held up her knife to her chest. That is Elijah, my brother from earlier. He's innocent, remember? Levi reminded her. She turned to him and back to the newcomer. Elijah, she greeted. Hi. His eyes darted back and forth from Levi to her. Fucking ads! God damn it, we got fucking ads, but that's okay, because we got people that don't need to worry about ads, so they can hear me do the ad song. This is all about the ads. Get your ads. Get your ads here. I got ads for you. Tell me you want ads, because I got ads for you. You got ads? What I got? We got ads together, boys. It's an ad. Let's add ads to ads. By adding ads. Can you add an ad to your ad without adding ads? I don't know what kind of ads you add, but I don't add what ads you add. I know what ads you add, because I add ads to ads. That's why you get ads. Ads are bad. Kids, ads are bad. Don't do ads, kids. Ads are bad. You get ads if you do ads, and you do ads, you get ads. But the only way to live in life is to know what the ads will tell you. They predict the future. They tell you what will be. If you don't follow the ads, you will never truly know the world. Only the ads can speak to your soul and tell you, hey, go buy, spend your money, tell me what I need. Of course, that's how it goes. Don't worry about it. The ads are almighty. 3, 2, 1, tell! Fuck ads. No one cares about ads. Ads are bad. Hi, his eyes started back and forth from Levi to her. I just came back to tell you that Grandma is starting lunch. Levi nodded. Maybe your friend can come for a meal. She looked back and forth at them. I cannot leave the grounds, she simply said. Why? Levi replied without thinking. My life is here. The brothers glanced at one another, Elijah shrugging. Well, it was nice meeting you. I never got your name, Levi said. My name is Lynn, she replied. Have a nice rest of the daylight. I will take my leave. Please tell the others not to cut my trees anymore. She walked away without a second thought, and the boys stood there as they watched her disappear from somewhere in the forest. I can't believe you were right, Elijah acknowledged, and she's beautiful. Oh shit, sibling rivalry, she's mine. No, I saw her first. That doesn't matter, I'm the older brother, I get her first. From my dibs, but she likes me, she touched me first. Yeah, she saved my life. You go in there and... I have an older brother, I'm a middle child. Oh boy, howdy. The shit that goes down sometimes. Oh god. I'm a middle child too. Hell yeah. Middle children unite! We are the future. I have 3 older siblings and 3 younger. Damn. That's a lot. No, I just got an older brother and a younger sister. Oh, but yeah, that's a lot of siblings. Damn. It's a big hoose. That's a big hoose. A lot of love in that hoose, right? Can't believe you were right. And she's beautiful. Yeah, Levi agreed. But he felt something very off about the girl. Where was her family? Why did she not know about the deed? Why couldn't she leave the grounds? Those were questions for another day. Ooh, another day, another dollar, another money gone. Ads! No, the ads are creeping in on ad time. Guys, the ads are consuming my brain. Early in the morning, Levi awoke from his slumber and entered the kitchen for a glass of water. His brother and grandmother were still fast asleep, so he wandered over to the desk, removed a piece of paper and a pencil, and wrote a note informing them that he was going to be at the springs. He knew exactly where to go. So many questions swirled in his head about Lynn that he could not help but find out who she was. Water droplets gradually fell from the clouds, but that did not stop him from reaching the destination. This time around, no one stood near the water. Levi could not help but think of the men from the previous day, for they already made a route. He undressed himself, and right as his feet touched the water, Lynn's blue eyes stared at him. Hi, he called. She said nothing. I wanted to talk to you again. She blinked. She swam to the waterfall and disappeared inside it. He had seen in movies that sometimes on the other side of a steep, a hidden cave would lurk. He wondered if there was one behind this one. Maybe that is where she lives. Boom! Clank! Right into a fucking wall! Ah, retard! You fell for it! He had seen rock shelters in various cartoons he watched as a child, such as the Flintstones. Moments later, she had returned, still wearing the same grass outfit, but this time her wet hair flowed down her shoulders. She snorkeled out of the aqua and stood in front of him. Why can't you leave this place? Guys, he's on my foot now. Ah, he's on my foot! Trying to get him back on the table. I got a beetle in my room. He's a wandering beetle. I don't want to crush him under my foot. It's a bad place to be, bud. There you go. Get on the table. No, get on the table. No, get on the table. Oh. He's like, but I like your foot better. Oh, God. Get on my foot. Bitch. I don't want to crush him accidentally. Poor guy. He's just wandering around doing his thing. It's so cold outside. I came in here for warmth. He had seen... where are we? Why can't you leave this place? Levi asked her. My life is here. Your home is here, and you never leave it? Yes, she replied, singingly. Well, why can't you leave? Because my life is here, she repeated. Have you ever left before? Her head shook. No. Why? Because I belong here. Levi's eyebrows creased. He did not understand. Lynn, you shouldn't have to stay in one place. You can go anywhere you want.
Human. I can't go anywhere, she voiced. He blinked. Is it your family? Does your parents forbid you from leaving? I have no parents, and I never met my sisters, he replied. Nymphs live alone. What's a nymph? We are embodiments of nature, she replies casually. What? He questioned, but she did not reply. Lynn, you're very confusing, you know that? It is rare for humans and nymphs to socialize. Why? She turned and walked in the opposite direction, but Levi was not satisfied with his questions. He stood in front of her, blocking her path. Who are you really? There hasn't been anyone like you out here before, and my brother and I spent our entire lives in these forests. I am Lynn. He closed his eyes for a couple of seconds. I know your name, but I don't know your purpose here. Why is a female living in an environment where men could cause her harm? He wondered. Then he recalled the time she held a knife to him. Nymphs do not fear humans. Humans should fear nymphs, she responded. You look human to me. Very pretty human, he thought. I am a nymph, a water nymph. We outlive humans, she whispered. Levi nodded slowly. He wondered about her state of mind and whether someone had caused her confusion, but the entire situation worried him. No one deserved to be alone. If he did not have his grandmother or his brother, he wouldn't know what to do. How long have you lived like this, Lynn? Alone? He asked. From birth until the end of time. Her words made no sense. Men were generally more assertive and dominant than women, as far as he knew. The woodlands were no place for someone like her who had no one to help her. Then he thought about his grandmother, who lived in that cabin for years before he and his brother were born. She used to hunt and fish herself when they were younger. He looked at Lynn again. She was not like his grandmother, though. She did not belong. I mean, he's starting to get kind of the picture of being like, maybe, maybe they're not so fragile and ridiculously frail and can't do anything on their own. And maybe I have an example of that in my head and I've never really thought about it before. And maybe I did. You can't categorize those together, but can you categorize them together? Maybe, you know what? This is getting very interesting for my thought process and stuff. Why do I feel this so much way about it? Is this... Oh no. Dun, dun, dun. Could it be the L word? Falling for you, down on my knees for you. As the days drifted by, the boys took on a new project, building a pavement leading to the dirt road half a mile away, connecting to the shed and the main house. The first couple of days, most of their time was spent working, and afterward they hunted for food, leaving Levi with only a short time with Lynn. However, the things that he learned changed reality for him forever. On his way to her, he had managed to scrape his arm against a branch of a tree, and he held it close until he made it to the springs and sank his arm in the water. The blood floated along, and Lynn's footsteps from behind brought his attention to her. She turned slightly. Hey, he greeted. Hello, she replied. You're hurt. She looked at his wound. Yeah, I don't think I was paying much attention. He stood up slowly. Lynn wandered close to him and grabbed his arm. Her eyes closed, and she hummed a tune. A thin string of water lifted from the pool, floating wavily into the air. It made its way to his arm and wrapped around it. She let him go, and a firm grip wrapped around him, squeezing. The moment was temporary, and when he was free again, all had disappeared like nothing had happened. The cut was no longer visible, and there was no apparent signs of it. What just happened? Levi questioned, taken aback by what he had just seen. Now, I was like, did she bring him back to life? Did he die in that pool from drowning? And did she, what grabbed his leg, too? Is there something else down there that she's protecting and trying to stop? Maybe there's a darkness in the bottom of the pool that she has to protect, and that's the reason why she can't leave. And anyone who goes in the pool gets dragged down, and she saved his life because she doesn't want them to get fed to her enemy. Ooh, okay, now we have possibilities, right?
That shouldn't be possible. He eyed his arm and placed a finger where the scrape had been. Nymphs have many gifts. We control what nature we are bound to. I'm bound to the water, she said. A water nymph is a part of the scenery in which they live. Hell yeah. You know what Bruce Lee says? Be like water, my friend. Well, she is water. The embodiment of it. Meaning, it means I am one with the water. Without it, I will die. It travels in the soil. She turned around and moved across the area. The fish, trees, and plants that use my natural liquid to live become one with me. We are part of each other. He could not deny what he saw, and everything she said sounded convincing. She seemed to believe in her theory of being a nymph, and he was starting to believe her, despite how otherworldly it sounded. How many are you? He wondered. Surely she could not be the only one in the world. Nature was everywhere. And the other thing is are the other guys going to come back and like try and poach her? So like humans going to come from the city to try and poach her, and then they're going to have to try and defend her from being poached. She looked down. I don't know really. Maybe tons, she said, and continued her journey, wandering the areas of Adance. Where did you come from? Oceanus and his wife, Tethys. I don't know how to say those names, she answered with a smile. Levi recalled hearing stories as a child about the water god, Oceanus, and the goddess, Tethys. They were like siblings born into the same lineage who married and had many children. So you are a daughter of a god and a goddess. I have no parents, she said. Finally stopped her stroll. Nymphs live alone and die alone. Greek mythological gods. Once the pavement was completed and Joan was planting flowers along the walkway, a black vehicle pulled up to the house. A man wearing black pants, a black vest, and a long red cape. He had a tall hat and held a cane. It did not seem that he actually needed the cane, but used it as an accessory. The boys walked from the back of the house to the front. Miss Spencer. The man wandered over to Joan. Yes, that's me, she replied, standing up from the ground. How can I help you? My name is Pius Shermoon, and I am with the government. I came to discuss this property with you. You see, your home sits on 30 acres of woodland, and we would like to create a city here, he said, pulling out an envelope from somewhere on the inside of his cape. We are offering $25,000 if you sell your land to us. Brothers looked at each other with mouths parted. Now, if you sign these papers, the money will be deposited within 3 business days. He held the document in front of her. She took the small parcel and ripped it open, taking out a stack of papers. Upon reading the first page, she shook her head. Absolutely not. This indicates my property value is estimated to be $500,000. Not the amount you're trying to offer me. Joan said, her voice steady but edged with defiance. Besides, the boys and I have been living here for some time now. Surely you can build elsewhere. Mr. Shermoon smiled. Well, ma'am, this is a prime location and your home is right in the center of our plans. His tone was polite but persuasive. It'd be wise to take this offer, because if you don't, then we might just have to take you to court to battle for it. Twisted his lips, looking up, as if deep in thought. I estimate that will be a lot of money and time. Do you have that to spare? I hate the idea in society that it's like, oh, hey, if I have a lot of money, I can just bully you in court with all of my money and basically blackmail you into doing shit. It's so fucking ridiculous. You cannot take our home, Elijah spoke out, his voice almost a growl, his hands clenched to fists at his sides. But then again, you know, hey, the government can do technically whatever the fuck they want because they're the fucking government. They got the military on their side. So, you know, are you ever truly in control? Especially the timeline we're living in now, right? Shermoon's gaze flicked to him. I assure you, sir, we can and we will. He grabbed a pen from his pocket and held it to Joan. Just sign. It will make things easier for you. He forced another smile. Elijah marched in front of her. Get the hell away from our property. His voice boomed. Or I'll make you. Joan placed a hand on his shoulder. Elijah, calm down. I got this. He turned to her with knitted brows and thinned lips. Grandma, don't let him take our home. She waved. Calm down. He's not taking anything.
She turned to the man. Listen, I have the deed, and I don't care what you threat. I know my legal rights. Sherman nodded, brushing off invisible dirt from his coat. Very well. I see this is not a good time, he said, looking at Elijah and back to Joan. I will be in contact once more, just in case you change your mind. We won't, Elijah muttered loudly. You have my number. Call, shall you change your mind? He eyed everyone before turning to leave. They watched him enter his car and drive back down the dirt road until they could see it no more. Grandma, he can't actually do that, right? Levi spoke calmly. No, Joan shook her head with a tight brows, but I have a feeling he'll try something slick. Everyone should have their own land. Isn't the world not big enough? Lynn looked ahead as she articulated her thoughts. Nymphs live freely, quietly, and solitarily. Everyone deserves their own sanctuary. On the giant rock that rested at the bottom of the shallowest part of the water, Levi lay his back against it, looking into the blue sky. Yeah, that sounds like what the world needs. Life in the city, in movies, everything seemed busy with children going to school, parents heading to work, and lots of noise from vehicles in the street. Having to work for paper and use it to buy essentials and rent a home was strange to think about. But that kind of living seemed not that far away. He then thought about his parents. He still wondered why they had never stayed in contact or visited from time to time. Could they really not care? Elijah's words started to repeat in his mind. It's like, I love bringing that up again because it's like it hasn't been brought up in forever, but this is a moment of musing, and in a moment of musing is the perfect time to bring something like that around in full circle again, of being like, you know, it's still on my mind, it will always be on my mind, it's something that you can never really get rid of, but it's always in the background creeping at you, it's never really in the forefront, right? It's like, it's like the insidiousness sneaking into your daydreams and turning them into nightmares. Could they really not care? Elijah's words started to repeat in his mind. I guess that's why they abandoned us when we were young and left us to go live in the city. They couldn't handle being responsible parents, so they just gave it up. He could not help but wonder. Had his parents given up on trying for them and decided to live an easier life without them? If that was indeed the truth, and in the spur of the moment, a roar of machines shattered the forest's hush. Levi's heart leapt, and they stood quickly as an enormous tree fell towards them. Instinct took over as Levi pulled Lynn's arm and jumped into the water. Another tree had fallen, and he swam toward the surface, poking his head out. The branch was now in the water, turning it dark as the bark and debris flooded inside. Lynn! Lynn! He called, glancing around. More trees began to fall, and Levi, having no other choice, swam towards the shallow. The sound of numerous machines, and one in particular, Levi could see it in front of him. At a long scoop, he rushed out and collided with someone. You okay? Elijah spoke in a rushed tone. Yeah, what's happening? Those men are destroying the forest, Elijah repeated. We need to get away from here now. The two chased away towards their home as fast as they could, scratching themselves against limbs and other smaller trees. Too much noise, too many machines around them. The feeling brought nothing but anxiety to Levi, who worried about their survival as saplings continued to cascade. Eventually, they made it to the cabin where Joan stood, hands on her arms. Oh, good gracious. You two are okay. Grandma, what's happening? Levi asked. Isn't it obvious? Those darn city folks are trying to force us into evacuation by causing all this ruckus. Y'all come inside. Sound went on for hours, but stopped at nightfall. At least it stopped, said Elijah on the couch. Yes, for now. They'll be back again and again. Joan shook her head and glanced away. I've been thinking about what if we did leave. No, Elijah yelled. Levi did not say a word. Listen here, you two. I've had this home for a very long time, and I love it here. But they are going to continue their construction whether we like it or not, because they most likely bought the rights to the land by now if they're able to cut down the forest. That means it will no longer be safe for either of you to gather materials anymore. If either of you gets hurt or worse from an appliance, I don't know what I'd do. The room went quiet, a cold, unfortunate sense of reality. So sad, but so true, right? It's like, oh my god, fuck, can't we have anything nice? This is why we can't have nice things! What if found another place in the woodland? Elijah suggested. Joan shook her head. Sweetheart, they are building a huge city. They're removing a lot of the forest. There just might not be anything left.
Levi was not opposed to city life. Giving it a life trial sounded like a good idea. He wanted something new, something different. Like Lynn. She was something new, something different in his life, and now that was being taken away. Was she okay? Did she make it out of the water? Did she survive? His first and only friend, and now he might never see her again. Joan told the two that she needed to visit the bank, and that they needed to come along. When asked why, she told them they would see when the time comes. Before undressing, Levi began to worry more about Lynn. What if she were in trouble? What if she needed help? Those intrusions in his mind brought so much anxiety, he waited until his brother was snoring fast asleep before he entered the living room and put on his boots and grabbed a flashlight from the kitchen counter. Quietly, he snuck out of the house, making sure the door closed as silently as possible. He used his compass to head back to the spring, but at night he realized things were not the same. Big trees were blocking many places, and he tried his best to move about them, sometimes crawling over, under, and moving around. By the time he arrived at the spring, the water was so polluted with bark and other debris that it was turning water below dark. "Lynn! Lynn!" He turned as he called, "Lynn, it's Levi! I came to make sure you're okay!" Nothing happened. Not 1 ounce of noise besides a bird flying over. He frowned. The waterfall continued to drop fresh water, but it all became mucky once it reached the pool. "I hope you made it out," he whispered to himself. Back at home, he crept inside, removing his gear at the door when Joan came near. "Where did you go?" Levi froze, looking at her with a sad smile. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I had to check on her. We got separated, and I don't know if she's okay." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay. Did you find her?" He shook his head. "No." Joan hugged him. "I'm sorry about your friend. Let's hope she just ran away and found help elsewhere." But that concerned him even more. She said she could not leave the place. Where would she go? She spent her entire life at the springs. She knew nothing of the human world. She was a water nymph. They know barely anything about humans. "Now get some sleep. We have a long day tomorrow," she said. But then he thought, "I'm okay if we have to leave," he told her. The machines woke the boys the next morning, and they and Joan left once the hand hit the right number. Taxi was called, and they all crammed into the back. The drive to the bank felt long. Levi kept his gaze out the window. He always found it fascinating seeing people moving about on the sidewalks, crossing the streets, and so many buildings. Quabuildings! 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 Quabuildings. Yeah, just, Control F Quabuildings. Is that a new word? I don't know what word that is. Quabuildings. What's a quabuilding, guys? Hiding all the interesting things inside, Levi and his brother stood in the waiting area as Joan spoke to someone in a private booth. They were eyeing everyone strangely, as if new to the world. But in reality, they felt odd in the clothing that they wore compared to the others in the room. When Joan returned, her eyes were bright with wonder. She held a piece of paper in hand and sat down with the boys. "Now, guys, I know what I said before about the deed in our home, but I've always backup plan in case things turn south." She held up the paper for them to see. Levi raised an eyebrow, seeing the words deed written on it for 2 acres of land with an address. "This is another body of land that I own, except it's in the city. You two can continue doing what you love, but will no longer be in the forests." Levi looked at Elijah, who looked at him. "Is that their parents' old house? Does she have the deed to their old parents' house? I never even thought that could be a possibility. Damn. Damn. Of course she has the deed to their house, because she killed them, right? I mean, what? It's just my headcanon, okay? I'm sorry. There's another body of land. Are you really planning on selling?" Elijah asked with a sigh. "I want you two to have a better life for when I'm no longer here. I'm an old woman, but you two are strong young men who should be around other people." They're gonna drive us mad when we're at the point of wishing to move, and honestly, I don't think it would be safe for us to stay in that cabin any longer. I was afraid the entire night that a tree would fall right on our home. Levi slowly nodded. This new deed has trees? Joan smiled. It has some. I'm afraid we need to purchase logs or gather them ourselves. So it's going to be like starting over, Elijah added. Joan nodded. It will be. But then, no more machine noises, dangers, and we'll have our peace. Fine. We can build another house, Elijah agreed. The city of Akawee was like nothing they had ever seen. Skyscrapers, buildings, tons of lights, giant screens everywhere, and many people walking to their destinations. Restaurants and other smaller facilities lined the streets. On the roads, they saw people on hoverboards, bikes, and many backup cars. Grandma helped them with identification and job searching, which took a while, but luckily some neighbors boasted about the work they'd seen the brothers doing since they moved into the 3-bedroom home. With the money given, the boys obtained hunting and fishing licenses, sold the animals they caught at the local market for food they had never eaten before, and the work shift shed was built in the back for the fence they put around the home. They landed a construction job and came home tired and sweaty. Integration into the real world. How sad it happens, but it is what it is, right? You used to be able to live out on the land. No one owns the land no more, motherfucker. Elijah fell in love with a woman within the next year, moving in with her. And together they had twins. Levi still thought about Lynn. He sometimes looked out his bedroom window into the forest and recalled their time together. And it's so sad that, like, it had to end like that, right? Like, I'm guessing he never sees her again, right? And he never even knows if, like, what the fuck ever happens to her. That's so sad. I love that. On a Sunday, work was over early and not much else to do. He went back to the address listed on old mail his grandma kept and walked miles and miles to their old home that was now torn down into barely anything. He saw the springs. It was not like he had last seen it. It was still there and freshly clean. Around it, though, the trees were removed. The entrances to not yet completed homes circled the area like a neighborhood, except no roads were made. Instead, there were pebbles and rocks creating pathways around the water. "Lynn, are you here? Lynn?" he called, and no answer came to him. He walked around the area. Fucking ads! How is this possible? How are there so many ads infiltrating literally fucking everything, guys? I don't understand how we allowed ads to get this bad. I'll never forgive myself for sitting back and being complacent, for ads just being a commercial. Oh, it's just an ad, don't worry, it's only one ad. You know, it is what it is, it's only 2 ads. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do, it's fucking 3 ads, right? Okay, guys, what the hell's going on? Why are we now at 4 ads? No, are you fucking kidding me? What the fuck are you talking? We're at 5 ads? How the fuck do we hit 5 ads? Oh, no, don't tell me. Don't tell me we're at 6 ads. 8? Where did 6 and 7 go? Wait, we're already at 12? It escalates. Oh my god, we're at 14. Oh no, this is not good. Guys, by tomorrow we're gonna be at like 24,000. This is not good. Can we split those among like can we do some like sectioning and partitioning to make this shit work? Cause I don't know if we could do 24,000 ads. That's a lot of fucking ads. You know? That's like almost a lifetime worth of fucking ads. Like, Jesus. Eeper, deeper, bleeper, sheeper, deeper peepers. Woofer, duper daisies. Lynn? He called. And no answer came to him. He walked around the area, taking new turns and routes, and learned the cave had been destroyed. The forest had that he had once knew was gone. Levi often dated a woman who spent the night with him, and they went on a few dates before becoming anything serious. He's finally happy in this new city years later. One day, however, they were sitting in the living room watching a black and white movie on the square television that Levi became obsessed with when he finally owned one. He saw a shadow of someone in the window. He got up to check, and was met with nothing but the dark outdoors. "Honey, what's the matter?" Girlfriend hugged him from the back. "I thought I saw someone." "Oh, maybe it's a hunter or something." "Yeah," but he was not convinced. Lynn kept her back against the building, watching as the shadow in the grass moved, and when it was gone, she peeked in the window one last time and saw him and the girl kissing. She placed her hand over her left chest. "Bye, friend." Damn. Okay, I like that ending. He found his way in the world because she knew that she had to be alone the entire time. So she was simply hiding from him. So, because she knew that if she got with him, it would not end his life. His life would not end well. Words, holy fuck. So yeah, I really, really like that heartfelt, like, she understands now what it's like to have someone, but she knows that she can't because maybe now she'll go on an adventure of her own to try and find other nymphs. Now knowing what the world is really like and discovering her own thing. I have this like a whole arc of her doing her own thing in the background and her being the main character now. But yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed that. That was really, really good. I love the fucking, the clash of nature with everything and, like, the foreshadowing with, like, the dudes, like, cutting down the forest. And then it's like, oh no, the forest is really gonna get cut down. You didn't know what it was. And, the destruction of nature, the having to give up on everything because one person can never outbeat the fucking government. So yeah, I think it all tied together super nicely. I really enjoyed it. Yeah, legit. I hope everyone else enjoyed it too. Because sometimes when it's like 7,000 words, it's like it can feel like it drags on, right? But nothing about this felt like it dragged on, right? It was just like all the different sections of the story to flesh out everything, to make it all come together in the end. And hell yeah. Hell yeah. What it's all about. Alright, well we got 2 more stories. Or do we have 1 more story? Wait, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 4, 5. No worries. Do you think it's complete? Anything more should be added. 9 posted, and it's short. Oh, you want me to read 9, Sean? I can read 9 if you want. 9! I mean, if you wanted to, there's 3 things that I'd say that you could add is, like, more explanation on the parents near the end. Maybe the parents come back. Something actually happens to the grandma. And what's the third one? Something to do with the government and like the guy who came. And you know, and it's like something like getting revenge on him or something like that. I don't know. Those 3 things to me would be like maybe things that you could add, but I think that's like
beyond nitpicking, right? But yeah, Sean does typical fantasy, slice of life within that. Generally, from the ones that I've read, isekai fashion. And this one's called Freedom Through Isekai. Oh, damn, that is a short one, Sean. Holy shit. I underestimated your shorts. Your shorts outdo yourself, sure. Sure, Sean. Sure, Sean. Sure, sir. Sure, Sean. Story is a weird take on the isekai trope. An accidental addition to a hero summoning pulls an actual game character from an old fighting video game. Gotta love the off-brand, obscure isekai style. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 9! For many counts of 7 days, which they called weeks, Mary and I kept to our questing with little of consequence happening. I leveled, but not by much. As we were heading out towards the gate, an alarm sounded. "What's that?" I asked. "The gate alarm. A powerful monster is at the gate. We need to move. Fast!" You didn't have time to ask me twice. Powerful monster. That meant a fun fight. We pelted through the huge trees and towards the gate. The closed gate. Yet, despite the gate being closed, I could still see the head of the beast. A long-necked, fur-covered with massive teeth. Smoke seemed to pour out of its nostrils. That looks fun! A Pyronor! That shouldn't be anywhere within 1,000 leagues! Could you kill it even? Probably. Easier if it couldn't see me. That spurred Mary into action. With a now practiced motion, she pulled a bleeder arrow out of her quiver, took aim, and loosed. Rapidly repeating the action before the first arrow landed, she sent a second and third arrow. When the first arrow pierced its eye, it flinched right into the path of the second arrow, which it deliberately dodged, and right into the path of the third arrow. Fully blinded and in pain, it tipped its head upwards and let out a massive flame-filled bellow of rage. I leapt up the wall, and while it was still roaring, I implemented Absolute Zero's glacial attack. While in the game, it would have turned the victim into an ice sculpture until they were struck. Here it only coated a portion of the massive body in ice. The ice quickly melted, but the rage intensified. The beast didn't like that, which made me grin. The flying kick moved me out of the range of its snap. The kick itself did paltry damage. All told, I had only taken 76 points of damage, with 50 of it being from the ice attack. Wait, do you mean it had only? Not I? Because that's a significant difference. I'm like, when did she get hit by an ice attack? Repeating the flying kick again, I struck its leg on the other side. All the damage she had dealt up to that point, it's damage to the beast, not to her. Okay. It had only taken 76 points of damage, with 50 of it being from the ice attack. Repeating the flying kick again, I struck its leg on the other side of the beast's body, then I shot an ice attack where I had been previously. I didn't wait, but flew back to strike the beast just after the ice hit. That did some damage. First, another 50 points of ice damage, then piercing damage from the ice itself, and the kick damage, rounding it up to an almost perfect 90 points for that combination of movements. Flurry of punches with my clawed gauntlets pulled that up to 99 points of damage. The tens of thousands of points in health weren't going to fall quickly, but they will fall. Guards lined the walls, stunned for a time at my attacks, while other guards gaped open-mouthed.
The beast's bellows shook them free, and every person, guard, or adventurer with a ranged attack began to launch them. Arrows, spells, a maelstrom of assaults. The damage numbers for all of them were in the single digits. My attacks were much more palpable, but still, time was not going quickly. My breaths were ragged and sweat rolled off my skin. Nearly 2 hours passed before the beast finally fell. The palisades surrounding the city had chunks missing, thorns broken, and others covered with pieces of flesh. This has to be the Humes, someone hissed. Quiet! Nothing Humes can do can force a Pyronor to go anywhere, let alone to our city. You're making nonsense. Griselda appeared on the wall, clearly having fought alongside us, covered in soot and dirt. So many people were injured, and some even dead. She was clearly saddened, but also enraged. The Humes may not have sent this beast, but their actions may well have pushed it here. They're at war now. The Queen only just informed me this morning. They summoned the hero to fight us, purely for greed. They summoned a hero. They will come, and our city is the first they will reach. Prepare, my warriors. We will not fall in silence. Some people sent furtive glances at me, but others slapped their heads. Many people could be heard reminding others that I had been the one to deal the most damage to the beast. Come on, Vicky, let's go home. We need to rest and not hear any of that. Whoever they summoned is a hero. They won't stand a chance against me. I'm certain of that. Maybe my being here isn't as much an accident as we all thought it was. Maybe I'm someone's solution to a falsely summoned hero. A block who would see how amazing you all are and not be fooled by those who wish to do harm. Nice fucking foreshadowing there, Sean. I love that little bit of insight. Yeah, you know, you never know. It could be this or that. Thinking outside the box. Mary smiled, but it wasn't really a happy smile. Maybe. I'd like to think so. She knows all about turning allies, or turning enemies into allies, right? That's how, like, all anime and video games work. You start off fighting them, and then they become your allies. And they become your most trusted friends. Everyone knows you always fight first. But yeah, I love that, Sean. Just like things coming out of nowhere, knowing that the world is unstable because these monsters are, you know, not meant to be, and going from like a single-handed all off fight to being like this full-on, like, you know, mass raid fight, basically. And her having like her new gauntlets and armor and shit like that. Oh my god, so badass. So yeah, super short and sweet, but oh my god, loved it. Loved it. Drained bodies swayed from chains overhead.
Princess of Mortal Kombat movie was portrayed as an enemy at the first point and kept giving advice to Liu so he could do better. True.
Stared with eyes of pure void. Nicholas stepped from the shadows, robes open to reveal a torso etched in glowing scars. You've come at last, he said softly, voice warm as a grandfather's. The path chose you well. Krampus awaits, not as servant, but as god. My name is Jeffrey. Or at least,
how was everyone's New Year? New Year was absolutely fantastic. You know, had Christmas at my sister's for the first time this year, housewarming her house, and then, you know, we had New Year's here, we had tacos, and, you know, we watched some movies and chilled out, played some games with the kids and stuff, had some funs. So where were you? How much longer will the fight last in terms of paragraphs? Like 12? 12, maybe 15 paragraphs? Something like 1,100 to 1,300 words? More than that? So like the whole fight would be like 2,200, 2,500? I think that's reasonable. Yeah, saying goodbye to 2025. 2025 was a good year, guys, but now we're in 2026, so we gotta up the ante. We gotta get all of our ducks in a row. We gotta get everything together and ready. So we're moving up in the world with our proposition of breaking 100 subscribers in the new year. Damn, I can't think of that much stuff to put into the fight. Maybe you should ghostwrite my fight scenes. Well, it's tactical thinking, right? And escalation of one side, where it's like the character is clearly handicapping themselves in some way, and then it's like, you know, the monster notices something and then knocks them into the ground. They're like, oh, well, shit, you know, yeah, it is what it is. All right. Oh my god. Oh, he's really not letting up. He's keeping me down while I'm down. I throw him out of the way. Come over and do something else. All right. Okay. Well, hey, I'm gonna stop fighting without my one hand behind my back. Okay. I'll fight with both my hands. I'm fighting with both the hands, and then, you know, daps again, tail smack, gets smacked into the ground, trampled again, knocked against the wall. Someone's coming from. She's like, no, get up, stay back. You guys going to get hurt. Someone tries to jump in, and then she has to like save someone. She gets injured because she has to save someone. Says, you're a fucking idiot. Throws them back up on the wall. Jumps back into the fight. Fucking now she's using punches and kicks. And she's using everything she got because she's like, fuck it, I don't want other people to get hurt. At first she was playing, now she's serious. She does like 1,000 hit combo and just fucking ends the thing. That's basically what I imagined in my head the entire time while I was reading the fight. Blinding it at first is the only reason the fight only lasted 2 hours. Yeah, and I'd be like, well, it's not just like relying on its sight, right? And the longer you fight it, the more it's going to adapt to being blind. Right? So at first it's missing because it's calculating shit. And then after like a little bit, okay, now it's calculated shit. Now it's actually starting to hit you. And you're like, oh shit, okay, I gotta up the ante now. You know? And then that's how you can do like the back and forth power scaling of it. At least that's how, like, it goes in my mind when I think about it. I'm thinking, like, a boss battle with, like, 3 different phases where you have to protect NPCs between phase 2 and 3. So, like, they help you in phase 1, they're a detriment in phase 2, and then they're irrelevant in phase 3. A couple glacier attacks to its head to fuzz its thinking might have been good. Plus, I should have mentioned the blood shooting out of its eyes. Well, yeah, because you use the bleeder arrows, which means it would be, you know, maybe slipping over and slicking in the blood of itself, right? As it's like completely covered in it, and then it's like it's slowly weakening itself from the dot of having it being bled out. So yeah, there's definitely a lot you can add to it, but it's like you're still trying to make it feel trivial, right? So take those points for maybe the next battle or the battle after that, because we still want these huge battles to them to be trivial, right? And then it's like the things that they don't know. So this is how you do it, Sean, is the things that the characters say are really extremely tough and impossible to beat, the main character destroys them. But the character gets beat by things that the characters don't even know about. So they're like just random, like, I don't know what the fuck this even is. Like, what's a fucking dragon? And then a dragon comes in and just like takes out the main character. It's like, well, I couldn't have prepared you for that because I've never heard of that or seen that thing before in my life. Another thing the glacier attack to the head would do, because the blood would freeze too, and that would turn into shards inside the head. Yep. Very true. There's so much you can play with that, right? And then it's like, do you need those details? Do you not need those details? It's all up to you what you want to do, how long you want that fight to seem like, right? And that's the thing, is you can make a fight seem long, like, oh, it lasted all day, but it was like, it wasn't very eventful. It was just, oh, we have to take its health bar down, right? And then you just want those escalation moments of transfers of power, of being like, who's on top, basically.
The world didn't end in fire or flood. It just dimmed. One day, The sun refused to rise fully, hanging low and bruised purple on the horizon, as if embarrassed to show its face. Years passed like that, perpetual twilight bleeding into everything. Cities crumbled into sprawling decay, streets filled with fog that smelled faintly of burning herbs and old.
Pretty much it was a grind for Vicky, but ultimately not a challenge. She's playing, others are in a desperate fight. Exactly.
Old blood. Abandoned cathedrals became hollow shells, their altars crusted with wax from candles that no one remembered lighting. In alleyways, people left offerings, black feathers, shards of bone, chalk sigils on the walls that wept thin trails of crimson when the rain fell. We called the dimming the veil, a thinning between our world and whatever waited on the other side, something ancient, patient, and hungry. I came to Freiburg, chasing ghosts of the past. The town squatted in the ruins of the old black forest, its timber-framed houses sagging under vines and moss. With me where Daryl, Kenneth, and Fred, old friends but before the veil fell, we told ourselves we were researching forgotten painters, men like Max William Roman, who had captured landscapes bathed in unnatural light. But really, we were running from the gray emptiness that had swallowed everything else. One night, huddled around a campfire in an overgrown ruin outside of town, Daryl pulled out his battered notebook. The flames danced low, throwing shadows across his face that made his eyes look fever bright. "Listen to this," he said, voice low and excited. He leaned forward, the pages crackling as he turned them. "It's from Roman's diary. Found it in the trader's stash last month." He read it aloud. In the deepest thickets, opposite the Maiden's Thorn, a tree twisted like a screaming woman. I found a path.
The only thing I don't understand is how that massive Pyronor got that close to the city before the alarm sounded. It's a big beast and it doesn't move fast, so why wasn't the alarm sounded earlier? Wouldn't surprise me to find out that the Humes convinced the hero to teleport the Pyronor ahead of them. Then again, maybe something else happened. True, Sean.
Walk beside it.
That's what I was thinking.
Ever upon it.
A reverse summoning
The
of some
place
kind.
where the gods abandoned their work. An unfinished edge bleeding into the void. Kenneth snorted, poking the fire with a stick. This sounds like the ramblings of a madman high on absinthe. Fred chuckled uneasily, glancing at the fog pressing in around us. In this world, voids are real enough. I forced a laugh, but Daryl's eyes didn't leave the page. We're desperate for something, aren't we? Anything to break this endless twilight. We laughed it off that night, but the words lingered. Next morning, we followed vague directions from town whispers, past crumbling mills and forgotten shrines, until the fog parted just enough. There it was, the Maiden's Thorn. The tree erupted from the earth like a nightmare frozen mid-scream. Its trunk twisted grotesquely,
Can I show you the cover for The Woodsman and the Nymph? Yeah, we have a book covers section in the Discord if you want to drop it in there. I would love to see it.
Branches contorted into limbs reaching skyward in agony. Roots knotted across the ground.
Oh, that is cute. I love the reflection in the water. And the wording looks really cool, too. It's definitely eye evocative, right? You got like the little things under the water. Could be her hair, could be anything down there, hiding in the deep and the dark, who knows, but such beautiful eyes. Love the reflection, though. So what you gonna do? Yeah, it looks really good.
Found in patterns that
Better than
hurt
mine.
to trace.
Mine's ass.
Arcane symbols pulsing faintly as if blood moved beneath the bark. Across from it, the path. It was narrow, barely wider than a man's shoulder.
Shadow
Realm!
Man, we haven't had many Shadow Realm guys. Go have some fun over there, bro.
Made my eyes
Danger
water
was
in
just
my
telling
head.
me he used to Arch Commander Consummate and thinks he'd be a perfect
I still
match
need
for
to
us.
change that to the fucking Hooters one, guys.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Why?
What, why? Are you smoking?
Maybe.
What? When did you start smoking?
1989-ish?
So you have been lying. It all makes sense. The filled ashtrays, the burning pine-scented hairspray.
Yes, I'll say it. Her 3-pack-a-day voice.
True. The throb, like staring into a light too bright and too wrong. The air hummed here, a low, rhythmic vibration that settled in my chest, almost like distant chanting. Daryl stepped forward first, tracing the edge with his boot, but never crossing onto the stones. "We walk beside it," he said, echoing the diary. His voice trembled with something between fear and exhilaration. We followed the single file, the forest closing in quickly. Trees leaned inward, their trunks blackened and slick with moisture. Branches wove overhead into a canopy that blocked even the weak purple light, plunging us into deeper gloom. The ground softened underfoot, sucking at our boots. Then the candles appeared. They lined the edges of the path, black wax stubs with flames burning cold blue, steady despite the damp air. No wind touched them, no one had lit them. As far as we could tell, Kenneth froze. What the hell? Ahead, through the mist, figures moved. They were robed in rough, dark cloth, hoods pulled low as we crept closer, still beside the
Fucking
path.
ads. God damn it. God damn. God damn. I feel like I missed a story here, but I'm probably just retarded, right? There's another one here, right? We're getting close to the end of it. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no, I fucked that up. There's supposed to be another one in between here or in between there. There's 5 stories in here, not 4. Wait, there's 5 stories in here, right? Now I'm questioning myself as to whether I put all 5 of the stories in. I'm like, did I just not put the 5th one in? I mean, there's a chance that I didn't because I'm retarded. No, that's the other one. I didn't. I only put 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, I guess that means actually then we have an entire extra story. Yeah, essentially, Sklogimer. That's basically what they are.
Never on it. We saw their skin branded with swirling
Self-produced
marks
and
of
self-made by
glowing
me.
red, like embers under flesh. Their eyes were hollow pits, mouths moving silently in what looked like prayer. They knelt around small altars built from piled bones.
I guess I could do like a
Animal,
finale.
human, impossible to tell.
So I'll do
One
like
figure
tomorrow, I'll
raised
do a
jagged
finale.
knife,
And that'll be like bringing
slicing
it
deep into his
into,
palm,
this is
blood
actually,
welled dark and
this will
thick,
work perfectly.
dripping
So, normally we have 5 stories, but this time we have 4 stories, and the 5th story leads you into the next section, which is not compilation stories, but all individual stories all released. So instead of having all the stories into compilations that have like, you know, the same relative kind of vibe, like, you know, home invasion or like cultist town or you know, a specific type of ritual or, you know, missing family member or something like that, right? And then we're just going to kind of sprinkle more widespread and try and see if we can get a wider net, basically, with you know, posting the individual stories instead of compilations.
A shallow bowl.
We're still
carved from
testing
stone.
everything.
The others chanted soundlessly, rocking in rhythm. My stomach turned. Fred gripped my arm hard enough to bruise. Cultists, he whispered. We'd heard rumors in the outer ruins. The Order of the Unfinished. Worshippers of something called the Horned Unmaker, an entity from before creation itself, starving for completion. They formed rituals to tear the veil wider, feeding it with blood. Always escalating, never enough. We backed away slowly, hearts pounding, but Darrell lingered, staring with wide eyes. This is it, he breathed. The edge Roman wrote about. That night, in Feyberg, crumbling in, a once grand building with peeling wallpaper and creaking floors, we tried to sleep. The fog pressed against the windows like it wanted in. I woke to scratching. It was faint at first, under my skin, wet, insistent, like nails dragging across raw flesh from the inside. I sat up in the dim lantern light, sweating despite the cold. In the cracked mirror over the dresser, I saw them, faint lines on my arms, pale at first, then reddened, swirling patterns, just like the brands on the cultists. The itch became a burn. Kenneth burst into my room minutes later, face pale. Jeffrey! Your eyes! I looked again. My pupils had dilated hugely, swallowing the irises until only thin rings of color remained. What the fuck is happening? Fred demanded when we gathered in the common room. Darrell just stared at his own arms, where similar marks were beginning to appear, fainter on him, but there. We needed answers. The town's derelict library was an old cathedral, its pews replaced with sagging shelves of molding books. Mocking Christmas decorations still hung from years ago. Withered evergreens draped in cobwebs, rusted bells that tinkled softly with no breeze. We searched frantically through the day, pulling...
I'll catch you tomorrow. It's 1 a.m. I should sleep now. Good night, everyone. Alright, Slow Gamer. Yeah, we're probably going to end the stream after this because it's fucking 2:30, almost 2:30 in the morning for me. But thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. And I stream every day, so hopefully we'll see you again tomorrow. Same time every day. Have a great night. Take care. Thanks for stopping in. Really appreciate it. And thanks for sharing your story. I enjoyed it.
Earth and incense. We found a false wall behind a stack of crates. Prying it open, revealing a hidden chamber. Dust choked the air. On the pedestal sat a book bound in skin that felt warm to the touch, almost alive. The pages were yellowed, inked in what looked and smelled like blood that hadn't fully dried. We read by lantern light, voices hushed. The book detailed the Order's history, founded centuries ago when the veil first thinned. Their leader, Herr Nicholas, the town librarian. To outsiders, he was kindly, an old man with a white beard telling stories to children about saints and gifts and the old winter traditions. But the book revealed more. Nicholas cast no reflection. We tested it later with Daryl's ancient Polaroid camera. In photos of group gatherings, he was a blank space where he should have stood. Diary entries, copied from his own hand, described the rites. The entity wasn't just the horned unmaker. The oldest texts called it Krampus, not twisted from forgotten pagan roots into something vast and cosmic. Not a mere punisher of naughty children, a devourer of unfinished worlds. It required blood to awaken fully, escalating sacrifices, animals first, then wanderers, then the devoted themselves. One entry froze us. The boy Lucas wandered too close to the path years ago. His essence fed the awakening. He is chained now in the deep shrine, his cries blending with the chants. Fred went white. Lucas! I knew him. Kid from my neighborhood before everything fell apart. Went missing one winter. Everyone said he ran away. Daryl's eyes gleamed again. We have to see the shrine to prove it. We scouted the path again the next day, driving an old rust bucket truck we'd scavenged. Rain slicked the ruined roads. As we rounded a bend near the Maiden's Thorn, another truck, abandoned for years, vines growing through its windows, lurched suddenly into motion. No driver. It just moved. It slammed into us head on. Metal screamed, glass shattered, the world flipped. I came to in the hospital ruins on the edge of town, strapped to a gurney with needles in arms that felt wrong, heavy, foreign. Whispers filled my head. Join the circle. Offer more. Escalate. The brands had spread across my chest now, itching fiercely. Herr Nicholas visited that evening, smiling benevolently under his white beard. He looked like a twisted Santa in his old-fashioned coat. Rest well, children, he said softly. The solstice approaches. Gifts will come. He pressed a cold iron key into my hand. For the library's restricted depths, knowledge is the greatest offering. We used it that night. Under cover of thick fog, we broke back into the cathedral library. The hidden room behind the basement was larger than we thought. Walls covered in murals depicting the horned unmaker. Massive form with branching antlers, goat legs, chains rattling with draped soles. Its eyes were black voids swallowing light. The book there outlined the final plan. A deep cave shrine in the mountain peaks, the ultimate rite in winter solstice, Christmas Eve in the old calendar. A complete circle of marked souls to fully awaken Krampus not and tear the veil forever. We couldn't wait. That night, we fled town toward the mountains. Greyberg watched us go. Hollow-eyed figures lined the streets, acolytes in everyday clothes, holding black candles that burned with blue flame. They chanted low, a building hum that vibrated in your bones. The path called to us now. We walked upon it, no choice. Straying made the edges bleed shadow, pulling at our ankles. The forest fought back. Branches whipped like birch switches across our faces, drawing blood. Shadows twisted into elongated figures, cloven hooved things dragging rusted chains that clinked in the mist. Visions hit me hardest. My skin split in hallucinations, horns pushing through my skull with wet cracks. Blood dripping from my eyes as I glimpsed the Unmaker's realm. Endless twilight plains where souls were chained in eternal circles, flayed alive only to heal and feed it again. Daryl laughed through it all, manic. It's beautiful, don't you see? His brands glowed brightest, pulsing like hearts. Deeper in, we found forgotten subway tunnels, old lines swallowed by the forest. Echoes carried real chants now. Dozens of robed cultists swayed in unison, knives flashing as they cut palms in rhythm, blood pattering onto stone altars. We hid inside passages, breaths ragged. Fred whispered a memory then, voice breaking. I saw Lucas once, after he vanished. Peeked through a cellar window. He was chained, begging for it to stop. Kenneth admitted something too, eyes distant. My father joined them before he disappeared, said it was the only way to finish what the gods started. The cave mouth yawned ahead in a high mountain clearing ringed by overgrown graveyards. Roots twisted graves into sigils. Some mounds were fresh, earth disturbed. Inside, the air was thick, dripping stone walls, acrid smoke from incense braziers mixed with the stench of rotten, fresh blood. Bodies hung from chains bolted into the ceiling, drained husks, faces locked in twisted ecstasy and agony. Lucas was there, barely human anymore, skin branded everywhere, eyes hollow sockets, whispering, "More. We need more." Center stage, a figure chained to a central altar. A girl, or what looked like one, pale skin threading with black veins, eyes pure void. Pearl, Nicholas called her, emerging from the shadows. His robes hung open, revealing a body mapped in scars and glowing brands. You've come at last. The path chose you well, he explained calmly as if lecturing children. The Order had fed the Unmaker for generations, thinning the veil. Krampus not wasn't a servant, it was the god. Full awakening needed a perfect circle, souls marked and brought willing or broken. Pearl lunged suddenly, chains snapping like thread. She wasn't a victim, she was the vessel. Claws erupted from her fingers. She tore into Nicholas with a frenzy, rending flesh. Blood sprayed on stones in hot arcs. He smiled even as he died, gurgling, "Complete." Fred charged her with a boot knife, screaming Lucas's name, but she turned, body twisting, bones cracking, horns sprouting, legs bending into hooves. Daryl stepped forward, laughing wildly. His brands ignited fully, light pouring from the wounds. He joined her side. Kenneth grabbed me. "Run!" He bolted for the entrance, but the cave shifted, walls breathing, stone rippling like flesh. My visions peaked. Bones cracked for real now, skin tore as something pushed from inside me. Hungry. Behind us, Pearl, no, Krampus not, roared. The voice layered with 1,000 ancient tongues. One more day! The solstice wasn't complete yet. We burst out into the fog somewhere, collapsing in the graveyard. But the brands burned hotter now. The whispers demanded more. Escalation. I feel it growing inside, antlers pressing, hunger rising. The veil thins further every hour, and tomorrow is the final night. If you hear chants in the fog, if candles flicker without wind, if a path appears beside you, do not walk it. For the Unmaker calls to you, and he hungers for your soul.
And then I guess we have one final video that we do tomorrow, which is the finale, because the final story kind of wraps everything up in that. But yeah, no, we had a great day today, guys. Holy shit, we're back. We're back in it. We're back on it. We're back. We were late. It is what it is, you know. Can't be helped. Sometimes, fuck it, right? But anyways, thanks for coming by. Thanks for hanging out. You guys are fucking awesome. Thanks for being you. Thanks for sharing and believing and being a part of the community. As always, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Right, who we rating today? Oh, we know who we're rating. That was easy. Motherfucker. Motherfucker lying to me? This motherfucker lying to me? Well, I'll take that shit. Oh, here we go. Alright. Get your wheels ready. Let's go. Alright, we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.